Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket. It's day 4 of the first test at Headingley, England versus India, and ooh, it's getting exciting. Virtual parity on first innings. England ended up 6 runs behind.
Yep.
Stupid Harry Brook hooked one down Shardul Thakker's throat on 99, which was most annoying when I was watching it yesterday. But he batted so bloody well before then. He was taking Siraj apart. It was absolutely joyous to watch. A good little innings by Wokes at the end, actually, as well, and supported by Carson. England got to parity. India ended up 90 for 2. No, I don't know. They're 92 ahead, I think, as of the start of play
96.
today. 96, so they ended up 90 for 2 at the end of the day. And, well, it could be an absolute cracker. We've got 2 days left and basically 2 innings to go. Will we get a result? I don't know. But I'm joined by another fellow Australian traveller who's made it all the way to England. 4th he has made it to the studio, ahead of Annie, who is on my fucking desert island. God damn it.
Hey!
How are we both, and what do we think is going to happen? How do we see this playing out?
Oh, you go first, Danny.
Well, one thing I do think is we might get a 5-day test.
Yes, very much so.
Yes.
Might even get a draw.
We might even get a draw, and I'm very excited about both things. So, it's proper cricket, and it's proper cricket from both sides, and it's exciting.
It is very exciting, it has to be said. I still think it was a bit of a mistake to let India bat first. I think we could have put more pressure on them if we had decided to bowl. And I guess when you start a test series at the beginning of the test summer, it all seems a bit kind of, oh, we're into test cricket. And everyone seems to take a day or two to warm up, which is, again, I think another reason why I'd have probably batted first, because it does take a little bit of time to realise you're in a contest, in a series. It takes a day or two for it to boil up and warm up and think where you're at. And I think if you go in there batter, you can, after those 2 days, you get a big enough score or whatever, you're in the game then, your brain is ticking over and you're thinking, okay, we're in a contest, let's start putting the pressure on. And I think England have only kind of thought about that when they were battling back halfway through sort of yesterday morning, and when Brooke came in and they were 200 runs behind and they thought they've got to get up to parity, that kind of thing. I don't know, how do you feel, Forty?
Well, just on the 5-day test thing, it's quite interesting that the ICC was saying they're trying to get towards 4-day tests, really for commercial reasons primarily. And this has been a fantastic riposte and response to that. 5-day cricket doesn't have to be boring. This has not been a boring test, it's been a fantastic test.
No, it doesn't. I mean, the fact is that we haven't seen that many tests go to 5 days, have we? But I mean,
well, not involving England, but I think over the last 50 years or so, most tests actually have gone to a 5th day. It's the norm of tests. Yeah, look, I think India are favourites. It will be a 4th and then 5th day strip for England to bat on. But if anyone, if you back any team, certainly any England team of recent vintage to chase something down, it would clearly be this one. Their strength is their batting, and I think the statistic was the last 4 or 5 wickets for India put on 25, and the last 4 or 5 wickets for England put on 170 or something. So that tells you what you need to know.
Yeah, I mean, England will look and be. I mean, they've got Rishabh Pant at 5, Karen Nair at 6. I mean, England will be looking to try and get some early wickets, and if they can put some pressure on that bottom order again, then look, if England are chasing 250, 270, 280, I'll probably put them as favourites. Anything above that, I'd probably put India as favourites. I'm trying to find Wimbiz, because Wimbiz had England ahead even when we were behind the other day.
Really?
Yesterday, yeah.
That surprises me.
It wasn't much. I mean, it was like 53-47 to England, even though they were behind. Mainly, I think, because they were going to be batting last. I can't find Wimbiz though on.
But India have got, some incredible batters. We've still, they've still got Gillen, and it's Rahul's amazing. So. I wouldn't put England ahead myself.
No, neither would I. And they've got one of the world's greatest bowlers, and probably India's certainly India's greatest all-time fastest bowler. And the way he's carrying on, he'll start nudging his way into all-time great 11s.
I do wonder whether they'll break him again in this series, though. He did an awful lot of work in that first innings. I mean, he was. They dropped catches as well, didn't they? And catches win matches, as we all know. They could have probably rolled it. They could have, exactly. They could have rolled England for 280, 300 if they'd have caught all their catches.
I really, really hope he will play all 5.
It does make you wonder why you pick a player who can't bowl all 5. But then we talk about that in the same breath. We're talking about Jofra. And managing him. And if you've got a guy who can do that, then you want him in the side if you can get him in, don't you? So the rest of the attack looks like England want to go after it as well, doesn't it? So they're certainly playing reasonably sensibly against Bumrah and then really going after all the others. But hey, that's Test cricket. Let's what we got? We're about to start. So I'm going to give you some jingles for the batsmen who are out there. That probably gets dinged, so I'll get rid of that one. And we'll play the other opener is, so if I can't play him because he's underneath the volume fucking control. Oh well, we'll play the bowler. So this guy
likes to attack.
And the Indian captain, who's not going to face first ball, but is
Gilly, gilly, Austin, the cats and Ellenbogen by the sea.
And weirdly, England are opening up with Shah Bashir. How many overs have we bowled? Only bowled 23 overs. Oh no, because there was 1 ball left last night, wasn't there? Of course, because they went off because of the rain.
Oh yeah. So just finishing.
So he's just finishing that over, which gives you a chance to. Who's doing socials?
It's Annie.
Annie.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, that's good. Hooray! Sorry, everybody, already. I'll just apologise. Stephen Kelk says, "Is that really faulty in the flesh?"
It is.
Hello.
Yeah. When did you get here? And are you actually Messi?
Well, yeah, it's a baton race. He's just handed it on to me.
Did he hand it on to you? Right.
Well, no, right, okay. So the obvious thing to happen next would be, for this guy to open the bowling at the other end.
Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the brightening comes a calling, all your crews will be falling. Stick it all right up your Brighton
And I am going to bet under for the fall of the first wicket because I'm hopeful.
I've got lots of messages coming in, but I'll try and.
Well, we'll have another over, and then you can just say a few hellos to people.
Yeah.
Gill faces first ball from Brighton Cast. It's defended out into the offside, and there is no run.
Looks slightly sparsely populated, the stand so far. I think the weather forecast says there were some showers very early this morning. It's overcast. I think
you are Messi. You actually are Messi, aren't you?
Yes. Well, we're obsessed with the weather in Australia.
Well, as we are here, obviously. There isn't going to be any rain today, I don't believe.
No, they got it out of the way overnight, which is always welcome.
Indeed. It's a lot cooler today. Defended by Gill, and there is no run.
It's I've been sort of on my travel, so I've been following it online and listening to you guys, but this is my first actual visual of this test.
Yeah.
This morning.
What do you think to the new studio?
Oh, I'm very impressed. It's
Are you?
Yes.
I haven't seen it yet.
When are you coming
I'm
up?
not from Australia, that's why. I might be coming up for the Lord's test.
Oh, nice.
I don't know yet.
But it'd be nice to have you in here when you are.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
I really look
it's a
forward
lot
to that.
cleaner than the old place. But
Oh my God, isn't it?
And what are you saying about my flat, huh? Cast in, pulled by Gill, short arm jab. Oh, there is a man out there. He palms it off past Shoaib Bashir. They'll probably get back for 2.
Maybe 3.
No, just 2.
Comedy fielding.
Yes.
He does like that short arm pull, doesn't he? He kind of just
He does.
pats it around the corner.
Just having a look at the wicket, it's there are cracks, but I wouldn't want you to get overly excited by them. They don't look at. They're certainly not
They've
opening
widened a bit, haven't
You
they?
couldn't get some Tony Gregg's car keys wouldn't be falling down there.
No, there's a couple of balls yesterday that really took off though.
Right.
Went
It
over
will
the
be
Panther before boy.
misbehaving.
Yeah. That one comes back a little bit at Gill, defends it up to mid on, and there is no run.
Are you at home? Shave, Annie?
Yes, I'm at home. I've been at cricket all weekend.
Oh, lovely. Is it
Local cricket.
Nice weekend's cricket.
Lovely. Yes.
Watching sons play or just
watching son and husband play? Yeah.
Scoring?
And scoring.
Umpiring? Do you umpire?
No, I didn't umpire. And eating lots of tea.
Yeah, well, good teas down there, I imagine. Defended by Gill, and there is no run. Do they have Devon scones on your teas?
No, we didn't. We didn't actually have that. But I tell you what I did also do is I did some ground preparation. And I did ground preparation with my son and my husband, and it was really, really lovely. The 3 of us. I was doing the outfield. My son was mowing the square, and my husband was rolling the wicket. So
nice.
It was really lovely.
The other question is, how did they get on? Win, draw, loss?
We won the first game easily, and we lost the second game badly.
Oh, he's come on and he's bowled in. Shubman Gill's going to get that. Was way too close to be doing that shot. Hopefully it's not a no ball because we've seen a few of those, but he's gone to cut that and he's knocked it back onto his off stump. He'll be upset with himself, having scored 140 odd in the first innings. He's gone cheaply in the second.
That's a real surprise.
That is a real surprise, and that is good news for England.
It was just too tight, isn't it?
Way too close for that shot.
Ball didn't really do anything. It hasn't been doing anything.
I mean, it was only on a fifth stump line. He's trying to cut it from that.
Just a loose shot.
Well, it often happens first up early in the morning. You've got to get your iron, haven't you? And well, we have the first wicket of the day, and that, I want to bet. It's always good news.
Oh, well
The crowd says you're out.
Which brings in the other big scorer, a third big scorer from the first innings will be this man, who is so much fun to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He really is. He's crazy. I'm sure he's going to charge down a wicket and try and blast someone over the head in the first over.
Wicket keepers, like goalkeepers, tend to be at their best when they're little eccentrics.
Yes, very true. Very true.
Was that the end of the over?
I don't know, but get some messages in anyway.
Okay, Mog says, big dog in the house. And Stephen Cox says, wolf. Somebody, I don't know how to pronounce that, says, hello, Annie. Hello. Stephen Cox says, no wokes on the plane to Australia, please. That is all. The Hairman says, morning, gorillas.
Morning.
Morning. Kieran Roseblade says, are Paulty and Messi the same bloke? Anyone ever seen them together?
Well,
Yes, Box and Cox.
Yeah.
it looks slightly different though, doesn't it?
Yeah, a
I'd
little
say,
different.
I'd say Messi is a bit larger than you.
Well, that's
Yeah.
very nice of you to say. Messi is quite large.
I'm sure if he's listening, he'll be.
Chuckling
Well, no, he
avuncularly.
might well send a barbed message via YouTube.
Surely he'll be on the plane, won't he?
No, I don't think he was on a. Well, he might still be on a plane, I suppose. He left
24
yesterday,
30
I believe.
hours,
Yeah.
Long time to. The plane, you see it on the screen on the plane. You think, oh, we're in Australia, and then if you live in Melbourne, you've still got 5.5 hours to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you wave at each other
As we
as you
went
went past?
past, yeah.
Well, how long's your trip in total? A month or so?
In total, I'm in Europe and UK for 10 weeks in total.
Oh wow.
How
No,
come
no.
you get 10 weeks off? What are you doing?
Because I don't do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
That's very sensible.
My Jamie, my eldest, got home the other day and said, "How is your day with your hobbies, Dad?"
It's called retirement, isn't
Exactly. Yeah.
And we should all retire. I mean, this is what I don't get about the current system.
Yeah.
I remember when we were all
Retire when
kids
we're younger,
watching
definitely.
Tomorrow's World, and they were telling us we were never going to have to work when we
Yeah.
were in our 60s anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
And everything would be done for us. And now it's kind of happening with AI, and everyone's complaining because they actually want people to work.
What are we gonna do?
What do you want us to fucking do? You told us we could all have no jobs. That's defended out into the covers, and there's no run.
Must say that wicket did rather come from nowhere. There haven't spotted any. It's been pretty straighty 180 stuff from both Wokes and Cars so far, but so that was a bit of a bonus wicket, to be fair.
It was.
It really was. It
Off on the
wasn't
way though.
expecting
I
that
bet
at
it was just a stupid shot, really.
It was, yeah.
You don't need to be cutting balls that close to you. Not in the it's first over essentially, isn't it?
Like you say, he still hadn't got his eye in that morning, has he? So.
We were just talking before we go break off.
Wokes in, and Kel Rahul just knocks that square.
Just
out
talking
to the
before we
boundary for a single.
went on air about the post-Anderson Broad. And
Yeah.
Bryden Cars would be a sort of classic character who wouldn't have got many tests over the last 10 or 15 years in normal circumstances. He's got a real opportunity to establish himself here.
Yeah.
And
really
I
does.
think he's pretty good actually.
He seems to, he looks like a test match bowler. You don't think he's out of his depth.
No, not at all. I mean, I sometimes thought he was a bit unreliable in ODI format. Got a bit of spank every once in a while. Does
My
quite.
dad was also telling me this morning that he's got arse in his name and Bumrah has got bum in his name, so they must be good.
That's excellent
Okay.
analysis.
So
Well,
there you are.
fast bowlers have arse, you know. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what we
yeah.
all know.
So this is what my dad was, his wisdom this morning.
Well,
so.
there's famously two football teams. There's Arsenal and there's Scunthorpe who've got
Scunthorpe or Scunthorpe?
Scunthorpe.
Oh, okay.
Let's leave it there. Yeah.
Left alone outside
That
the
hasn't
off
got arse in the title.
No, it hasn't. But
and there's no run.
we're just having a look at Gill looking bemusedly back at his
Yeah.
stumps. He can't believe quite what he'd done there. He's
No.
checking that the veils have come off. They definitely have.
And it'll be interesting to see how the Indian. Well, I mean, I'm transmitting forward. If England do win this test, how India will feel having got 400 and stuff, and will they think after this? Down the track.
Oh my
Word,
word!
comes Trish Pant. It's a fat outside edge.
Unbelievable.
Charges Wokes, gets a big top edge, goes over the slits and down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And now Rahul going, calm down.
Good to see him playing himself in.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know.
Well, he played it. That was his second ball, not his first.
I did say he'd do that, didn't I? That's exactly what he
did.
did to Stokes in the first innings.
Yeah.
Except he actually connected with Stokes.
I don't know the degree to which he has license to do that. I mean, I'm sure they say to him, express
Just
yourself.
play your own game.
Wasn't he doing this in Australia in the series over the winter when they were
was,
getting
yeah.
hammered all the time? That one he just defends back to the bowler and there's no run. And he got blamed a couple of times, but no one else was scoring any runs, and he'd get 50 off to the 40,
Yes,
and
that's right.
then he'd be all out for 160, and everyone would blame him for getting out. But everyone else has got to stand up as well, You can't just blame one guy. There we go. Winviz says England 49, India 44, draw 7%.
And what is WinViz derived from? All the stats that have ever been, or the betting market?
A bunch of cool dudes in a room somewhere.
Defended square and you're offside and there's no run. WinViz isn't the same as what was it? CricViz or something.
Yeah, they're the cool dudes.
Well,
Anyway,
they're not very
me-
cool dudes because I can't stand the idiot who runs it. But
Let me just get on with the messages.
Yes.
Mog says, I understand that 4-day tests were only going to be for the lesser, shittier, less Indian, Australian, English nations, yes. Stephen Kelp says it is rather suspicious that you and Messi miss each other in the studio by only a few hours. Muttley says, woof, morning primates, love and sausages.
morning,
Sam
Muttley,
Nix-
obviously.
Sam Nix Snicks says, I'd say anything out around 300 in England have a chance. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right. I think it'd be pretty even if we had to chase
Yep.
300.
Well, 6 years ago they chased 375. So
Yeah.
you never know.
Well, exactly.
And Muttley says, hello, Forthy, nice to see you in the studio. Did you bring some books with you for the Super Chat quotes?
No, I haven't got. I do have some
Oh.
books with me, but I haven't got shelves of them.
Cast in. That one leaps a little bit. Rahul lets it through to the keeper and there's no run.
I read the Celeste Ng, which was very good. All the things I never told you. And I read Jeffrey Eugenides' the Virgin Suicides, which was very good too. Recently.
Oh, I read one of those recently. I can't remember what it was.
To be famous. No, I haven't read a book since Hammer of the Gods by Led Zeppelin.
Have you not read mine yet?
No, the last time I read a book, the kids were babies, and I was sitting by a pool in
You
Kenya.
were going to read the chapter on Dad and Norcross, at least.
I am going to get round to it. I just don't know when. He's into a thigh pad. Rahul.
40.
No run.
Hello.
Stephen Kelp says, if this game could be expressed as a song from the 1980s, which song would it be?
Oh God, let me have a quick think.
There you are, that's a task for you.
I just got caught out by the go-betweens. Comes to mind, maybe. Yeah, that's a good one.
Cast at the end of his run-up has 2 of the wickets to fall, 2 for 29. Bowling at Rahul, who again leaves that, and again it takes off a little bit.
Well, Smith took that way over his
Yeah,
head.
he
so
did.
It's not getting lower.
No. I mean, I guess that's... And again, do you want to be batting last on a possibly 5th-day wicket? I mean,
No.
Jadeja's a pretty useful bowler. Didn't get any wickets in the first test. First
yeah, but
innings.
he does get wickets.
He does get wickets,
yeah.
and if the I mean, it's not going to be as useful as an Indian wicket, I wouldn't have thought, but
No.
if there's enough turn there, I'm sure he will be useful.
Post-Ashwin world.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
Rahul plays that up towards mid-wicket comes across and fields, and there's no run. Ashwin rarely played in England, though, didn't they? Whenever they wanted just the one spinner, they always went with Jadeja, which kind of makes sense. He's a lot of right-handed batsmen in England's side, and he's a better batsman. So it kind of made more sense, even though Ashwin was probably the better bowler.
Yes, he would have got into any other team
Yeah.
in the world. You'd think, would he have got in ahead of Nathan Lyon? Probably.
Probably.
That's a tricky one.
Certainly,
He probably
early
would have got
Lyon.
in, yeah.
The early Lyon, he would have got in ahead of him.
Yeah.
Lyon's gradually improved as the years have gone on, obviously.
Indeed. Cast in full, a little bit of swing away, Kyle
Yes.
Rahul not interested in playing at it through the keeper. No run.
That was the first deviation I've seen all morning. It was
Yeah.
very gentle away swing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who I really like, Rahul. I think he's a really interesting bat.
Yeah, and he certainly got better. He was a bit flaky early in his career, and he was in and out of the side. But he seems a bit. He seems a bit of a stick-on now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Much more determined,
Yeah.
isn't he, somehow?
I think sometimes also when the big character exits the dressing room, someone who's
Yeah.
perhaps a little more reticent steps up.
Yeah. Have a bit more freedom to
Yes.
be themselves. Yeah.
Pass in again, decent delivery. Once more, not played out. Rahul's good at leaving, and he leaves
Yeah.
that one through to the keeper.
I
and
like
there's
a,
no
I
run.
like a batter who leaves, you see. My Triscothic fix. Kieran, right, no, Stephen Cope says, Forthy, please answer those questions that you've had.
Right.
But now as if you are Gary Naylor. Please don't, Forthy.
Jesus Christ.
Gary's in later.
Gary's in. You can get it from the horse's mouth.
Indeed, after lunch.
Yes, he's been on feisty form this week on our WhatsApp group. It's fair to say.
Oh wow, hasn't he just?
Hombernovo, I still can't say it. Morning, wonderful Gorilla Cricket.
Morning.
Morning.
Annie, the Hem and England to win the match today.
Ooh.
Harry, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
Really?
beyond the realms.
It's not beyond the realms.
But I think the pitch would probably have to be doing a bit more than it is.
Or,
to happen.
well, maybe that one's defended.
It's possible.
Back
Yeah,
down
it
the
is
pitch and there is no run. I mean, you got to think to get one of these two out, then you've got. I mean, after this, they've really only got Cowan there
Yeah,
and
it's not a lot.
Jadeja, who you would consider batsmen who could stay there for a while. I'd have thought.
And I'm sure you've talked about. Everything, but the sort of re-emergence of Stokes as an actual threat as a bowler in this match has been very welcome. So
Yes, very much so. Well, he did say he wanted, there's no point in being an all-rounder if you can't bowl, and he certainly got himself fit enough to bowl. Oh, that's a slow ball down the arse. And there is no
He
run.
does do that well, doesn't he, Stokes? He really does get himself fit because he must
Yeah.
be prone to a bit of weight.
You'd have thought he looks really quite
Yeah.
gaunt at the moment. He's got massive crow's eyes. He's not even that old, is he? He's about 32.
No.
No, he does look like
Yeah.
he's almost overdone it.
Yeah,
Nasu Sen, I always think, has almost overdone the staying trim thing. He looks very slight.
Yeah. He also looks like that guy out of The Simpsons, doesn't he?
Yeah. Mr. Burns.
Yeah.
Oh, that one comes in quite
Yes,
nicely
that
from
did
Wokes.
come back.
Covered up by Panto. And there is no run.
He's certainly not trim or gaunt in the bicep area, Stokes. We've just seen him applauding.
No.
there. Absolutely
No.
rippling.
That nibble back.
A
Definitely.
little bit of wobble
Oh,
seam.
yeah. You never know. Wokes might actually bowl himself fit again, really, in this Test match.
Well, yeah, he looked like he had a bit of a hip problem when he was batting yesterday. He had some attention.
Do you think
Yeah.
he's generally regarded as one of the sort of better looking?
Oh, yeah. Very
Is there ever
classically
been
handsome, isn't he?
a more handsome cricketer than Chris Wokes, who's played for England? Annie, I think, look to you there.
Yeah. Left alone.
Yeah.
Through to the keeper, there's no run.
But Jimmy Anderson isn't, is quite classically handsome,
Yes,
and
that's
so
true.
is Stuart Broad.
Yeah.
Abroad, certainly when he was younger. I mean, one of our
Yeah.
jingles was Flight of Alcas with loads of girls screaming in the background. So, yeah.
Because the England football team had Wayne Rooney as its talisman
Yeah,
for many
yeah.
years.
Whoa! What a corker.
Yeah, hitting the face with a flat spade, that man. That was left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Well, David Beckham would be handsome if
Oh,
he had
totally.
a nice voice.
Oh, David. It's quite cloudy
Yes.
up in Yorkshire today.
Just looking at the.
Looking at temperatures, it's not going to really get much above 18.
No, they said it would be much cooler the second half of the match. This is why Test cricket is so bloody fantastic
I
and
know.
not today, because the conditions change.
Oh, slower ball,
Oh.
horrible. Floaty, wide, another slower delivery from Wokes, but that one kind of went wrong, and it was just patted out to behind square.
Yeah, he got
for a
away with
single.
that.
He did, very much so. Only a single. Over to you, Annie.
Right, where was I? Jay Grover says, A up, 4p looks camp as fuck. I don't think you look camp.
Wow, really? How can I decamp myself? I don't mind being camped. There's nothing wrong with
Stephen
being camped.
Cope says, can Bear actually read? And Mr. P answers, he can drink. I know that much. And Mr. P says, and vape.
Yeah, I can vape. I can read. Ooh, I think that's Jason just arrived through the door.
It's not Jason. It's David. Hello.
David. All right, mate. Looking very dapper today.
Is that David Brooke?
It is.
Well, I'll come and see it afterwards. What have you bought? David has bought.
What has David bought?
He's bought us a USB extension lead. Thank you very much.
Oh, he knows how to treat you all, doesn't he?
Oh, he does indeed. Hold on. Clipped out to square leg. It'll be just the one run out into the deep.
Apparently, James Moriarty thinks Monty Panislaw is a heartthrob.
I wouldn't have picked it, but you know, each to
each
his own.
their own.
Each their own.
This is what I was choosing, sort of classically handsome people, not ones I necessarily found.
Coffee.
But with the classic sort of
Coffee.
look. Who?
White, no sugar. Thank you.
Oh.
Yes. I mean, people will always have maverick tastes. That's fine.
Cars in. Oh, that one nips back a little bit. Troubles Rahul. It's been stuck on 48 for a while now.
It's one of those where it just landed at his feet. He was quite lucky. Sometimes those can ricochet backwards off a heel or a pad back onto the stumps. He didn't know where it was.
It also was one of those ones that caught the inside edge and caught a fleshy bit of the thigh rather than any padding.
Ooh, yes.
Ooh, yeah.
Nasty. Yeah, he's looked tentative, I think it's fair to say. I guess if you've got pant up the other end, you can afford to be
a little bit.
Go into your shell a bit. You think that Kyle's...
Well, this is a really important innings here, isn't it? Really,
yeah.
This partnership.
Partnership is, yeah.
Oh, that's an absolute cracker from Bryden Cast. Just carries on with the arm. Rahul somehow manages to play inside it and not get an edge.
Yeah.
I think it went over the top of the stumps, didn't it?
Yeah, it
Through
like
to the keeper.
I think he played inside of it. Just kept following him and only missed off stump by hardly anything there.
Yeah.
It just kept coming in and coming in.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was a great
There does seem to be a bit of movement, doesn't there? A bit of swing.
a little bit here and there. Not extravagant.
No, but sometimes that's the hardest.
Yeah, well, it is.
Indeed.
It's
You only need it to move
Half a
a
bat's
couple of
width.
inches, half a bat's width, exactly. Cast in again. That one's full, and he was tempting maybe a Yorker. Bottom hand comes off the bat with Rahul, clips it into the leg side. He'll get himself a couple of runs, and that will be his 50. Well batted him.
Yeah,
Oh,
well
yes.
batted.
Good
We'll
effort.
give him a little jingle for that
It's
one.
50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
Not an
Yeah, he was out in his 40s in the first inning, so he'd be pleased to get
Yeah.
that.
But
Yeah.
now he can happily be out. He's got his 50.
Yeah.
Not an
Of course.
extravagant celebration, it's fair to say. He's got work to do. He's 18th Test 50.
Yeah, he's getting himself in. Cast comes in again. That's defended. Up to mid-off, and there is no run. It's all been very quiet in this first half, apart from the wicket, I suppose.
Yes, the wicket was the anomaly, but...
That was 90 miles an hour from Cast, that one.
Yeah.
But that was batsman error, really, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Is David actually making you a coffee?
He actually made me
Yeah.
a coffee, yeah. He's a good lad.
Blimey. God.
He's loving the studio. He's been in here every day now.
Oh, God.
Can't sleep in here, though, Dave. That one's left alone through the keeper and there's no one. What? Oh, he's staying in the travel lodge across the road. Oh, right, okay.
£54 a night, Emmy. Very
Nice.
good value.
And the bar's open all night. Wow.
Oh, God, it could be messy.
It could be messy indeed.
It's message time, I think, Annie, is it?
Oh, sorry.
Coming to university.
Burnley Tillady says greetings. Jessica says I don't have to go to work tomorrow. I can stay up all night following the day's play. I reckon
Nice.
might not be from this country. Enrique Mentor says good morning all. Welcome back to Test cricket. Absolutely fantastic. What a Test match.
It's been an absolute cracker, really.
Who do you think will win?
Well, I'd like to think England will win, but I think it's on a bit of a knife edge. I wouldn't fancy chasing much more than that 280, as I said at the beginning of the play.
Did you do a prediction of the Test series?
Yes, I went 4-1 England.
Oh, did
Yeah.
I think I'm going 2-2, and I'm going 2-2 with a rained off draw.
Well, that's always the thing, isn't it? A rained out draw in England. That one was punched by Pant up past cover, and he'll get himself a single. That's why I'm a bit reticent to predict all 5 results. I do think England will eventually wear down India at home. I don't think it's as good a side as they came across last time, and they managed a 2-2 draw in the last series, and then a better side then. And I think, that's the beauty of 5 Test series, isn't it? If you get on top of a team, you start wearing them down, cracks can appear, and then towards the end of the series, it can all go horribly wrong. So, I kind of think that might happen here. Wokes in, left alone by KL Rahul, and there's no one. And again, going back to my point here, at 430 for 4 or whatever they were just before the 4th wicket fell, to be out for 471, if they end up losing this Test, they'll look at themselves, India, and go, how did we let that happen? Because, we were all talking about Stokes have made a massive mistake. India looked like they were going to get 650, and we were going to be in serious trouble, and then it all flipped in the space of half an hour.
Yeah, what do you all know?
Well,
bugger all, really.
No one knows anything, as they say in Hollywood.
No. Is that a saying? Is it?
Yes,
and
it is.
Then they've dropped. Oh, Jesus Christ! Rahul beaten on the outside edge, genuine player miss.
So Wokes went wider on the crease there, angled it in, but then it just held its line. He played and missed.
And then they dropped 6 catches, so that they'll be looking at themselves if they lose this India and thinking, how did we lose that really from the position we got into? And they were stuffed in as well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know whether this Indian side has got the ghosts of Indian sides past. We've struggled in England, but they should have the self-confidence.
Oh my word, how the fuck did he not get out to that? Rahul has just been beaten all ends up by an absolute cracker by Wokes. It's pitched on middle and off, straightened, beaten his outside edge and gone over the top of off stump. And he didn't get an edge and he wasn't bowled. Outrageous.
I have to say, there is some good bowling.
Yeah.
This is
a bit of wobble team.
That
wonderful absolute delivery. Cracker of a delivery.
Yeah.
It's
Wokes can't
believe it didn't at least clip the veil off. He sees the funny side, but as so often in cricket, your best ball doesn't get your wicket.
Yeah. Shit takes wickets, as we all know.
Shit does take wickets, yes.
Wokes. That one is a little bit shorter, and KL Rahul can get on the back foot, defends it out to the covers, and there is no run.
And I think a ball like that, the other thing it does, it sows the seeds of doubt in batsmen's minds. It makes them more uncertain as well as it does everything else.
Yeah. And it's all mental, isn't it? It's all a mental game.
It's a mental game, isn't it?
It's all right here, isn't it?
And of course, Pope got a ton in the first innings, so he'll feel good about himself.
Yeah.
May not get anything else the rest of the series because that's kind of a Pope thing.
That's Pope.
Yeah, that's kind of what he does.
Crawley.
Saves its place and then guided by KL Rahul, just beats Gully.
That was really nicely guided there.
Down to third man.
Nice and wide.
Crawley, the man who may be in trouble if he doesn't score any runs in the first couple of the Test.
He's never in trouble.
Well, it's if England. The truth is, if England win, then why change a winning side is always the general consensus, isn't it? And we've won quite a few Tests in the last few years. Anyway, over to you. We'll have one more.
Hombro Nevo says, just started nets with the local team with the aim of getting a match in July. To say my bowling is shit would be a compliment. I'm there for new batting. Any tips from the esteemed team on bowling? We'll come back to that because I'm sure.
Depends what sort of bowling you're doing, really.
Yeah.
I can give you tips on left arm spin.
Kieran Roseblade says, what's going on here? Has Annie imposed an embargo on my comments? She starts and switches to a different one. Maybe they just aren't good enough, or maybe I'm just not good enough, really. I'm not.
Cast in. That's full and driven nicely by Rahul, but can't beat Crawley, who's in the covers, and there is no run.
That was a very nice looking shot.
Fortunate to get away with it there, really, Cast, wasn't he?
Yes.
I did notice that about Jamie Smith when he first came in yesterday. He was blazing his beautiful cover drives, but straight at fielders.
Yeah.
You get quite
He
frustrated.
played very nicely there, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
I only saw highlights because I was away.
In a way, when you come in and you hit it straight to the fielder, it means you're in good touch, because that's a classically executed shot.
Again,
Is that your excuse for it?
guides it down towards third man, and there is no run.
I mean, it's just often, as you all know, when they're little kids and they start playing, it's actually the kid who can't really hit it straight who often ends up getting more runs. Because he's just
swipes it across the line.
That's right.
Like the shit bowler that gets the wickets.
Yeah. Well, they actually go for fewer runs because they're nowhere near the batsman can't reach it.
Well, funnily enough, as Kieran Roseblade and Farong, that one's come back. I thought that hit the pad, but no, there must have been an inside edge because no one's really appealing. No run. As Kieran Roseblade and Farong keep banging on about ducket bowling, and I didn't realise he had ever bowled, but there is footage of him bowling on getting 2 wickets online on YouTube. One is a fucking filthy lead break, which is a waste. Ends up going up like a balloon, coming down, and some idiot top edges it somewhere into the outfield and gets out. And the other one, he bowls dibbly-dobbly seam up down the leg side and get someone strangled. That one is played into the offside.
On the telly, they were just showing that the ball that got Gill out was hit a crack.
There's a little divot in the pitch. Alistair Cook got his only Test match wicket with dibbly-dobbly strangled down the leg side. Ishant Sharma.
Yes, I remember. We were commentating. We were all cock-a-hoop. I think that was it. That was in our first series, wasn't it? That was the India-England series in England in 2014, I think.
Right.
In that Old Trafford draw, the ball draw. No, not Old Trafford. It was Trent Bridge, wasn't it? The rolled snot. That's defended out into the covers, and there's no run. when Jimmy Anderson got his 87 or whatever it was.
Was that it?
Yeah, I think it was that test. Last ball of this stint. Now, I don't know if Jason is here. I don't think he is. In which case, I guess I'll just sit in for Jason and do some comments, and you two. Well, Annie, you're going summarising. Fourth, you can take over ball by ball.
Okay.
And I'll just remain here.
Well, what
unless David wants to come on, but he's just left the room.
Who's doing the socials?
I'll take over. Am
I really that crap?
No. But you're down to do summarising. Jason's down to do socials, but he's not here. I guess he's missed his bus.
There's usually a bus-related incident. Well, at the end of the first half hour then, India lead by 109. Rahul's 51 not out. Pant, after a very extravagant shot, second ball, which flew over the slip's head for fours.
Done nothing.
We haven't really seen anything more from him. India 103 for 3. And it's been it's been a tentative first half hour.
A crucial half hour.
Yes, it hasn't turned out to be that crucial. Although England will be very happy to have got that 1 wicket.
And we only scored 13 runs in half an hour.
Yeah, it's been a fairly quiet opening half hour. Wokes is persisting, so if he has got an injury from batting from yesterday, it's not really manifesting itself. Round the wicket to Pant. Big forward defensive from Pant. Can't quite see the logic in sort of throwing the kitchen sink at something second ball and then going into the shell for the next 10 balls.
He does this though, doesn't he? It's kind of.
He plays each ball on its merit.
Well, I don't think he does. I think he just picks and chooses. I'm going to go after this one.
Oh no, I'm not going to go after this one.
And then I'm going to just sit in my shell for a while.
His average, lest we forget, is much higher than most regular batsmen. I suppose he is a regular batsman. He comes in at 5. It's 43. He steps away as Wokes comes in. Wokes isn't entirely happy about that.
I wonder how these two teams get on off the field as well. They must all know each other now.
Well, I think the consensus these days, isn't it, is that the old acrimonies don't really take place because they all know each other from the IPL and the franchises, so they was forced to get on. But if you didn't see someone for 2 years, you could...
And then an order shoots out of you and score a double ton.
Yes. Ooh, goodness.
Oh.
That was probably going down leg. That Pant was troubled by it. I think it's hit the inside of his thigh.
It's hit his toe, isn't it, or something? It's definitely.
He's definitely in a little bit of difficulty.
It's got him on the inside of the thigh again, I think.
Let's have a look.
Oh yeah,
right in the nethers.
Unmentionables. I mean, he's a short
not
man.
Not his foot at all, is it?
He's a short man, but the unmentionables will mean that you can't be out LBW. Although they are showing the first innings when more or less the same thing happened. He was LBW to tongue.
He didn't play a shot, did he, on that one?
No. That one was probably a bit too high and probably going down leg side.
I mean, Tongue ended up with 4 wickets, and I thought he bowled quite abysmally on day one.
He didn't bowl well. No sign of him yet this morning. That's Fuller from Wokes, and Pant plays a slightly more aggressive shot straight to the man in the covers, no run.
How do you think Wokes' bowling is? Have you been impressed with him? Because
it's okay. I mean, it's similar to last year. He's not, 2 years ago, before he had the injury, he was bowling 85, 86. When he came back in the Ashes with Wood in the middle of that series, and we won the last 2 and had that draw in the moral victory in Manchester.
Yep.
He was bowling sort of mid-80s, and he looked properly good again. And his pace has dropped for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Round the wicket again. That ball doesn't do a great deal, so Pant's content to leave it.
But I would say his action, I love his action. It's so repeatable.
It's a lovely action, but he was fairly innocuous when he came to Taunton. You know, it's just...
Was he? His biggest problem is he's a Villa supporter, which is hard to
Oh, God.
Well, you know.
Do you think that's his biggest problem?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean,
I'm off to commentary on Friday. Pick up my daughter.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah. He's round the wicket again. Wokes.
Oh.
Goodness me. So Pant takes 2 steps down the wicket and flat bats it straight past Wokes' left hand, between the wicket and the left hand for one of these.
Yeah, it wasn't elegant.
Talking of youngsters flailing at the ball, Pant absolutely flailed at that one, but his eye-to-hand coordination is so good that...
yeah, it's rapid, isn't it? And I mean, it's not elegant in any way.
No. Just trying to... it looks like a shot from another sport, perhaps.
Yeah. And I can't even think what sport.
A rather comical moment there. Wokes bowls a slower delivery, which is very well wide of the off stump. Pant sort of shimmies towards it and then kind of does a balletic straddle and leaves it well alone. Anyway, end of the over. India 107 for 3.
Oh, that's me. We haven't had a super chat this morning, peeps. Come on. No super chats. So I'm just going to pick something up here. Brave Samik says Australian here. Lovely just said, send these people swear like you, but in English. Yes, we do. Hopefully no rain today, no rain tomorrow, says Enrique Mendes. I don't know. There's certainly no... Well, there was possibility of rain, only about 10% up until lunch, and then it should be pretty clear for the rest of the day. A bit cloudy. Stephen Kelk says, Bear has been converted to the Duckett cause. No, not really converted, but I have seen that he has bowled, has taken a wicket or 2.
Carr's in again. Still going, these 2 opening bowlers. And that's flicked off his hips, the man at deep square leg for a single.
Yeah, they've been going as long as we have.
They have, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
tired.
Doesn't really have an English face, I always think, Carr's.
He doesn't have an English face.
Do you know what I mean? I mean, Chris Wokes does. But he looks more like something from the Southern Hemisphere, more South African.
Do you think?
I think.
I'm going to have a look at his face now.
It's a sort of aquiline nose
Who?
which does it.
Cast.
I can imagine him as a
Well,
bust of a Roman emperor, say.
Well, he's a sapper.
Oh,
isn't
I
he?
see what you mean, because he's
Yeah.
got quite a Roman nose.
Yes, I think it's
Yeah.
the Roman nose, the aquiline nose, which does it. He's in it. He's in again. He's banging it in. That gets up hip height, defended by Pant.
He's got the English tattoos.
He does, yes. They're all filled in on one arm. There's not much happening
Yeah.
on the other. My son gets tattoos. He says it's a bit like an addiction. Once
It
you-
is. I mean, it's just it started off. Tattoos started off edgy. You know, you're a bit edgy.
Yeah.
Now you're edgy if you don't have tattoos.
Well, it's certainly the norm. Cars in again. Pant! It's gone way, way, way up in the air. But he's got away with it, I think. Yes, he has. It's dribbling. It's gone over the wicketkeeper's head. 2 bounces behind the wicketkeeper's head. And it has gone for one of these for 4.
That's outrageous.
2 + 2 is a man.
He's very... He's really
Well,
quite
yeah.
fortunate. Hello, Jace. He's arrived.
As Bear said, I mean, he's entertaining to watch, and he really is. He doesn't play normally.
No.
I mean, he just got away with that. There's no way he intended it for the ball
No.
to go where it did. He was probably intending it to go over deep square leg, and it went over.
No,
the
he just
keeper's
swung
head.
at it.
He's a maverick.
He's got 15 off 20.
He has, and he defends that one off the back foot. You never know what you're going to get with this little box of tricks.
He's an entertainer.
He
Well-
sure is.
We have one of these before I make way at the end of the over.
Super chat, yeah.
Yay! Well done, Bear.
Tom Brainaway. He says, "Oh, up in Cov, I have my open studio 10 to 2:30. Feel free to pop over for a beer if you have the time." I don't know if I will have the time. I've got to pick up my daughter and pack all her shit from the first year at university into my car.
Oh yeah, my
and
sister.
then drive back to London. It's all a tedious day, to be honest.
How is she starting university in the middle of June?
No, ending university in the middle of June.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's live. I don't want to get caught out with the Tony problem there, but because that looked like the same weirdly balletic
Is that
shot.
a name for it? The Tony problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Tony.
Getting confused with replays.
Anyway, he again played that slightly weird balletic shot and gone straight along the ground into the covers for a dot ball there. Cars to Pant. Scores 112 for 3 with one ball of the over to go, and I think we're going to be joined by Jason Hiscox.
He's going to come and fill in for me. Well, I'm filling in for him actually, but there you go.
Last ball of the over.
Oh!
Unbelievable. Cars attempts to hit it over the stadium at deep square leg, falls over. It's hit him on the legs. I think actually it was outside the line.
I think it's outside the line, but if not, it was going on to hit the stumps. I mean,
It's hard to tell.
England
It
are
was
very
mid-fall.
interested. There's 2 seconds to go. They're going for the DRS. I'm
I don't think
fairly
it's out.
sure that this is not out.
Yeah, I don't think it's out. But it is
But
a ridiculous.
It was.
shot.
It turned out to be an hilarious shot from Rishabh Pant. That we do know.
I mean, we were laughing about him being entertaining before, but he's just he's reaching new heights, isn't it?
It was a comedy pratfall, such as
It
you might
really
see,
was,
such as you
yeah.
might see in the sitcom.
Just it's good timing
Just
for Jason to join.
Absolutely launched himself at it. I think he
Yeah,
also
no, I-
got an inside edge. I think.
I'm not sure it didn't hit both legs.
I think it
Or
hit everything.
either that or an inside edge.
Well,
but-
there's the
Yeah.
edge off the pad,
Yeah,
off the bat.
it
onto
got
the
an
pad.
inside edge, which confused
I mean, to be
masses.
fair to England, they couldn't really see because everything was going on. But I wouldn't have reviewed that one.
He was at 45 degrees as he played it on the way down. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Forthy. Nice to see you
Nice
here.
to see you. Yeah. Oh, that's
Morning,
the end of the
Jason.
over. I don't know who's. Are you on socials?
I thought I was on somewhere. I'm on social. Okay, where are we roughly?
Well, you have to guess.
There
Have
was
we had the super chat from
Yes,
Envoy
we have,
Nuevo?
yeah.
Okay. Kieran Rosebay says, not an English face. Forthy is one step away from being cancelled. Unfortunately, it's one Icelandic step, not an English step. And Jay Grover says, my tattoos went from unique to banal fairly quickly.
Mm.
Yeah,
And
that is the problem.
And last one, Kartik says, save yourself from another stupid outburst from Gavaskar.
Wokes in again, full but slightly innocuous delivery. Big forward defensive from Roll, who remains on 52. It's definitely the straight man and the comedian.
It is, isn't it?
Oh, it's Pant doing Pant things.
It
He
absolutely
really
is,
is, yeah.
yes. It's,
including regripping his bat at the crease.
it's sort of, remember Hale and Pace being described as the only comedy duo with two straight men.
Do you think Roll pulled out that because Pant was still
Chuntering
putting
on.
his bat thing on?
It's hard not to like Rishabh Pant. It's always, most wicket keepers are pretty likeable characters.
Yeah, he's not looking up, is he? He's just still working on his the rubber on the top of his
He's
grip.
rolling. He's
Well,
really not even concentrating at all.
Slightly reminiscent of when Ben Stokes wouldn't look when Jack Leach was facing 6 years ago at this ground.
Well, that's slightly different.
But it was slightly
That's
different
just in a world of his
circumstances. Yes. In comes Wokes again, over the wicket. Oh, left, but
It's a good
Not
leave.
far off.
as per the usual protocols, it's a good leave because it didn't hit the wicket, but it wasn't
Well,
far
it's a
away.
good leave because he's not walking back.
Yes. It kept on coming at him. I think he thought it was going to leave it. Do you have problems with the buses, Joe? So you're
I had problems with the Wascally Twams,
Right.
as the logistics WhatsApp chat will have found out.
I think you put me onto with the Waterloo East changeover, which
Much easier.
much easier. Yes, that's defended by Roll for a dot ball. Otherwise,
What is the closest tube station? or
Ladywell
train?
itself. is
Well, the
only
closest
five
overground
minutes.
is Ladywell, but if you're coming from...
Ladywell.
So,
Never heard of it.
I've never heard of Ladywell.
not before I came here, I
Until we
haven't, no.
moved here.
No. So Ladywell, and what's the tube? Is there a tube? No.
There's a train station to Hayes. It's on the Hayes line from Charing Cross.
Is there a tube round here? I'm not sure there is.
No.
it's
You're in
overground.
South East London, they don't do tubes.
No.
It's the clay in the soil, isn't it? It's
That
hard.
was traditionally the argument, yes.
Yes. That's defended by Rowell. For those who are interested in Tales of the Tube, I
Jago Hazard
came across Jago Hazard.
is
He's
brilliant.
got a brilliant YouTube series.
Oh, yeah, I've never heard of it.
What that guy doesn't know about the history of the Tube isn't worth
Jago
knowing.
Hazard and Jeff Marshall.
I think he's better than Jeff Marshall, actually. Jago Hazard, I prefer his...
He's more slightly idiosyncratic
Yes.
Englishman.
Exactly, that's what I like him, yes. In comes Wokes again. And
Oh.
that was one of those balls that's pretty straight until it goes past the wicket and it started swinging, so Jamie Smith did well to follow it and grab it. Dot ball.
And for those aficionados of Jago Hazard, there is of course the Yerkes count,
Yes, exactly great.
which is how many times can Jago put Charles Tyson Yerkes into a YouTube video?
For those who aren't familiar with his character, he was
There you go.
a slightly
That's me.
slightly evil entrepreneur who dominated the early days of tube construction. Who came over from America, where he was pretty well a wanted man. I think that's the end of the over, and it was a dot ball to finish.
Yep. Mr. P says, Forthy's back on his air guitar. I don't know what you were doing earlier.
Am I? I can be if you want me to be.
Disinterested hand job says, what the F is Pant doing? No. You could say that at almost any point in the Pant innings.
You can, yeah. That's right.
To which Banana Brooks responds, he's being himself, which is,
Yeah.
I think, the perfect response.
Pant being pant.
Yep.
Pantaloon comedian.
Very much so.
Well, no, I think Forthy's right. We've got a straight man and a comedian, and I think it's a good mix. It's like right-handed, left-handed.
Yes, Walkman Wise. It's
Kieran
Isn't it? You're
Roseblade.
never sure what you're going to face.
Abbott and Costello, very much so, I think.
Look at that un-English face.
Anyway, Bud Abbott's on strike.
Oh,
and it's defended by Rishabh Pant. Slightly
He even
hilariously.
defends comically.
Well, that was more like French cricket. He
comic
just
defence.
Yes, it was. He just put his bat in front of his leg.
made sure it went down into the ground immediately, about 6 inches in front of him.
I don't know if he's one of those men who don't see themselves, who treat themselves seriously and can't understand why the rest of the world think they're comical, or whether he sees
Wasn't that
the funny
famous
side of things.
comedic sort of interlude with him and who was the Aussie wicketkeeper
Tim
captain?
Payne.
Tim Payne.
Yeah,
About babysitting.
That's right, yes. I'll come down to Tasmania and babysit for you. Oh, that's interesting. Well, slightly interesting. Rishabh Pant defends it and then thinks, well, maybe Ben Duckett's a bit on his heels there. Maybe there's a quick single, but KL Rahul had just turned his back and was completely uninterested. You're seeing some of KL Rahul's extremely orthodox technique. He's probably the most orthodox batsman perhaps on either side in this test, I'd say. Rishabh Pant facing up to Cars, who's going and going and going. And there's a prod. I would
Yeah,
describe
real
that
prod,
as.
wasn't it?
Down to third.
He
man.
doesn't do things lightly.
It was a mile away from his body. It would not be in any textbook known to man, but he's got a single
Well,
for
the
it.
only good thing in that you were saying that that is textbook is he played the ball down,
Yeah,
He
true.
did. He did play it down, but he exaggerated.
but it was
every
miles away from his
movement.
body. So if
Yeah.
the ball climbs on him, he's potentially out of control.
But it is funny in cricket, isn't it? Here's a guy he comes in at number 5 for one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team. He's got an average of 43, and yet his technique is there
Bizarre.
are many different ways
Well,
to get runs in
yeah.
Test.
But then you could say Smith's got an odd technique,
Yeah,
couldn't
yeah,
you?
yeah. You absolutely can. And that's a half volley on leg stump, which is clipped down to deep square leg. Where
Yeah, very
Just
nicely
does the
executed,
fielding.
properly played.
yes, exactly right. Yeah,
Not too extravagant.
that sums up the man.
Yes.
The crowd.
I've got half an eye on the Somerset game at the moment, and Lammonby is on 97, so I'm quite excited.
Oh, you
if
do
I
like-
do suddenly cheer,
You do like a bit of Lammers, don't you?
I do like a bit of Lammers, yeah.
He's a very fine-looking individual.
He is, but I've known him since he was about 5, so
That's nice.
I feel motherly to him rather than he is a pretty
Slightly
boy.
something
but
less seedy.
yes.
Pant facing up to Cars, who comes around the wickets and just tucks his bat out of the way and lets it go past. Reasonably orthodox by Pant standards.
Do you have orthodox pants?
That's one of the differences big differences in English and Australian culture is that trousers.
What,
are
pants
referred
and
to as-
pants?
Trousers are referred to as
Yeah.
pants in Australia.
Well, that's
And,
an
and
Americanism,
It
isn't
is
it?
an Americanism.
I'm not sure. Well,
It is an Americanism, definitely.
oh, it could be an Australianism. it could be
No.
Americanism.
They're strides, aren't they?
They're not strides.
Strides,
We
truth.
never refer to strides. Big forward defensive from Pant, who's very pleased with himself and leaves the bat there for everyone to take a.
Well,
No,
again,
that's the
it's
end.
extravagant, isn't it? And it's he's
Extravagant.
a showman. He's a
Indeed.
showman.
End of
Double
the
pan.
end of the over.
In more public transport stuff, Kieran Rosewood says, last year I took a ride with the family on the Festiniog Mountain Railway. In the carriage behind ours was that bloke off the YouTube who's really into trains, a new Top Gear host guy. Really?
No.
He said he got a picture. Joshua Lettsford says, South Africa's win was the better result for cricket. What's the better result for cricket here? The underdogs or the away team?
Yeah.
And Kartik responds, how come England are underdogs at home against a new Indian side?
Well, 'cause
Yeah.
Mog says, India is really pushing the envelope with its comedy duo-based style of batting order. And Steve Chilton brings some sense into this, says, like him or not, Pant brings a lot of interest to the game.
I'm
He
sure it
certainly does, and you've got to like him, really, haven't
And
you?
we're reminded of a Pant-type player of another era by Cap Martin, who says, no, will he ever cap the comedy of Derek Randall? Good old Arkle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Incomes Wokes again. I mean, let's assume that these two will just carry on bowling till lunch. And that's defended by Rahul. I kind of feeling that perhaps give the Indian batsman something else to think about wouldn't be a bad idea at some stage and change the bowling.
Bit of spin.
Yeah.
Bit of spin, yeah. Yeah, no, I think they will.
Get the Somerset lad on.
Going back to pant, we
Yes.
had a big conversation on Cricket Tour about double panting for
Double
cricket.
panting. We'll come back
Yeah.
to that after this ball. Forward defensive from Rahul. What's double panting?
Well, we discovered that about 6 of the players double pant when they play cricket, so they wear their underpants under their cricket pants.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't. And some of us just could not understand that at all.
What's
But apparently,
the
it's a
thinking?
thing. Double panting.
Well, there are these special pants you can get to put your box and
I
your
like-
protector in,
I like the
called
descriptions.
Padmans, which I've never used, but they are quite flush fitting, shall we say, and possibly restrictive.
You just stuffed one of those old pink plastic things down your underpants when I was at school.
Yeah,
And that's
and they were pink, weren't
they
they?
absolutely were pink. Yeah, they didn't really offer that much protection, I think. That is a quick single off his hips from Rahul. He moves on to a very sedate 54 off 111 balls. Test match cricket as we've known it for the last 150 years at one end and Rishabh Pant at the other. 16 off 28. He's back on strike. Anything could happen.
Well, if Pant gets going, they'll be declaring what, half an hour after tea potentially.
Yeah,
I think
I mean, he can score fast, can't he? So
I-
let's face it. I mean,
I
it'd
have
be
to
really
say, one
good
of the
if he-
things about Bazball is it slightly puts the fear of God, I think, into
Yeah.
the opposition.
in
to
every
think
team, they
could-
want to get a good score.
will
don't they?
probably win, but you just never know.
Yeah,
So
because
they
they're
probably
willing
declare,
to chase.
yeah, probably declare later as a consequence.
Well,
And that's just tucked off his hips. They think about a very quick 2,
I think
but it just won.
I don't know what Annie's thinking about this, but I think Bazball accentuates the range, the margin, so you can lose badly, or you can win from a potentially an unwinnable situation.
Yeah, yeah, no, it does.
It
You're
just-
absolutely right, Jason. It kind of it puts. I think it puts jeopardy back into Test match cricket a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think it's
and I quite like that. I think it can be taken to extremes, and I don't actually like the term very much either.
I think
Well-
that's probably very sensible. That's left very well alone by Rahul. I think you can't have it both ways. You can't have a strategy which is we're going to take more risks, but when the risks don't come off, you can't heavily criticise.
No,
No.
I
You
agree.
can't have it both ways because, of course, sometimes it won't come off. That's what risks are.
Yeah,
But it's a calculated assumption that it will come off for you more times than it doesn't.
Yeah.
otherwise gambling would work.
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
that's right. I think that's true. But there are also, there's Wokes does that thing where he goes wide on the crease. But it starts too wide to have any real, for there to be any jeopardy. Rahul stays on 54. At the end of the 36th over, India 116 for 3.
And Lammonby's got 100. Yay!
Oh, well done him.
Joshua Lexford says, I don't know, Rohit and Kohli haven't been the reason India have been an extraordinary team for years now. The English team isn't rubbish, but I think the Indians are better on paper. Banana Brooks says, has Tongue had a bowl? I don't think so. Kartik responds
Not
with,
this
not
one.
yet, they don't want Tongue on pants. Oh dear, there goes the pawn box.
Oh dear. It looks like we are having a change of bowling.
It was better than. No, I won't even say that.
Yeah, whatever it was you were about to say, Annie,
Yeah,
perhaps
I'm not
don't.
saying it.
Should I jingle up the new bowler?
Please do.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Here he comes, the England captain. To the crease, and that's steered round the corner by Pant.
One-handed. It's
One-handed, of course. Wouldn't
what
expect
I
him
really
to-
like is Stokes and Pants. This matchup is really good. And Stokes again, like Pant, is an entertaining player, and something always happens when Stokes bowls.
100%.
As something always happens when Pant bats. So.
That's exactly
Interesting. You've got to have the characters in Test cricket. It really helps.
Yes. And also, you have to have your full panoply of characters, which includes...
You have to have the Rahols as well.
You've got to have your KL Rahols. You've got to have your Lou Costellos as well as your Bud Abbotts. won't mean a great deal to our younger listeners there.
Bear, can you let the man into the Zoom feed, please?
In comes Stokes again. And that's left, but not a million miles away from his off stump. Rahul might, if he had his time again, might have played at it.
As I think we're due to have a changeover fairly shortly.
We are. We're 12 o'clock now, so at the end
Who's
of
the
this
next trio? Does it say?
It's me, somebody, and somebody else.
It's just
really
Jason.
helpful. That's really helpful.
I mean, worked hard this morning. I mean, I admit I was late, but I went on for 3 consecutive sessions.
Right.
Good work, Jason.
Thank you, Bear.
In again. And that's a slower ball, just leaves him a touch, but Rahul plays inside the line.
And Jason, can I just apologise for leaving you in the lurch in our quiz team? Oh, it's a no ball.
Hey.
First of the morning.
I didn't mean to. But
Well, you had to keep Vic March company. I understand
he
that.
said to me he didn't have a team, and he said, "Will you be in my team?" And I couldn't really say.
Who could
well,
turn
no.
Vic Marks down? What a lovely chap.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yep.
Any great questions that you can remember?
Well,
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, I can remember
a
one.
long quiz.
because I got one right. But I don't think
Oh, well
anybody else
done,
did.
Jason.
In comes Stokes. Well, if you got one right all night, you know a lot about cricket, Jason. It sounds
No,
like
well,
it's
there's only about 10 questions about cricket out of 40.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
It wasn't a cricket quiz, right?
And in fact, I
Well
scuppered our team's chances by talking to Dan Norcross for the best part of the first round.
Ah, I see.
You did.
So they only got 7 and put them way behind the curve.
Oh dear.
So my name was,
Mud.
yes.
Do you know where that
And mine
expression
was
comes from?
worse.
My name is Mud.
No, I don't.
I'll tell you after this ball. Rowell facing Stokes, 4th ball of the over. Oh, something amusing. Well, Mud was the name of the man who sheltered the man who had just shot Abraham Lincoln. And because he sheltered him, the phrase
I saw the
became,
film.
"Your name is Mud," and it was M-U-D-D, not M-U-D.
Ah.
In comes Stokesy.
It's just
And
been
that's a fairly innocuous ball, left well alone.
anglicised
Yeah, I think
Over time.
people assume it's M-U-D.
as
Yeah.
instead of being, well, could probably be Americanised over time.
Yeah, probably, yes.
Everything does. Everything gets Americanized over time. We have semesters here rather than terms at university now. We have everything is American.
Sophomore years.
We have Snickers bars instead of marathons.
Well, it's an interesting question as to how long the American hegemony will last.
Not long if Trump is
Well, yeah. That's left well alone by Rowell. Lets it go through.
Well, it's already very much an anti-American goods movement.
Well, one
Yeah.
question: Will English American remain the dominant language forever? These things don't last forever. At what point does Chinese become the
Or
lingua
Indi-
franca?
or Indian.
Or
Yeah.
it could be Indian.
For that
yeah.
matter, just based on population alone.
Thing is,
And
I suppose
when do ants take over? Because I think there's 10 million ants to every person.
do you know what was the most intelligent animal on the planet for the 50 million years defended
No.
by
Dolphins?
Rowell between the end of the dinosaurs and the start of the humans?
Tortoise.
Parrots.
Parrots! You see, I love parrots and they can talk and they're amazing.
Right.
Perhaps they can have their own language. Anyway, I think
It's
we
time
got
for us
now.
to change over.
Yeah,
I can see a
Billy's
Billy
here.
on the rise. Now, who is the new trio?
Me,
Billy,
and
Yeah.
Bear.
but not me. Goodbye.
Bye, Annie.
Bye.
I'll do just a couple of quick tweets, well, messages by the way. Don't duck the issue, says Eric J. Sorry for the lousy humour, says Kartik. Enrique Mentor says, I'm glad Stokes, Brooks, Pope and Root are in the English team. They are all brilliant batsmen. Well, 3 of them are, and one is Pope. And I say that as a Surrey supporter.
Pope did all right.
He did.
Billy, you're doing ball by ball, I believe.
I am there.
How are you?
I'm alright, thank you. It's been a thrilling morning of Test cricket to watch, I have to say, very compelling.
I haven't got many runs, have they? Which is a good thing.
Yeah, they're not getting away.
They're not getting away, and we're not taking wickets, although we got the early one. But it'd be nice if we could get another one, especially before 122.5 runs, because that's my next bet.
In fact, if it wasn't for Pant, would we not say that, if I can find it?
Well, KL Rahul scored 6 runs this morning. And Rishabh Pant 7.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think England have bowled really well at them. It hasn't looked easy to bat at all. It's been slightly up and down. Bryden Clark in particular has had a brilliant morning.
Yeah.
Although the Indian batsmen have been irritating me, and I don't know if you guys have been talking about this, but they are taking a lot of time to actually get ready while England players are waiting at the top of their mark. And a couple of times Wokes was running in, and they just weren't ready.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they work out the over rate and the points deductions for the World Test Championship.
Don't talk to me about over rate.
Not that England seem to care that much. But ultimately, that's what cost us a place in the final, pretty much last year. So I don't know how they take it all into consideration.
In fact, could you say, apart from the entertaining nature of Pant, that...
Yeah, and I'm in love.
Could do, but cut that jingle off because it'll probably get us binned.
Then you should take it out of the cart.
Oh, well, yeah. I probably should. It'll be drinks now, won't it, anyway?
It is drinks, yeah.
Yeah.
No, just talking about overrates, I mean, I went to watch my godson play in the National Village Cup yesterday, and I thought I was going to get back in time to do something in the evening, and the opposition bowled so slowly in the second innings that I missed my train.
Oh, my word.
No, I thought they went out to second innings just had gone 4 o'clock, and I thought I'll catch my 7 o'clock train no problem in a 40 over match.
40 overs. They didn't bowl 40 overs in 3 hours.
No, they didn't bowl,
that's awful.
They didn't bowl 40 overs in 3 hours because their captain was the keeper, and he was running up and down, talking to people and rearranging things. And it was just they did bowl 10 overs in the first hour, pretty much.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had to bellow from the boundary to the neutral panel umpires to sort this out.
Yeah, exactly. That's outrageous. I mean, normally, we would bowl 50 overs in 2.5 hours on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, it annoys me by club slightly. I mean, no one's necessarily slow to get through the overs. But I think I probably mentioned this before. We do 45 overs a side from 1 o'clock. Yeah. And I'm kind of like, why can't we just start at 11 or 11:30 or even 12? It's like, if you've got stuff to do in the evening, it's a nightmare. As obviously with cricket, the game could be done at 5 or it could be done at 8.
Yeah. Well.
So it's rather annoying. But they're just coming back out after drinks now. Rahul looking good on 54. Ollie Pope said on interview that Rahul was the key wicket for England to get in this morning session, and they haven't quite managed it yet.
No, they come close. They've beaten the edge a couple of times with good balls, but he hasn't quite nicked them. I mean, there's been a couple of crackers from Wokes that went over the top of the stumps. We have a super chat, Jason.
Okay. Marketing, isn't it?
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Well, it's a disinterested hand job, and he says, play the ducket jingle I sent you like a month ago. Well, I'd have to go and dig it out from the email chain because I don't think I've got it out, because we have a few, but I can certainly do that. It will be somewhere in our emails, and we'll dig it out next time I'm sitting over there.
And we are going to have a change of bowling, I think. It's going to be, I think, this guy for the first time today.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together.
Well, Tongue did come into bowling. He went for the leg stump Yorker, and Pant tried to dance down the pitch, as you would expect from him, and luckily missed it, and it went through. Everyone's got their hands over their mouth. It must be such a difficult customer to bowl at. Rishabh Pant constantly moving around the crease, but I guess you always feel like you're in with a chance.
Well, yeah.
Well, he does mess with your length. I think that's the thing.
That's what he's trying to do, isn't it? I mean, he's been lucky this morning, though, hasn't he? I mean, he's chunked one over the slips. a horrible top edge that's gone down at fine leg for. Could have gone anywhere. Literally could have gone anywhere, and ended up going down fine leg for 4.
17 off 31 is, he'll want to up that strike rate and hit a few boundaries. Tongue comes in again. This is back of the length, and he'll get through for a single as he turns it onto the leg side.
It's almost textbook by Pant. Just dinked it into the leg side, shorter than mid wicket, and he's not even had to run hard for the single.
Very important here that Josh Tongue backs up the good work of Carson Wokes this morning. We saw with the Indian bowlers, Jasprit Bumrah, the star, but then sometimes just not much pressure coming in after him. And it's just important that Tongue doesn't let it go.
Oh, and Prasidh Krishna took 3 wickets, but they took 3 wickets for 120 in about 20 overs.
Yeah, I mean he got.
So he got carted.
He got massively carted. I think England went after everyone, didn't they, except for Jasprit Bumrah, really. I mean, what Brooke was doing to Siraj yesterday afternoon was quite astonishing.
Tongue's going to come in again, this time to Rahul for third ball of his over. This is short and wide and a real loosener to start dotting day, and is left well alone.
Filthy ball.
I mean, there was a 6 that, there were 2 6s that, I mean, in the first over that Brooke faced after lunch, was it? And he just carted someone. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Prasad. But he carted him over cow. Massive 6. And then later in the day when Siraj went for about 26 in 2 overs, he just fucking stood and bashed him straight back over his head. He went fucking miles.
Tongue in once more over the wicket. This is guided through the slip. Really nice shot from Rahul, completely intentional, and he gets 4 to third man boundary.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, nicely under control there. Just about wide enough of the slip not to be any danger at all. Down to the ground.
Yeah, he immediately went down to the pitch and did a little bit of gardening. I don't know if it just moved off the cracks that we've seen that have started to open up overnight. But certainly it's been a wonderful test pitch so far, you have to say. Rahul now on 58, the score's 123 to 3. Tongue comes in once more. This is a similar delivery, and did that go into the ground or was it
No,
dropped?
that was a drop catch.
Was
a drop. It was short and wide, a similar delivery, and it was cut. So I think Harry Brookett was at kind of gully area, went quickly to him. Looked like he got 2 hands to it.
Well, he punched it up and then he couldn't recover in time to get it. So it's one of these, I think.
The pimps in the crib, man. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
It's a weird shot. It's almost like he was trying to pull the bat away at the end, wasn't it?
Well, I think he was trying to go up and over and got it a bit too flat, and it went very quickly to Brooke above his head.
Yeah.
And his hands were trying to catch up to the ball.
It's one of those where it's just a reaction, really, and if it sticks, it sticks. And on this occasion, it didn't. Round the wicket. This is very, very short from Josh Tongue, and Jamie Smith leaps up into the air and does well to grab it. And it's so short, in fact, that it's given us a wide for height.
Wide.
Well, it's certainly all happening in this first over.
It certainly is. I mean, I think he is the kind of weak link that will leak runs in this bowling attack. I mean, he's quick, I'll give him that.
Yeah, he's
a
the
bit erratic.
He's the wicket taker and partnership breaker.
Yeah.
He's not expecting.
Comes in again, looking to break this partnership. Pants shuffled across and manages to defend it, and that's the end of the 30th over. The score is 125 to 3.
Well, Tom P says not to be that guy, but he is going to be that guy. But the expression "your name is mud" predates the assassination of Lincoln and is actually a British idiom. It has to be said with a smiley face. To 40. Emma Brooks says she's allergic to Americanism, and that's fine. And Kieran Roseblade, ironic that Trump is a bit of a dinosaur, but keeps trying to start fights with a Tyrannosaurus. Nice. I like that. Steve Shilton says, not bad, Kieran. He's getting props for his
witticism.
His witticism, indeed. Banana Brooks says, gaps in the slips, not a fan. Yeah, drop catch.
Completely agree.
And Nitin Deshpande says, good afternoon.
Yes, the sun is over the yard arm. You can officially open up something, whatever you want.
Alcoholic. I'm not going to do that till after lunch.
Ben Stokes will be coming to bowl after the drinks break. He's just shifting around the field at the moment, directing his plays. He's going to bowl to Rahul. The gaps and the slips is something that I completely agree with. I've always hated that. You know, I've never minded if it goes wide of the slips.
Well,
but if they've got, let's say, a second and a fourth slip and it goes straight to where third slip would have been, I've just never seen the point in that.
Well, they've now closed up the slip, so you've got two traditional first and second slip and a gully, basically.
Yeah.
Well, Rahul will face up. Stokes figures 1 for 19 off 6 so far. This is full on the leg stump and it's turned away easily enough. Rahul will scamper through for a single to move on to 60.
Yeah, it's still a good enough batting wicket, isn't it? I mean, it's not crumbling and doing all sorts, but the odd one is doing stuff.
Got to say, I think Stokes won't be too disappointed about that, because I think he fancies his chances against Pant far more than he does against Rahul. He bowls a very nice away swinger to left-handers.
Yeah, and he can bowl it both ways, can't he?
He can, but because that first ball to Rahul just shaped away a little bit, but his action is very chest on, so it's much more suited to in swing to right-handers than away swing to left-handers.
It's just full and wide, and Pant guides it, and they will run hard enough to look for 2, but they won't get it. Good fielding at the backward point. Yeah, I mean, I always wonder to Pant if you bowl kind of one-day mode, you bowl a few cutters and really try and change it up.
Yeah, I think you could fall into then getting slapped all around the park because he's quite an
exactly
batsman. I think you're better off trying to bowl lines and let him.
I think that's
come
plan
to
B.
you. Yeah,
and you start with plan A, which is to bowl a traditional test attack and attack the stumps and try and get his wicket in via conventional means.
Yeah, I agree.
The right-handed Rahul facing now. Stokes comes into him. This is Fuller and a half driven, but a good stop at cover. Remains on 60. Effectively 133 for 3 India. I mean, you'd think what will be a 5th day pitch chasing anything over kind of 280, I mean 250, 280. You'd think India will feel very near sense of 250.
Well, it's all a question of how well Bumrah bowls in the second innings.
Yeah, exactly, and how England deal with him. But I mean, I think 280 is the upper limit that England will want to chase.
Yeah. No, I'm just going to make a point from the Stokes is bowling very full indeed at the moment. Maybe that's a reverse swing.
This time he drags his length back, and it's almost a similar delivery, the one that got the first wicket of the day, but that one is played into cover for no run by Rahul. I think back of a length area is the way to be. That slightly seems to be the area that has stopped the scoring so far, and there are just a few cracks in that part of the pitch. So I think if Stokes could just go there, I agree, 2 full his first part of the over.
Wow. Oh look, where's that jingle?
It's in the Indian thing. Top right.
Indian thing, yep.
2 balls left. He's coming again, Stokes. 2 balls left is over. This is Fuller, and a little bit of shape in from wide on the crease and left alone by Rahul.
Do you think Rahul's got the plan that he's going to have to bat to get 100 to set them up?
Yeah, I think he's just the man who plays through.
He'll just play his natural game, not look to score anything other than his natural pace.
I mean, I often think that batsmen don't often get 2 big innings in one.
They don't.
Test.
I completely agree. That's what I was about to say with Pope, is that it's so difficult to go again. So someone else might have to step up in the run chase. Sorry to cut you off there, Stokes come in. And he bowls to Rahul. This is back for leg that leaps up, must have hit one of those tracks and darts away. But Rahul managed to get out of the way at the end of the 39th over. India 127 for 3.
Michelle Pfeiffer is shivering in Sydney. Bring back summer. What's the temperature? I bet it's about 10 degrees, which isn't really that cold, really, is it? But maybe colder.
It's a lot colder here today.
Yeah, it is. It's nippy. We actually don't need the fans on today, do we? Steve Chilton says, keep warm in bed, Michelle. And Matthew Collins says, Archer is bowling.
Oh, in the Sussex game.
Yeah,
oh, right.
He is bowling.
Oh, okay.
He got 30 odd in the first innings when batting on the first day, on Friday.
I'm convinced they're going to put him in the next test. All those people who say he's never going to play another test have got it all wrong.
Yeah.
Unless he breaks down. And
I'm convinced he's going. This is the test for him to play in the next test, and then he will break down, or not, or his body will react after 4 days of play.
Tang will come in around the wicket. This is defended easily enough by Rishabh Pant.
I mean, he's obviously got to be managed, but this whole idea that because he's had a stress fracture, like so many other players, that they all come back and play it again.
It's the number of injuries there. It's not that.
Well, he's had 2 or 3, but they all roll one off the other. But then Pat Cummins was out. He played when he was 18 and was out for 3 or 4 or 5 years from playing international cricket. Yeah. Now he hasn't missed a test in God knows how long.
But I think he's worked on his fitness. I'm not sure that Jofra has worked to the same degree of diligence on it.
Pant faces up once more, and he does like to get really in behind these backward defences, doesn't he, Rishabh Pant? He shuffles his whole body across, just almost as if he misses it, it's actually going to hit him rather than go through to the keeper.
And that was deceptively 88 miles an hour.
He does look quite rapid, Tom. That has to be said.
I have to say, I really like him. I know what you guys mean about him potentially being slightly more erratic than Carson Wokes, but I do think he's a fantastic bowler, and he himself has been unlucky with injuries over the past year. Pant on 19 off 36, they're dotting him up, England. He does get a single squirting one out to square leg. They'll look for 2 but won't get it, so the score moves on to 128-3.
Yeah, I mean there's an easy single almost every ball there to Pant from bowling around the wicket with no mid-wicket there and just a fairly wide mid-on.
Yeah.
If they really want to stop Pant, they'd have a mid-wicket in and tempt him to go over the top.
Well, I almost wouldn't be adverse to bringing Sher Bashir on actually for Rishabh Pant. Left-hander might get a bit of turn, and just to see if he chucks one up in the air, even just a 2-over experiment.
Yeah, maybe that's going to be in my spell just before lunch. You have his spell.
Tang will come in once more to Rahul. Bowls his back of a length. He just does have a bit of extra pace. It's slightly hurried. Rahul there took one hand off the bat, but played it easily enough.
Just a little bit of extra lift as well.
Yeah, it certainly has from that kind of back of a length, good length almost. It has got a little bit of balance. Have either of you two ever watched cricket at Headingley? I was discussing with my dad.
I've never been to Headingley.
I think it'd be a fantastic ground to go to.
I did. I watched England get beaten by Sri Lanka in the World Cup in 2019.
When you were chauffeuring Mr. Lloyd.
Yeah.
Who you should? Get back to that 2 balls left. Tongues over. This is Fuller, and off the inside half of the bat of Rahul's bat.
I was chauffeuring Clive Lloyd around.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he was the sort of known commentator on our coverage. Yeah, belting around with Clive in the back of the car. Matthew Cullen says Archer took the edge in the first over, fell short, maiden, and apparently pretty well bowled. Farong says Jofra needs to remove his cultural heritage gold chain, and they may reduce strain on his back, neck, brain, ego.
Tongue bowls. This is down the leg side and turned out to duck it at deep square leg. They will get a 2. That ends the 40th over. India 129 for 2, lead 135 for 3. Sorry, so effectively 135 for 3.
Eric J says, has he taken off the gold chain? Could up his pace a bit more? No.
Thing is, he has lost I think we were discussing there in the one dayers that the reality is a lot of it with Jofra is the fear factor almost of what he once was, because he's now bowling kind of almost mid-high 80s. I don't know what he's been like so far on the speed gun. But Wood's always been faster, and people always think that Jofra used to bowl absolutely rapidly. He was quick, but he was never as quick as Wood.
No, but he's a lot more accurate. He comes from he comes from a greater height, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's that short. He can get lengths that you can get from that height that rear up.
Stokes into Rahul bowls. This is left alone just once again, just a little bit of extra bounce.
I'd say that Steve Smith would disagree about the fact that he's not quick.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no. I was just about to say that's the one spell that sticks in people's minds with Jofra, and of course, rightly so. It's one of the most extraordinary spells of bowling I think any of us have seen. I don't know if you have any comparisons of that kind of spell that would go back to the early 2000s, late 90s.
Oh yes, Alan Donald to Mark Atherton.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Where Atherton has punched it to the keeper and not walked.
Yes, and it wasn't given out.
Rahul faces up again. This is tucked into the leg side for a comfortable single. Well, yes, and Atherton after that match got Alan Donald to sign the little red mark on his glove. And that's, so there we go, he absolutely did love it. He said so in his autobiography.
That's one that's good.
Flintoff to Ponting 2005. Mr. P says, yeah, that was a fucking cracking spell.
There was a cracking over. I do remember that.
That over.
Away swing, and suddenly he got one to lift and he just gloved it. He couldn't do anything about it.
Flintoff in the 2005 Ashes as well. Well, that over to Ponting. I think he bowled a no ball and then got a wicket off the 7th delivery.
Yeah, he did.
Faces up once more. This is looked like it was a cutter, that delivery from Ben Stokes. Trying to tempt Pant to do something different than it was at 72 mile an hour. Pant remains on 20. Do you think Pant doesn't look like he's getting frustrated? Do you think internally he will be?
I don't think so.
No, I think he's a fairly cheery guy. He'll just
Things are not that far ahead this time when Pants come in, are they? I mean, Lumley came in before, they were 300 or 280.
He doesn't feel like he can let loose and accelerate quite so much at the moment. I think the plan is to play steady till lunch and then see what happens.
Just down the leg side by Stokes once again going for a cutter. Smith tumbles and collects after a couple of bounces. Two balls left in the over. India at 130 for 3.
Very much off pace, that one, 68 miles an hour. It just floated out of his hand and just plopped onto the pitch. And that was what did for Pant in trying to time the ball.
Stokes has bowled alright so far. He's just tried something a little bit different to Pant this over. Will he now bowl the quicker one, try and surprise him? Bowls and it catches the edge, but it's always downward off Pant's bat, and it will go away for a boundary. So he gets a boundary to third man, moves on to 24.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, the dreaded moral victory, I think.
Well, Stokes looks to be slightly irritated, immediately signalled at the field. I don't know if someone was in the wrong position, maybe. He looked really confused.
Yeah, why are you so square?
Well, he's the fucking captain.
Yeah,
it was an edge that went to exactly where third man would have been, and there was no third man.
But there are some.
So I think he's just shifted someone around. Pant on 24 faces up Stokes around the wicket. This is into Pant's body and tucked into the leg side. He wants a single, but the horse says no.
But there are space cadets of fielders who will wander out of place.
Yeah, there is that true.
But you don't normally get them playing internationals.
What have we got here? Well, Steve Chilton says it's not just about pace, it's about line length, and Eric J comes back and bounce, and that's true, and that's the thing about Jofra. And I also think, we've watched Jofra playing T20 and ODIs over the last few months and thinking, he's getting slapped about. That won't happen in a test match. He'll have 4 slips with a new ball, a Duke's ball, red ball. That's what I want to see, because he still gets movement, and he'll trouble a lot of people. I think we'll all be surprised when he comes back. Steve Chilton says he's a neutral Nitin. After Nitin says, English player, dial up the trust in yourself if you want to win, my view. Mr. P says Flintoff to Ponting 2005. Steve Chilton says Gary Pratt. Matty Cullen, of course, Broad's 8 for, which of course was fucking fantastic. And this is Despani says Flintoff was a good fielder like Ponting.
Tongue comes in to Rahul defends really nicely. 88 mile an hour, that one from Tongue. He's just slowly brought his speed up.
Flintoff was a great slipper.
Well, it was that run out, wasn't it?
There was that run out.
That was at the Oval in 2009.
It was, and it was basically he was on the last chance saloon with his knees.
Yeah.
So he had to lock it in
hard.
That
was the last test he ever played.
It was, yes.
Yeah. He retired after that.
And then Broad came in and did the business at the other end and got a 5 for, as he does.
Yeah.
134 for 3, India. This is turned around the corner really nicely by Rahul. A diving stop, is it going to go for? No, not quite. Ben Duckett made a slight meal of that, but you'd think would have got 3 in the end.
At the risk of annoying the pawn bot, Ben
No, just the 2.
got his hands in the right place, but then opened his legs and it went between them, but it didn't quite reach the boundary.
Yeah, it was really nice. He rolled his wrist over. On the rolling the wrist over, Harry Brooks just missed on 99 yesterday. He did actually try and keep that down. Originally, when I heard, because I was watching cricket all day, that he got out, I was furious. But actually, if you look at the replay, he was trying to keep it down. So difficult to be. As annoyed with him, Rahul goes for a cut to a short wide delivery from Josh Tongue, and it does not connect. Everyone goes to the hands of the heads again. Tongue's in the middle of a relatively good spell so far.
Yeah, that doesn't inspire confidence from Rahul trying to waft the ball down to third man. I mean, he's got away with it twice.
Yeah.
But that's a shot, that's a get-out shot. I mean, it did move away a little bit, so he's playing further away than he expected, because Tongue's got that odd action where it comes over the top of his head and is angled in generally. That hit the seam and decked away.
A couple of batsmen have been out in a similar manner. Root and Stokes all kind of trying to guide it and get like caught. Tongue bowls again, and Rahul does leave this one alone on a similar line.
Do you change it in this over?
Quite possibly.
I think if you go on to down the bottom to Firefox, yeah.
Yes, it's going to be me, Forthy, and Abby or Bear.
Well, so Abby's not here, so I guess that'll be me.
Yeah. So it'll be a three-man studio.
Indeed. I'll get up and change it at the end of the over.
Consistently at 88 mile an hour, this over just done that again. Look quick, and it shapes in a little bit of movement from this ball that's 41 and a bit overs old.
You kind of see what all the pundits and well, that's consistent. 88 all across the board.
Yeah.
You can see what the fact that he's been tearing up trees for the first half of the season, and you can see why now. Now, he bowled a little bit waywardly in the first test against Zimbabwe, but now he's back in the groove again and doing the business.
Yeah, final ball of the over, and Rahul tucks his bat inside his pad, was always leaving. That last delivery was at 85 mile an hour, so that knocked the average down. Nice over from
do those whilst you go and change wickets.
Yeah, start with Jay Grover. He's dissing leads.
Right, Jay Grover. Jay Grover says, thanks Billy, see you later. Headingley leads, thus shite. Nitin says, Mr. Billy. David Rama says, I was there in 98 when Atherton made 185 at the Wanderers. It was 1995, I think, when he was made 185 not out of the Wanderers. What Test cricket is all about. Jack Russell's 29 off more than 200 balls was also brilliant, yes. Australia versus England every second Boxing Day is the best highlight, says Michelle Pfeiffer. Kieran Roseblade says, is there a jingle for Boomer commentator who tells Lister what the England captain should be doing to take wickets? Well, I don't think there is, but no, you put it out there now.
Well, yeah. So you're doing commentary, yeah?
I am, yes. And Stokes is going to continue once Panter's managed to get his new pair of gloves on that have been brought out to him. They look very, very new indeed, like they've just come out of the plastic wrapping. And they're quite bright and white.
Oh, it's gloves?
Yes.
Ah, well. Anyway, probably got a whole bag full of them.
Stokes round the wicket, short, up and over. There's no gully, so it lobs down very gently to Wokes at third man, and who just picks it up and pumps it back to the keeper.
Now he seems to be complaining about the gloves that he's just brought out.
He's remonstrating to the no, these aren't the right new gloves. No, I wanted the other ones. I wanted my hitting gloves.
Well, I mean, that was just ballooned up, wasn't it? If there'd been anyone at backward point, it would have been a simple catch, but there isn't.
Stokes wanders back, chuntering a little bit, I think.
Yeah, England can do with another wicket before lunch.
And
ideally two.
He's been delayed by Rahul, who's digging a furrow in the crease, marking his remaking his mark. But he's coming in now. And that would be doubly annoying now, having been delayed once. Rahul has stepped away just as he gets to the crease.
And there was a, for fuck's sake, I think, was uttered out of his mouth.
Yeah. Was it Rishabh who's not ready again, and Rahul has just stepped up?
Yeah, I mean, someone does have a point here. If England are bowling slowly, and it's mainly down to the batsman pissing about.
Because they're looking at Rishabh now, and I'm wondering whether or not he wasn't ready for Stokes, but then Rahul stepped away again as a result. Short. That's a nice stop by that Brook at point. He's chopped that into.
Was that Crawley, wasn't it? Tall man.
Yeah, it was Crawley. Chopped into the ground, and Crawley put one hand up and caught it above his head. And it's a no ball from a fairly vexed Stokes.
Yeah.
Who has to get to do it all over again.
Am I on this mic?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is quite naturally quiet, that mic, but you are on.
I think it's the headphones, actually. But
anyway. Rahul settles down. Stokes bowls a swinging full-length ball, driven nicely by Rahul, but it's straight to mid-off, who gets in on the shining straight away before as Stokes walks back, and there is no run. India 138 for 3.
They're going very slowly, aren't they? I mean,
we're definitely in a sort of lull state, that people are wanting something to happen but not having the wherewithal to actually make it happen at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know the degree to which Rahul is coaching Pants and telling him to calm down.
That's played inside the line, I think, by Rahul. That was the wide ball that's angled in by Stokes. Rahul played almost behind his front pad, and the ball just passes by to Smith. And there is no run.
It's very windy up there as well. Doesn't make it easy.
Oh, it was so windy yesterday down at Grinder in Beddingham.
Oh, what was the result, by the way?
They lost by 7 runs. It was a cracking game, ruined by 4 poor umpiring decisions by the neutral umpires.
LBWs.
LBWs in court when he didn't touch the ball. Anyway, short. That's lifted and just fallen short of Duckett at gully. That was the effort ball from Stokes. He got something out of the pitch there. Rahul did quite well to keep the ball down for as long as he did, and it's fallen maybe 2 yards in front of Duckett.
He's ticking now, isn't he, Stokes? It's lifted a bit off the pitch, actually. It's well. In the end, it's quite well played by Rahul. Took his bottom hand off, took all the pace off the ball, so it didn't carry.
You'd be happy to have been in for 142 balls to keep that one down. It would be the nasty ball to guys just come in.
We want to see an angry Stokes. Is a good Stokes generally. That's a nice away swinger that tempts Rahul, but he's not taking any of that. He just leans forward, presents the bat above his head, does the window wipes, and there is no run, as there is no shot.
He leaves a lot, doesn't he? It's quite frustrating. Other players play at a lot of things.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Compare and contrast Rahul and Duckett, one who leaves a lot and one who leaves virtually nothing.
Exactly.
Anyway, last ball of this over, the 43rd over. Wide and full, and too wide in fact for Rahul to think about playing a shot. He just leans forward, watches it go past again. That's the end of the over. India 138 for 3.
Yes, Kieran Roseblade, not sure if I've had this one, says, is there a jingle for Boomer commentator tells listeners what the England captain should be doing to take wickets? Eric J and Jay Grover in a bit of a dispute about Headingley's spelling. Steve Chilton, North-South fighting chat. Steve Chilton, what drinking? Disinterested handjob. What is your wife doing today to avoid this cricketing malarkey, Mr. Forth? Well, she is going to Covent Garden, going to the National
Retail
Gallery.
therapy?
Well, yeah, maybe a little. She's not great for that, but she will definitely be taking advantage of central London, which we obviously, if you come from Melbourne, nice for a contrast. All roads lead to Birmingham, says Eric J. And
well, they do, literally. But,
that's because it's a nice X in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
M4, M5, M1,
M6.
Yeah.
M40. M42.
Yes. the M25 of the Birmingham, basically.
Spaghetti Junction. I used to fucking hate that when I was a student. My entire student career, it was basically traffic roadworks for 3 years around Spaghetti Junction.
It still is, pretty much.
Still is. In fact, yeah, when I was doing the World Cup, there was still massive roadworks.
That's why you take the M6 toll and pay the money to get round there.
Oh, yeah, that's a great road.
That's full by Tongue round the wicket. It's clipped very neatly by Pant. 2 deep square leg mid wicket. Crawley fields and throws the ball in, and everyone has to move around because it's a left-right partnership, and we now have the right-hander on strike. And there's something really going on with this the back grips. I don't think they've got any tape on the bottom. They keep on rolling up.
Yeah.
Maybe he's choking the bat a bit too much, which would kind of explain why he's it's going through mid-wicket off the bottom corner of the bat so often.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy, Pant, with his kit.
Over the wicket now, and that's glided by Rahul. He's trying to play that dink to third man. It's fielded and by Duckett in the gully, but he punched it away, and there was enough time for them to run a single.
Yeah, Pant back on strike.
I mean, Rahul, I'm not sure I've seen many other shots apart from the dink to third man that he's made any runs with.
Well, he hasn't had any of his sumptuous drives to the covers, has he? Yeah, today.
No.
However, they may have worked out what their there's no hurry really for the first 2 sessions.
Round the wicket. That's a good ball by Tongue. He's attacking off stump. It's 87 miles an hour, and Pant just drops the bat on that and defends. And the ball goes into the leg side and is fielded by Tongue on his follow through.
Almost looked like it was going to be a bit late on that.
Yeah.
They're very conscious they've got a long tail. They're very conscious of what England did to them in the first innings.
Yes.
Yep, 6 for 41
and they're very conscious that England can score an incredible clip if they get going. So they'll want to take some ways take some time out of the game.
No, with all due respect, they are mainly a one-man band in terms of the bowling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wide and full, and Pant just leans forward and lets the ball go past.
Well, I think that's partly down to England, isn't it? They basically said, okay, Jasprit Bumrah is obviously a
threat.
big threat. And so
we'll put pressure on all the others.
We're going to put pressure on everybody else. So exactly that.
Brooke actually put pressure on Bumrah as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'd say that Jadeja would be a useful person for them to put pressure on. Quite often that has a counterproductive results.
Well, it can do. Yeah.
That's wide again by Tongue, shorter, and Pant not interested and smiling at everyone.
Jadeja didn't get a wicket, did he, in the first innings? I don't think.
No.
He could have had Brooke actually, couldn't he, on about 46 or something?
Yeah.
A little feather through the Pant, which he didn't take.
Nice blue skies at Headingley. There's little fluffy clouds, aka
the orb.
Yes. And that's a better ball by Tongue. That has induced a little prod or poke by Pant. Just hadn't quite got the edge on it, and that's the end of the over.
Right, Farong, need to implement rule change, 1 set of gloves per session. Steve Chilton, I hope not, that is hell. David Durrami, yes, sorry, it was 95, and Barmiami were on top form, referring to the afternoon innings. Michelle Pfeiffer, how many overs will India bowl if they choose to declare? Joshua Letchford says, even as an Australian, I have to admit, Stokes' savage fighting spirit is absolutely incredible. The man does not know how to roll over and die.
It's ginger power.
Michelle Pfeiffer adds, he would be good around an AFL stoppage NRL scrum with his attitude. And Kieran Roseblade, haven't you heard the tourist board? Birmingham, the Rome of the Midlands.
Well, the Venice of the Midlands, potentially.
Well, I think all roads lead to is the Rome bit, wasn't it? But you're right, more famously more miles of canal, isn't it, in Birmingham than Venice?
Well, again, everything went through there, didn't it? North, south, Grand Union, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Rahul to face Stokes. And that's at last he's got one of those drives away that we were talking about. That's pierced the cover and mid-off, and it's rolled very neatly along the floor all the way for one of these.
That was a lovely shot.
It was
Nicely controlled, just guided it into the gap, and once it's past the fielders, they're having an awful effort to catch up on that very fast outfield.
Is it my imagination, or has Headingley got more practice wickets off the square, almost as many as the oval now?
Yeah, it's all the way across.
It's a strip pretty much all the way across, the same as the oval now. Anyway, Stokes. Oh, that one's lifted again, and KL Rahul has, I think, worn that either on the glove or on the body.
He's worn that, I think, on the arm, isn't it? That looked painful, but he's got away with it.
And the ball's dribbled into the slips for no run.
Again, actually it's pretty well played for the ball that leapt on him, and it was pretty straight.
50 partnership between these two.
Yeah, it's definitely jumped off the track. And again, he's taken his bottom hand off it. It's hit his bicep pretty much.
Yeah.
That little area of the pitch where England had their one success this morning.
Anyway, Stokes is steaming in now, and that's a little bit too leg side. That's nicely played to deep square leg with a straight back. Just turned it very neatly for a single. And the score is
145 to 3. I think.
I don't know if you've got a little edge on that, haven't you? But no.
Don't think so. I think that's straight off the bicep. He's punched it away with his bicep. But it brings Pant down, who hasn't had too much of a exciting time recently because the ball's been fired wide of his stumps and he's not had a chance to play a shot at anything, which I think is the intended aim, to try and make him bolt dry. And that is at the stumps and defended stoutly by Pant. Shows the full blade of the bat.
Yeah, well, I was going to say you can turn them off actually, it's a bit nippy.
For people on with shorts on, yes. Gary has joined us. You'll be hearing him after lunch.
Yep.
Probably before lunch if he has his way.
Shouting from the corner.
Stokes ran the wickets. Short and ignored by Pant. He's not interested in that. And Smith cleans up behind the stumps.
Yeah, of course, because if you're at Headingley, you do have, I think it's a football ground, a rugby ground. Is on the back
it's Leeds
Rhinos.
Leeds Rhinos ground with stands that back onto each other.
That's right, yeah.
And someone has hit it into the rugby ground? I'm trying to remember who. A long time ago. It's a full and Yorker to Pant, and he just digs his bat out and gets it in time into the wide areas of square leg. That's the end of the 45th over, and India are 146 for 3.
Yes, Joshua Letchford, absolutely right. Gritty bastard talking about Stokes, and says Michelle at this rate, I think they'd want 350 run lead. It'd be like a 10 over session max, but that would be very aggressive. I think they'll bat it out. Steve Shilton says, I used to live in Rome, Kieran, and I can tell you there's no comparison. To which Eric says, agreed, Rome is a dump. Haha. Victor Pearson. I think that was just
Rome, a place with more cultural iconic objects.
I'm not sure Eric was being entirely serious. Victor, he might be. Victor Pearson, Venice of the Midlands. Impressed by Rowell's batting this session, says Banana Brooks. Excuse me.
Yeah, he's batted very nicely.
And meanwhile, we've got
a change of bowling. We're going to have a little bit of tall spinny dippers.
Likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
I think this is Stokes not letting the grass grow and seeing that Pant is not prepared to attack anything that they've been serving up so far. You're going to tempt him with a spinner and see if he...
Well, they've got 10 minutes till lunch. So what, three,
overs?
maybe 4 overs, depending on how quickly he gets his...
3 overs, potentially 2 over spell for Bashir. He's got He's got a slip, and that ball is straight onto the front pad. Bounced a bit and straightened a bit, but so good first ball. And here he comes again, round the wicket. Very floated up, and Pant is very tentatively forward.
I like this from Bashir.
So
in the last 6 months, he's relearned how to give it flight. He doesn't really bowl. When he first came in, he bowled so fucking flat all the time.
Well, he used to come in and bowl flat for his first over and then slow up. That's a bit quicker. That's off the hip. The man on the 45 can't run in time to stop the single. It's a leg by.
There's not a huge amount of turn in this track.
Well, the first ball
there's a little bit, but it's not spitting and biting.
It's not going square. It's not ragging.
It's not ragging. The bounce is reasonably consistent.
Now this will be where Bashir will want to try and gate the ball through against Rahul as he tries an expansive drive, I would imagine.
Well, something like that would be nice.
But I'm not sure that I think they're playing for lunch. They are lunch watchmaning.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I probably have mine.
He's got a slip and
a leg gully, really, isn't it?
That's a bit too quick and punched off the back foot by Rahul straight back to the bowler. Seems to be accumulating in singles pretty much all day, apart from maybe one or two boundaries.
Yeah. Well, he started down 48, didn't he?
Very full, swished away, square of the wicket to the point on the boundary, who is Bryden Carse, who arrows in a throw to Smith.
I mean, they really haven't got away. I mean, they've scored 58 runs in this session.
That's not very many at all.
Not very many at all in a modern game, is it?
Real old school stuff.
Well, it gets England nearer to the new ball as well, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're 45 overs in now with this ball. Last ball of this over by Bashir round the wicket to Pant. That's again attacking his front pad. It just plopped out into the leg side, and that's the end of the over. India 148 for 3.
Well, Joe's Ideas says, watching from the US, correct me please, I was trying to explain how much more difficult it is to hit the ball due to not just the speed, but how the pitch changes the ball rotation as it arrives. That's could be quite a lengthy answer to that one.
Well, yeah, you're trying to explain it to some baseball nut.
Where all they can do is, it's how the seam affects the ball through the air.
Yeah.
But in cricket, you've got the pitch that can also affect how the ball is going to react as well.
Exactly.
And you've got through the air as well, so it can swing the ball.
And how the pitch changes how the ball
and what
comes on throughout the game.
And you've got the seam of the ball itself, and whether it clips the outside of the seam or whether it hits the flat part as well.
Anyway, Stokes now to Rahul. Full, straight, attacking the stumps, and Rahul covers up and defends. They're pulling up the drawbridge, really.
Yeah, very much
for
so.
10 minutes.
Well, I don't think. England would have liked a wicket or two more, but I think they'll be happy that they haven't really got away at the same time.
Yeah, 154 lead feels very much within their compass.
Exactly. Add 2 to the wickets column.
Well, add 6 to the wickets column based on what happened in the.
Yeah.
Although
I don't think
that's a bit optimistic. Anyway, Stokes, slightly shorter length, played off the back foot by Rahul down to mid-on.
Well, you've got to think that Karen there is probably not going to get another blob, is he?
Well, no.
And Jadeja can bat.
I mean, that was a pretty good catch by Ollie Pope.
Yeah, it was.
I have to say. You must feel a bit aggrieved at that. In the first innings, where he's done a sort of goalkeeper style above his hand with the opposite hand to pluck the ball out of the sky. Stokes over the wicket. Plays inside the line, Rahul, and leaves that to a tumbling Smith behind the stumps.
Just leaves so well.
just plays the line of the stumps, doesn't he? And if it's outside that line, he's not really interested in playing it particularly. I mean, there have been a couple of good...
This is Test match Rahul. I mean, one day Rahul plays in a very different manner.
Yes, very much so. You know, and he has been beaten. There were a couple of cracking balls earlier in the day that could have quite easily caught the edge, but, you know, that he did play full shots at, but generally he's played very well this morning.
Stokes putting all the effort in. That's the in-ducker, I think, very slightly. Didn't really move that much. Rahul covers up and defends with consummate ease.
You know, we might get another 2 overs in at this rate if Bashir bowls a
quickie,
and
they want one.
Yeah.
Leg slip's gone.
Yeah, which does suggest that they're trying to attack the stumps with and get both sides of the bat in play. Stokes has bowled very tidily, 34 off
10.
Yeah, 11
nearly,
shortly. Short, and that's mistimed by...
He got under edge into his knackers.
Yep, and he's discomforted, I think we should say. No, mate, don't rub it. It'll just make it worse.
It didn't get up, did it?
Well, he slowed in the pitch, I think, a little bit. I think I always hit it onto his elbow.
Under edge.
And then off the elbow onto the more painful part of your body.
Well, certainly. No, straight off the under edge. No, they didn't hit his elbow. I'll make him suck some breath in. He's having a look. Do they still work?
Well, I think this will make sure that there's only one more over after this.
Yeah, that's true. Karthik says, I guess there'll be increased security in Birmingham for India, considering the India-Pakistan tensions in May. And Eric asks, can we squeeze a 4th seat in for Gary? Well, he's in a 4th seat, just not on screen.
Yeah. You'll get to hear his sultry voice after lunch.
You can hear his chuckle in the background.
A sultry scouse.
The scouse snarl. Well, it's not really a snarl.
No, it's not. I quite like scouse.
What, the food or the people?
The people, and I quite like the accent as well.
Banged in outside off stump to Rahul, who ignores that.
Into the 47th.
He's still in pain. He's gone down on his haunches to have a breather in between the balls, and that is the end of the 47th over. I presume there's going to be one more over to go.
Well, this is a very good comment here on YouTube. Hi everyone, great to see Forthy in the studio. I hope you enjoy your time back in Blighty. Oh, thank you very much, Nick, much appreciated. Yes, I'm spending a bit of time in London and going down to Brighton, can spend a night in Oxford, and going up to Scotland tomorrow to spend some time around the Berwick coast with our old friend, who's a mutual friend with David Brooke, actually.
Oh, okay.
So that's
Berwick.
Yes, well, Berwick's actually in England.
Yes, I was going to say, yes.
But his actual holiday home cottage is just north of the border.
Over the bridge.
Over the bridge, yes.
Is that northwest or northeast?
Northeast.
Northeast. No, northeast.
Yeah. Just past Craster and Annick and all those places.
Right. Here we go. It's Bashir in with the arm ball that spins on, going to go down the leg side, and just, I think Pant just lets that hit him pretty much.
Well, if he did, I'd have been appealing. He must have got a bat on that. It's right in front of his stumps.
I thought it was a bit high, to be fair.
Maybe, but I'd still be appealing, and there was no appeal whatsoever, so I can only assume there was some bat involved.
Anyway, round the wicket with one slip. Floated up and played with extreme diligence by Pant. I would be bringing people in now, and I think Stokes is doing exactly that.
Joe's ideas clarifies he was trying to explain the game to his baseball-loving friends.
You see.
He says, my knowledge of the game is guerrilla cricket, created, spiced up with the YouTube. So
we're going to have a short leg. Ollie Pope is getting under the lid. That's going to stop Pant propping forward and just smothering the ball. And I think Stokes is trying to get another person in as well. So we may have a slightly in-outfield where the people close for the pop-up and people on the boundary for the swipe. Anyway, that's nicely done by Pant. That was a bit too wide. He dabbed down on that very neatly. That is Brook chasing that, and they can take 2 runs down to third man as Brook chases back from gully.
Looks a little bit like he's in a prison drama, doesn't he, Harry Brook, with that haircut?
It's very much army military cut, isn't it? Number 2.
Cell block H.
We've got short cover now for Bashir around the wicket. Pant uses his feet and dinks it into the leg side. Short of the mid on, take an easy single, puts all the pressure back on Rahul. I'm fine, Jack. It's your problem now.
Yeah, I guess the one blemish this morning is that drop catch by Harry Brook. I mean, it went quick, but you've got to be catching him at this level, haven't you?
He's timed his leave, hasn't he? Really well. We're still going to have a leg gully, effectively, or backward short leg for Rahul, and a slip as Bashir comes over the wickets. That's nicely worked on a full length to wide mid on. Another single was taken. Last ball of the over coming, last ball of the session, I think. Gambhir is looking fairly inscrutable behind the glass in the playing area as Duckett is dispatched towards the boundary. And it's all where on earth is Duckett? He's almost straight behind the bowler. It's a very, very straight mid off. That's 2 full, 2 leggy. That's just punched past the short leg to the fielder running in from the boundary. That's the end of the session. Stokes is clapping his players. They've done a good job in restricting the runs, if not taking the wickets. Rahul has finished off. He's taking all his gear off, and they'll go off to a very well earned lunch. 4th.
Yes, well, Joshua Letchford helping out Joe's ideas with some explanations about how the ball works compared to baseball. You can follow all those comments on YouTube if you that way inclined. Farong 169 says, a question for Gary. Ball reaction due to pitch conditions. Still have 2 sessions left. We should get the definitive answer. You will get it, no doubt, after the lunch break. Nitin Deshpande says, first half is articulated what was later called draw. My prediction. And more helpful comments for Joe's ideas. Karthik says, Rao waiting for the second new ball to score runs. Victor Pearson get the flight above the eye line. Nitin Deshpande. KL is a mixture of war brothers. And Donald Pope says, good morning. Good morning to you, Donald Pope.
Good morning.
Good morning. And
well,
brings lunch, I guess.
Yep, 63 runs in 25 overs. And we'll be back with some further commentary after the break in about 35 minutes. And the Bear is just about to put on some interlude content.
Some mood music. Mood podcast, perhaps.
Which I imagine will be the latest Bishop and Bear.
Well, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you after lunch. Any minute now.
Weird. But apparently he is top first-class batter in India. Currently, Shubman Gill didn't do great last time he was here. And then he also got KL Rahul, who did do pretty well last time. He was a bit of a rock, but never really got massive scores, did he? I mean, was pretty handy last time. Yeah, obviously Rishabh Pant is back as keeper, can be destructive. I imagine Jadeja starts. I mean, you're only going to have one spinner, right? And Jadeja. I mean, this is the thing. Ashwin retiring weirdly. I mean, he hardly ever played when he came to England because Jadeja was always a better batter, right? So you choose one.
I would have started with Kuldeep, but for the fact that, to your point, the batting is so inexperienced that you need Jadeja in the middle order to give it some stability in case there's a top order collapse. Yeah. That's the reason why I would play Jadeja. Not because he's a better spinner than Kuldeep.
Yeah, not. That's fair enough.
And then when conditions.
Chat about the captaincy. That would be, to me, fascinating. there was a great piece by in the Times today, I think, Michael Atherton, who said you can tell the story of the Indian Republic as much through its cricket captains as you can its prime ministers. And you've got Shubman Gill. Bumrah, apparently Bumrah said, I don't want it. I just want to focus on my game, and he effectively turned it down, despite having not done too badly when he had the opportunity.
It's not because he wanted to only focus on his game. I did read the full statement that he made. What he basically said was his medical team has told him that he cannot be playing 5 test series if he wants to keep playing cricket. It's as simple as that. They've just told him that, look, if you do it for that length of time over a short period of time, you are going to destroy your career. So you make a choice as to how you're going to time your matches, and which is why he's decided that in the any 5 test series, he's not going to be able to play more than 3, and those 3 will be decided on how his back is doing. So what he said is, while I love captaincy and I enjoy doing it, I cannot put my team through a situation where I suddenly don't show up for the second test just because my back's not doing well. And it's just not fair to expect somebody to step in at that point in time, which is why I told BCCI that I do not want to be captain.
So they've you're right. So that's actually very practical, thought through, non-emotional reasons. But what happened making that decision?
I mean, I get the problem India are going to have is if Shubman Gill does get found out and does what he did last time, wasn't score a great deal of runs and get done by the moving ball and keep nipping off to the keeper for not very many, it's not going to
he's not
do much
facing Anderson abroad this time.
Well, he isn't. But it's not going to do much for the team if that happens.
He's either going to be a Mike Braley or he's going to be a Virat Kohli, right? So he's going to be a fantastic captain while he's a very ordinary batting performance, or captaincy is going to raise his batting like it did for Virat. So I think it's a bit binary at the moment. In my mind, if I was to try to pick Shubman Gill as a batsman, he may not even walk into the Indian team.
Yeah, well,
he's an interesting character.
His average is 32 or something like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
He showed so much potential when he started, but it's fallen off. Like a lot of people.
In red ball cricket, I think he needs to get his mojo back. So let's see whether captaincy does that for him.
Well, he's got big shoes to fill. So what do you think we can expect?
He's 25. So,
he's 25. What can we expect? And he averages 35, I think.
32. You just got told.
32 tests, average 35. If I look at his averages by country, it's quite telling. At home, 42. Bangladesh 39, then it goes down in Australia, it goes further down in West Indies, it goes further down in South Africa until you get to England, admittedly based on 3 tests where he averages 15.
Yeah.
Or 14.
And those 3 tests, Tony, the issue I have with that stat, well, first of all, I would say that perhaps we could look at it like you would have looked at Virat Kohli post 2014 England, right? And Virat Kohli post that, when he came back to England, was a completely different player. So let's not judge Shubman Gill on how he performed the last time he was in England. And those 3 tests has been played over 3 different series. He's played it's the 2 World Test Championship 2 years apart and 1 test against England.
What do you think we might expect from him in terms of style of captaincy? So with Ben Stokes, you kind of know what you're going to get. You're going to always be on the front foot. You're going to look to take the aggressive, positive move. You'll always be expecting possibly funky fields when things are not quite going England's way. There's traits, to very obvious ones, to Ben Stokes' captaincy. What do you think Shubman Gill might be bringing to a comparatively inexperienced party with an inexperienced captain?
I've never, obviously like anybody else, I've never seen him captain a red ball side, right? But looking at the way he's been captaining. So I'm looking at two things. One is the way he's been captaining white ball sides, franchise sides, but also the way he behaves as a player in red ball cricket, which I've observed in the past. So I'm hoping, and I don't know whether it's going to be true, but I'm hoping that he's sort of going to be a combination of Kohli and Rahane, where he has some element of aggression. He doesn't like, just letting people get past without, talking back at them and needling them and getting everyone up and riding. So you should see a bit of Virat Kohli on that, in that respect. But he's also, I think, quite a thoughtful captain who is willing to give a lot of rope to people who play in his team. So I think that's why I think he might be a good combination of the two. But the biggest worry remains, how is his personal batting form going to affect that captaincy? I think that clearly remains.
And that's the acid test. I'm just looking at averages as captain for India. Virat Kohli averaged.
Yeah, he's extraordinary. I mean, compared to any captain in world cricket ever.
As part of 55. Tendulkar, Gavaskar, Dravid, Azharuddin, always in the mid to upper 40s, and then I think 50 odd for Gavaskar and Tendulkar. Then if you look at, is he batting at 4? Shubhas, I think he is.
Shubman Gill bats at 3, doesn't he?
I think he's down to. I think they've said he's down to bat at 4.
He might.
Then you're looking at Ganguly, Tendulkar, Vijay.
Well, there's Karun Nair who would probably come in at 4. I think that's why I think he might be a good combination of the two. But the biggest worry remains, how is his personal batting form going to affect that captaincy? I think that clearly remains.
And that's the acid test. I'm just looking at averages as captain for India. Virat Kohli averaged.
Yeah, he's extraordinary. I mean, compared to any captain in world cricket ever.
As part of 55. Tendulkar, Gavaskar, Dravid, Azharuddin, always in the mid to upper 40s, and then I think 50 odd for Gavaskar and Tendulkar. Then if you look at, is he batting at 4? Shubhas, I think he is.
Shubman Gill bats at 3, doesn't he?
I think he's down to. I think they've said he's down to bat at 4.
He might.
Then you're looking at Ganguly, Tendulkar, Vijay.
Well, there's Karun Nair who would probably come in at 4. But I don't know how they're planning.
Big shoes to fill, though. Big shoes to fill.
Who is going to open with Jaiswal?
Rahul.
Okay, Rahul's going to go back to opening.
Yeah,
okay, that's probably sensible.
Yeah.
That's what he opened last time, didn't he? Actually, in England.
That's right.
That's probably good.
He used to be a regular opener until Rohit came to the side.
Yeah,
as an opener.
That's true. So who are you going to? So let's go through first test, first game.
Yeah.
That's what he opened last time, didn't he? Actually, in England.
That's right.
That's probably good.
He used to be a regular opener until Rohit came to the side.
Yeah,
as an opener.
That's true. So let's go through first test, first game, first team. So you got Shubman Gill. You got Jaiswal and Rahul opening. Then you've probably got what? Shubman at 3, Karun Nair at 4. Then who comes after that? Then you've got Dhruv, Jurel, Syed Siddharthan.
Yeah.
You might actually give Sai Sudarshan a go here.
Okay, so he's 5.
Yeah. Pant at 6.
Pant at 6. Okay, Jadeja at 7.
Jadeja at 7.
Then you got your bowlers. So you obviously the first test they're going to put Jasper.
Probably Shardul at 9.
Okay, Shardul. He's a bit of a waste of a bowler for me, but hey, there you go. Especially in England, didn't do particularly well last time. I happily have him in the side.
Yeah. But he has this thing of he's very expensive and he looks like complete crap, and then he takes wickets.
Yeah, yeah, he can do occasionally. That's fair enough. Presumably, then you've got.
And he can bat. So
he can bat. I'll give him that.
And he's been in fantastic form in red ball cricket domestically.
Okay.
He's been playing really well. As a batter as well.
Okay, and then presumably you got Siraj and Bumrah, the 2 experienced bowlers, so you've probably got those on the side. And who gets the other place? Arshdeep Singh for the first test, or Akashdeep?
I would pick Arshdeep, but I don't know whether the team selectors will pick Arshdeep. So they've got the choice of Rashid Krishna, who I would not take in England. They've, I think, just brought Harshit Rana into the team. I have no idea why. I would go with.
They're saying it's back up. Didn't he do okay?
For Bumrah, I guess. Yeah.
Pace, probably, isn't it? I mean, if I'm looking at Crick Info, I love this. Arshdeep Singh is left arm medium fast, but Prashid Krishna is right arm fast medium. I haven't quite got. Is that 1 mile an hour difference? Makes you fast medium rather than medium fast. But Harshit Rana is down as right arm fast.
Yeah, he is. He does have pace. He does have pace.
And then you've got Kuldeep.
But he's not an obvious inclusion in the test side.
Took 1 for 99, I think, at Canterbury.
But just for variety, I would bring in Arshdeep and see how he goes.
Yeah, it might be quite good. He's left arm over as well. Exactly that. Right.
Move the ball away from the
exactly,
right,
and get some swing in if there is any, which there probably will be because it's England. Although in this heat there might not be, but who knows? So yeah, it's going to be interesting, whatever, isn't it? I mean, what's Eswaran like? Having Manu as a batter.
He's a good batter, but I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be place for him. I mean, these are all top order bats, and you've got to find that right 11. So I don't know if the first if the first 11 clicks and Ishwaran is not in there, maybe get a chance later in the series. But I doubt he's going to be first pick.
Yeah,
it's 68 and 89 against the Lions, so he's definitely been in some decent touch. Is it Eswaran? Is that how you say his name, Eswaran?
Eswaran. Yeah, but he was opening there, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. Yeah, he might well have been. So how
played the test, did he?
No,
I don't believe.
And how many tests does Jasprit play? Does he play 1, 3, and 5, and they rest him in between?
No, I don't think that's see that's what Bumrah was saying, that he doesn't know which tests he's going to play. He's just said that he's going to play 3 out of 5, but he doesn't know which test he's going to play, and which is the uncertainty he didn't want to bring into the captaincy.
Well, yeah, you see, I think there's a decent break after the first test, isn't there? There's one test, and then you've got about 10 days off. Yeah.
And would you want him particularly at Lords? I mean, there's a lot of conditions around Lords which potentially would favour, which is the second test.
It's not, it's the third test, is Lords.
Is it? Yeah, you're right. It's Leeds, Edgbaston,
Lords,
then Lords, Manchester, Old Trafford, and then, of course, finishing at the Oval.
So where do you think, as forget the fact that you're English fans, so where do you think Bumrah should ideally be playing? Which test should he be playing from a condition standpoint?
I would probably say 1, 3, 5. Because you can, the first 3, you want,
which is Leeds,
you want to get
Lords,
your best side on, which would be Leeds, Lords, Oval. Okay. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to me. Well, Manchester's a pretty. Well, I mean, Manchester's a pretty good.
I was just going to say Old Trafford. Why not Old Trafford?
Yeah, you might want him at Old Trafford.
Did we learn anything from the 2 Lions games? It was a fairly strong Lions team, and there's quite a few players who were playing in that. I don't know what happened in the inter-squad game, which I think they were playing at Canterbury, but a few players certainly stood up during the Lions matches. Eswaran would be definitely one of them, for example.
Yeah, Karun
Nair should have. I mean, he made a double ton, didn't he?
Yes, the first innings, I think.
Yeah, he made a double ton in the first innings of the Canterbury game, and he made it fairly quickly as well, about 280 odd balls. So there must be 1 or 2 players that came out of that who would have probably should have nailed on their places based on those performances, or would have affected the way the Indian selectors think. And he would, I would argue, be Jaiswal. I think made a few, didn't he? Made 60 odd, but I mean he's already nailed on. But it was interesting how those were proper games with the right number of, with 11 playing 11. It was it was a good England Lions team. Sometimes teams come over and those games it's like 13 aside and they're simply thrown together just to get time on the park. But you had a feeling with those there was more riding on it, and it was played in that way. So I suspect India will have learned quite a bit from playing two very competitive games against some of those for some of that team. And Shardul Thakur might be one of them, although I don't think he particularly shone. He took a couple of wickets. I don't think he did anything massive, did he, Thakur?
I can't find the scorecard for that.
I think they'd probably pick him on the basis of past performance and his domestic form.
He played at Canterbury, 2 for 105, and none for 40 at Northampton. Doesn't scream he should be playing. Whereas, like you say, if someone stands tall and gets a double ton, it's very hard to ignore against what was a pretty decent England attack, I think.
I'm just looking at the matches with the England Lions. So Ishwaran was playing at number 3, and going the way he's played, maybe if he comes in at number 3, then Gill goes to 4. That's a likely lineup as well.
I mean, interestingly, wasn't it? I mean, both games were a draw. The Lions managed to score 587 in their single innings in the first game.
Yeah, the Indian bowlers didn't really do a fantastic job at that.
So okay, shall we look at England just for a little bit? What about that number 3 position for England there? Is Ollie Pope nailed on?
Oh, well, I think
can they not ignore Bethel, which they were making? Stokes was making noises, wasn't he, about he's going to be our number 3 for India. So, what do we think?
No, well, yeah, but he quickly poo-pooed that and cleared himself up literally within about 2 hours, didn't he? I mean, I don't think. I don't think they changed from the last test. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. I mean, Pope could be ejected. And Bethel given a chance to come in at the number 3 spot. I mean, Attendo states Pope is probably better off at 5 or 6 as a batsman anyway. And the problem is, if you're going to go in with Jamie Smith, he's just 6 or 7. You know, I mean, this is it. I mean, how far down do you go? I mean, you've got to fit in, presuming you're keeping Crawley. You're going to have Duckett's undroppable at the moment. 3 is your one position if they stick with Pope. I mean, your 2 positions that are up for grabs in England side, you'd have to say are Pope and Crawley, right? And both scored tons in the last test. So, as per normal, they set themselves up against the weak opposition to be picked for the first test against better opposition, which you can't argue too much against it because you can only go on what you last performed, right? Crawley, it has to be said, maybe shit at county cricket, but a bit like Michael Vaughan, seems to be able to step up when it comes to test matches. Bit hit or miss, but you can imagine he'll have a fairly decent summer, funnily enough, you know. And then Root, obviously, at 4 is on fantastic form as per normal. Brooks at 5, Stokes at 6. So there's your top 6. There's only 2 positions up for grabs, which Bethel can take
Smith
one
and
of those.
Stokes might be interchangeable at 6 or 7.
Yeah, and 6 and 7 exactly. And then you've got the bowlers. Presumably Wokes comes back in. He's at 8. Probably Bryden Cast comes back in that first test with a bit of luck. He's got a bit of experience at least and hits the deck hard. Atkinson's out for the first test, isn't he?
Out.
So
Tongue,
Overton, Potts. I would go with Jamie Overton.
No, Potts. I don't think there's a Potts for the first test.
Isn't there? He's not in the squad. Let me have a look at the squad then. I assumed he would be in that squad, but
no, he's not. I can tell you your options.
I'm just looking now.
Back up are going to be Shoaib Bashir. Sam Cook is in again, but do they look at him and go English conditions?
Well, I think if you've got Chris Wokes, you don't need Sam Cook either, do you? I mean, it's one or the other, isn't it? So if you've got Stokes at 7, you want Bryden Cast. They're going to have Shoaib Bashir because they're going to go on the spinner.
Wasn't Shoaib Bashir absolute rubbish recently in some match?
Yeah, he's always rubbish in county cricket because no one. The thing is, Stokes lets him have his head and doesn't mind if he gets hit a lot. You know, he got 6 wickets in his last test.
Where was that?
You know, he goes for a few, but he does take wickets. Where
was that match?
We played Zimbabwe and Nottingham, Trent Bridge.
Oh.
But what I will say about Sherbashir, he does seem to be learning to give it a little bit more air. He was noticeably less flat against Zimbabwe than he had been recently. I mean, his big problem for me is he just doesn't give it any air. And once he learns to get overspin on the ball, which he's doing, and give it a little bit more air, yeah, he's going to get hit because people are going to target him. But he's 21, he's got a lot of time to learn. He seems to be learning in Test cricket. He'll have 12 games this year in Test cricket and probably 2 in county cricket, but who cares, if he learns and he's good, that's fine by me. So that's 9 players, so it leaves you 2 bowlers. I would be tempted to go for Jamie Overton. I actually quite like him as a bowler. I think he's got decent pace and he can bat as well, which then gives me
He does move the ball, right?
Yeah, he does move the ball and he hits the deck hard. He's pretty good. He reminds
That's what you want.
Yeah, exactly. He reminds me of a kind of Liam Plunkett. I might be tempted to just go all fast and then get Josh Tongue in if I'm having Chris Wokes as my kind of nibbler all around who's leading the thing, because Bryden Cast nibbles it both ways as well. So that would I would probably go then Bryden Cast, Jamie Overton, Chris Wokes, Sherbashir and Josh Chung as my bottom 5.
Forgot your wallet? No problem. With Samsung Wallet, everything you need is already on your phone. Store your loyalty cards, earn rewards when you spend, and keep your travels smooth with boarding passes and train tickets ready to go. You can even tap in on public transport. No unlocking, no digging around. And yes, your payment cards can live here too. Safely stored and ready when you need them. Travel light, live smart. Set up Samsung Wallet today.
At EDF, we don't just encourage you to use less electricity, we actually reward you for it. That's why, when you use less during peak times on weekdays, we give you free electricity on Sundays. How you use it is up to you. EDF. Change is in our power. Households who shift weekday peak usage by 40% can earn up to 16 hours of free electricity per week, subject to fair usage cap. All T's and C's, visit edfenergy.com/r-power.
Is that 5? So 7. I think I put 12. Yeah. So Stokes is
one of them won't be able to play there.
Okay.
I mean, the bloody English always trying to have an advantage, right?
Well, so Stokes 7.
Just put an extra on it.
Wokes 8, Cast 9. Well, only leaves me. I'll go for probably go for Jamie Overton over Josh Tongue for the first test with Sherbashir at 11, which would leave out Sam Cook and Josh Tongue.
So I think I've got to be honest. I think it is. But different for I think a test series against India is always interesting and exciting. I'm delighted it's a 5-test series, as is Richard Gould, who was quoted this week as saying 5 series tests are having a resurgence. They're fantastic. Not entirely unconnected with the money that it drops into the ECB coffers when we play the 5-test series against India or Australia primarily.
Well, as in, like all these places, I mean, India will be very well supported, and in some places it will be like a home test for India. I imagine at Edgbaston there'll be a hell of a lot of Indians. Probably Headingley too. In fact, Manchester as well. Anywhere up north.
Manchester more than Headingley, even, I think.
Yeah.
So it's too inexperienced. It's an inexperienced England bowling attack by Wokes, but a reasonably embarrassment of riches batting wise, but with still 1 or 2 questions.
Yeah.
It's a very unproven captain and a transformational India. But so we kind of, in some cases, really don't know what we're likely to get in English conditions. The positive thing possibly for India would be, as I'm sat here now looking up at the sky, it's very, very hot.
Yeah.
I don't think we're thinking, certainly not in the first test at Headingley, it's going to be pretty dry, even though Headingley does normally offers a bit of help for the seam bowlers. You could, if India could pick conditions they fancied playing in Yorkshire, they might go, can you make it a bit more like, hot and dry, please? Which I think it's going to be.
Yeah, but
I think it's teed up. The question marks around both sides, and particularly India, make it actually that much more interesting. Personally, as much as I love Virat, and I'm really, really sorry for those cameramen who, for Kohli cam operators who are queuing up outside the job centre now looking for work. But I think despite that, those question marks make it a fascinating proposition, this series. I'm really getting quite excited about it, I've got to be honest.
It's always very interesting when you have a transition time, because, like you were saying, Tony, that you just don't know how it's going to turn out, right? Maybe this is going to be very quickly into a young, dynamic Indian side, which becomes a world-beating side. And we just don't know, because we don't know how this is going to turn out.
Exactly.
So there is that prospect.
It's like asking a girl to dance when you're younger. Is she going to say yes? Is she going to say no? Is she going to tell you to bugger off? Is she going to, there's uncertainty but there's excitement. Excitement and uncertainty are a good combination in my book.
Very well put.
Yeah.
And
I think we've got a bit
of
of both of those. We've got a bit of both of those. Right, predictions. Come on, guys. You're our guest in Indo. You're also probably a bit pissed now on probably your third gin. So, where are you going? Where are you putting your money?
Realistically, 4-1 England.
Ooh, Mr. Negative. Wow. They say gin's a depressant. Bloody hell. Maybe don't bring us a bottle of that dodgy pink stuff.
At least I was having it with tonic water, which was invented by the Englishmen to drive away malaria.
It was. It's got quinine in. Exactly right.
Exactly.
Right. I don't know if it still does, but it did. All right. So you're Mr. Negative, as from an India perspective. You've gone 4-1. Bear, what about you?
It's not a question of negative. Sorry. I mean, I just want to clarify.
Realistic.
I think it is being realistic. I'd be very happy to be proven wrong. But I think it is being realistic, given everything that I said during this pod, which is that it is a transition time and it's a new team, and we just, I don't think, should be expecting a world-beating performance from them in their first series in very alien conditions.
Well, before I give my prediction, how do you think that will go down at home?
I don't think it's going to go down badly. I think the Indian, no one in India that I have seen
is anyone watching if Virat's not playing?
No, everybody's going to watch. Everybody's going to watch. Don't worry.
Okay.
This morning, I'm on 3 different cricket groups, most of which are muted, but I put out a poll in them just to figure out what people are thinking, right? So these ex-cricketers, journalists, some are just cricket tragics, whatever. The most consistent answers that I got are in the 4-1 England.
Mm-hmm.
There were some who said they expect 3-0 England, and there were a number of others which surprised me, which said they expect a drawn series.
Well,
which I think
possible.
is being very optimistic against a team playing baseball.
Well,
An Indian team with T20s.
And their 5-day tests.
Well, I mean, look,
enjoy them while we've still got them.
I mean, this is it. The last time you were here ended up being Sewell, didn't it? After the late test, and that was a fantastic side that was really, really, really well prepared.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you. I've gone 4-1 simply because I can see England quite happily losing a test, or not happily losing a test, but quite easily losing a test due to baseball tendencies. Might well be the first one. Yeah, but I do expect them to be come out on top. And we'll going back to where we were starting. It'd be a bloody good start for a change for England to start the next cycle of the World Test Championship with a decent winning score. I mean, the last time that series against you guys where we drew 2-2 at home was the first series of that cycle and didn't do us any good. And then the 2-2 Ashes draw against bloody Australia was the start of the next cycle. And we didn't get any points out of that because we got fined shitloads for fucking slow bowling. So that didn't do us any favours either. So we got off to a shit start in both cycles. So I'm really hoping, just for the sake of us being able to kick on at some point, because we'll probably lose the Ashes 5-0. Who knows? I'm positive about that, but I'll start by saying 5-0. We'll kick us on.
I'm going 3-2.
This is so bare. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm positive about that, but I think 5-0.
That's my starting bid. My starting bid is 5-0.
Good Lord, I'm going 3-2. I don't have full faith in England. England, but I don't have full faith in the consistency of England's bowling. I actually have a lot more faith now.
Well, I'm really praying, touch wood, that Jofra proves everybody wrong and gets a game or two in this series. I'd love to see him back.
They said he's going to be available from the second test, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Look, I mean, look, everyone gets injured, right? Everyone's had bloody stress fractures of this, that, and the other, and they all come back and they eventually play. I don't see why everyone thinks that Jofra will somehow never be able to play a Test match again, unless he doesn't want to. And I think he really wants to play a Test match. And if he can, he will. He'll give it a go. And I think he'd be fantastic to see back in a Test match instead of getting slapped around in a T20 where there's no fucking fielders anywhere near the slips and shit like that. To have a slip cordon with him with a new fucking ball that's moving around in a Test match will be fucking brilliant. And I'm just praying that it happens. I just think this whole negativity about him, and you'll play another Test match again, it's just such fucking bullshit.
Well, there we are. Bear is
Mark Wood's not playing the series.
Mark Wood might be available for the 5th Test apparently, but basically wrap him up in cotton wool and send him off to Australia.
Again, I'm not convinced. I know they think
I would
place for Australia, but
yeah. I mean, if he plays 2 Tests in Australia, I'd be I mean, as I said to you, Tone, and I say to everyone, I think England should take every fucking quick bowler that is fit out to Australia who can bowl over 86 miles an hour, put them all in the fucking squad, and perm whoever's fit for any Test out in the middle if they're any good.
You are limited on the number of people you can take there. You can't just fill a boat with
I think you can expand your squad. Other sides have taken squads of 20 players out. Why can't we?
You can hastily arrange an alliance tour and then have a couple spare.
Absolutely.
That is one way you can do it. Right. So we're going 4-1, 5-0.
No. I said 4-1. 5-0 was how we were going to lose the Ashes. 4-1 for the series.
Oh, you've gone 4-1.
4-1.
Gone 4-1.
Okay.
And I've gone 3-2. I'm a bit more optimistic from a India perspective.
But people get really angry about that. But if you want, and the point has been made on our WhatsApp group, 2 5-day tests with a break takes up 10 days, 3 4-day tests takes up 12. The chances are you're going to get more 3-day. They want 3 Test series to be the minimum for the World Test Championship. Seems a way of being able to get that in. The way that players generally play these days, no one plays for a draw. Too many T20 specialists can't fucking bat for toffee anyway, except for smashing it around the park. So, the World Test Championship went 3 days and 1 session.
Okay, so yes, I am a traditionalist who would preserve 5 days. The games we're covering, I have a sort of 2 guiding factors. One is I would look forward to a 5th day if both sides are in with a chance of winning it and it's going to be exciting. 2,
no one plays for a draw. Too many T20 specialists can't fucking bat for toffee anyway, except for smashing it around the park. So, the World Test Championship went 3 days and 1 session.
Okay, so yes, I am a traditionalist who would preserve 5 days. The games we're covering, I have a sort of 2 guiding factors. One is I would look forward to a 5th day if both sides are in with a chance of winning it and it's going to be exciting. 2, if it's just going to be a formality of a day 5, then I'm quite happy for it to finish on day 4 and I can think, I've got a day off, what will I do?
Yeah.
So, but I like the day 5.
It's a free option.
You anticipate genuine excitement.
You tell me how many day 5s we've done in the last 2 years, and I
can't count them out. But
probably 2 or 3. Yeah, is that
not many? Not many. The free option of day 5, I think, is probably not a very practical expectation, because the schedule is never going to allow an extra day always to be available, regardless of whether it's used or not. So I think from a scheduling standpoint, that may not make sense, and from ticketing standpoint and all of that. But going back to Bear's point, I agree with you, Bear, that the ideal situation would be, given the past few years, to have 4-day tests, but with an X number of overs per day, which again is not practical, because in countries where cricket is played in the summer, like in Australia or England, that is possible. Where in countries where it's played in the winter, where days are shorter, you're never going to get that done. So in the South Asian countries, none of the tests are going to be more than 80, 85 overs or 90 overs, just really, really stretch it. So because that just isn't light.
Would they
So
start?
it's not a practical thing to do.
I mean, I can't remember what time we started in Pakistan. But
It's mist in the morning. You can't start because of mist in the morning. It's the same reason why you can't start early in England. I mean, it's exactly the same. So you can't start. You start at 9 o'clock, but you can't start earlier than that. In India, I think they start at 9 or 9:30 now. So you can't start earlier than that because it's just not possible. And then you can't go on beyond. Let's say in Calcutta, for example, you can't go on beyond 4:15 in the evening. Because there just isn't enough light.
I think that's a very valid point.
More day-night tests in those places. Allow.
Yeah,
which is possible. Which is possible. That's a great possibility. Yeah.
Or I suppose I don't know how you could do this, but you might have a point where the lights come on and you change the ball. It seems a bit fucking contrived, but to allow
that's going to be very difficult to do.
Yeah, exactly. That would be quite difficult to do. So you'd have to.
It goes from white to pink and
exactly.
the same day.
I think for April.
I don't think as a batter you'd want that.
April Fool's Day next year, we should mock up a press release from the ICC saying that all tests are going to be 7 days with only 50 overs bowled during the day to allow plenty of time for refreshment and the crowd to enjoy lunch. And then we'll just wait and see what Gary does. Everyone else would know except Gary.
Every drinks break, every hour, at the end of the hour, would have to have alcohol.
Yes, and a table brought out for tea.
Players having an extended tea time with trestle tables on the outfield. Can you imagine Gary's reaction?
Exactly. I think if we do that though, we have to mock up and put the actual ICC logo on it and shit like that, and find a J Shah signature online that we can put on the bottom of it. And it's not a bad idea.
We could get AI to mock up in Jay Shah with his arm around Gary Naylor.
There are less and less AI programs which should actually do real people.
Exactly. Oh, you could do that, too, and that'd be a piece of cake.
Oh, but there we are then. There we are, which undoubtedly would also be a component of the tea.
And we're back for the second session. The Bear will be with us imminently once he's sorted out any studio bits and bobs and got himself his beverage. Ajit has joined us. Hello, Ajit.
Hello all. Thanks for having me back. India got off to a little bit of a rocker in the morning, but then they've somehow steadied. But England won't be unhappy. They're not considered a whole lot.
No, it's only 63 runs.
It was only 63 runs, yeah. It wasn't many runs considering the pace of the game up until
it was like both sides wanted to move the game forward, but didn't quite know how.
Well, I think India were quite happy not to move it forward, particularly. They were happy not to lose wickets. England wanted to take wickets,
exactly.
I think.
Anyway,
I think they were happy playing out the time, knowing that, cash in on the third session sort of a scenario. They rather keep the wickets in hand till later the day, I think.
And kind of unsurprisingly, the person who was bowling well just before lunch is going to get the first go after lunch.
Indeed. We'll give us jingle after the first ball, which is around a wicket, to the left-handed Pant, who has a flash at it without moving his feet whatsoever. And it goes through the keeper, and there's no one. He was pretty lucky this morning, to be fair, Ajit. It's this guy bowling.
Josh Tom, let's get together and lick 'em right.
Bowling too.
Well, that's how he plays, I suppose, and sometimes luck has an important point, and you would expect him to flash at the first ball after any session and get done.
Yeah. Second ball, he plays out into the covers and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, he particularly one of the shots that tried to smash it into the leg side, just went straight up in the air. Could have gone anywhere, and he got away with it.
Exactly.
And then KL Rahul was dropped as well. Got a catch.
I saw that was a tough one, but you expect at gully, rising and travelling quite fast.
Yeah.
But he got both hands on it, the fielder. You would expect that to be taken.
Exactly.
But look, it's going to be. I think Pant is going to play himself in and go for it. I think here.
Well, it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? That's left alone through the keeper and so on. Winviz has now got India ahead and England winning with a 31% chance. I find that a bit odd with the way England bat.
I think there's a lot of time still in the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I imagine it to sort of creep up in India's favour as they don't lose wickets and they score runs. But to go from England being, 53 or 49% this morning to 31% after one session, only 68 runs scored, seems a bit of a leap.
It is very volatile.
No wickets lost, I think. No wickets lost could be the deciding factor, but also I think it's going to change. No matter what you said, 250 plus in the fourth innings is a challenge.
Yeah, right? True. That's driven at by Pant, gets an inside edge onto his pads, goes out square on the offside, there ain't no run.
This England team, led by the new approach, I think will still not care until about 350. But it's also the amount of time they'll have, and maybe there may be vagaries of this pitch. It's pretty steady so far, the pitch as well. So they'll count on that, England.
Yeah, I think it becomes. I think England would happily chase somewhere around 280. Whether they get it or not, that's a different matter. But if it gets up to 350, I think. Well, if India keep batting at this pace, they'll a difficulty in getting England out because they won't get a 350 lead till about lunchtime tomorrow.
Yeah,
going at the
declare
rate
it around lunch.
Well, then they won't have enough time to bowl England out. Maybe they're happy for the draw. That's left alone outside the off stump by Rishabh, and there is no run.
No, they wanted to get. No, if they bat at the standard rate of about 100 runs per session, they'll get to 350 lead by the stumps.
Yeah,
and then
but they haven't
declare almost overnight.
Well, this is it. But they've got 60 runs.
I don't think so. They will bat tomorrow morning if they have a chance, is what I get. Because you don't want to give this England team more than 70-75 overs, the max. No. Otherwise, you can expect they'll set themselves up to win.
England will certainly try, won't they? Tongue around the wickets. That's a nice ball. Tailed into the pads, but nicely met by Pant. Clips it, but straight to mid-wicket, and there ain't no run.
And
I don't know if it's the same for you. When Pant leans forward to sort of play off the front foot into the off side, he looks so incongruous. He appears a little bit more, let's say, it appears more regular if he's doing it on the leg. I don't know if it appears the same to you guys.
Yep, certainly. He also looks a bit stiff-legged, a little bit at the moment.
That's what I think, yes.
Steve Chilton says, just before the session even starts, "Don't get drunk, Bear, lol." And then Jamie Wilson says, we're talking about Arshdeep Singh, the man who was omitted for this Test match. Wasn't Arshdeep at Kent a few years ago? Yes, he was. Might not be the bloke I'm thinking of, but he was doing a real hot spell too, and he looked very ordinary. Yes, he was. He played in the game in which Surrey chased down 501 to win in the fourth innings with 3 centurions by Sibley, Folkes, and a third who I can't remember. Might have been Lawrence.
Okay, this man's bowling.
My mistake, it was Jamie Smith.
Okay, first ball after lunch for Bashir is just played off the back foot by this man to backward point.
Well, happy to see him back in that role. I think between when the jingle was made and now, he's gone through a few changes.
Yeah.
But this is going to be very interesting. This battle right here.
Thrown up, and he defends it back down the track, and there is no run. Yeah, grab yourself a beer. There's plenty in there, Dave. Don't worry about it.
No, I mean, look, I think there's a lot of onus is on Bashir to keep the scoring down so that they can be attacked from the other end, India. Whereas spinners, Pant loves them, right? And same with Rahul.
Well, yeah, that's beautifully driven. Going to be 4.
Yeah,
he loves that shot, and he's good at it. And it races out to the next cover boundary, 4 runs.
And one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
And the one thing that England did in the first session of the day was restrict him from doing that.
Well, yeah, I
think he came too close to the bat, frankly. That was a gimme. You wanted to get off the mark in a session, no?
Indeed. I don't think there's a great deal in it for the spinners. I mean, there's the odd bit that's turning, but it's not super quick. And it's pretty consistent. There's no extra bounce. That's defended back down the ground. There's no one. There's a bottle opener on the shelves over by the door, Dave. About third shelf down or second shelf up from the bottom.
I'm sorry about this. I have somebody on my front door. I'll just be back.
Okay. It's all going here.
Yeah.
Show him over the wicket. Cal Rahul goes back. Punches it out to cover.
Yeah, that was one of those
No
show balls that's just a little bit too quick. Just
Yeah.
pushed through just a little bit too much. Didn't allow the ball to grip. Just skidded on a little bit.
Yeah, I like it when he throws it up and gets the overspin on it.
Yeah, but I get the feeling he can do that more to Pant, where he has the opportunity to come down the wicket and try and whack him, than he will do to Rahul.
Indeed. That's a decent ball. He's been bowling a lot of those ones. That one was tossed up just a roundabout off stump. Came back in a fraction. Defended by Rahul. No run. Are you on socials?
I am. Romeo Boy says, we expect England to give a good challenge. That's all. Jamie says, who are we, by the way? Farong says, hello Farong, is that the first time you talked to us today? The theory of pitch conditions and effect on the ball, version 1, will be an hour away. Disinterested handjob, we were able to make a jingle in that time. I don't know.
I don't know.
You're a hard taskmaster. I mean, it's in the middle of the night where Mog is. That doesn't say it's not impossible, but you're asking a lot.
Indeed. Edge! Oh, they haven't got any fucking slips now. For crying out loud. Pan goes for a big drive. There is no first slip. It would have gone straight to him. There is a third slip, and that's really annoying. Instead, it's going to be, you've got to take these chances.
Why would you not have a slip to your most attacking, fastest bowler?
Straight after lunch as well.
Yeah. Who's
I
bowled
don't
well in the
understand
first.
why not the first slip. I mean, what's the point of a third slip or a gully there, given that he's bowling so full?
Exactly.
Oh, Ben. Oh,
Well-
Ben Stokes.
If you are an India supporter, you will take this. I told you, Pant will go after him.
Well, he smashed that through the offside. He's come down the track. That's very Pant-like, and it's 4 runs.
You ask where I live, is the address I give. The phone.
The body was moving in the leg side. His head was falling away. The bat was coming at an angle, but the ball went to
that is
deep
just
covers.
a
Who cares?
smash. That's just a smash. It's,
Those are just details. Yes. And one hand came off the bat. Very important. Yes. As well.
well, every time he plays an aggressive shot, one hand comes off the bat, I think, at the moment.
Well, it travels. If I could do that yesterday, I would have covered extra. I would have cleared long on instead. I hit the long one.
Well, that's
And I had both my hands.
It's woken.
Yeah.
It's woken in Romeo Boy up says, India is the biggest giant in world cricket! Exclamation mark.
A tongue pulls out for the next delivery.
I think Pant may have initiated it in some way. I didn't look like. No, it was tongue all doing it all by himself. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, he got attacked by a fly
Ah.
as he was running in and got distracted. And being sensible, he decided not to run through and bowl the ball.
Around the wicket, left alone this time by Pant. Through to the keeper, and there is no run.
And they've now plugged that first slip immediately after.
Horses and bolted.
Yep.
Yeah. But I mean, it might still work, right? You consider 4, you sort of get his hands moving, and then he'll do the same thing and nick the next one. That's still okay. It's 1.5 slip, I think, but still, that is definitely closer than before.
It spins outside, Dave. Around the wicket, tongue. Short, too short. Wide, Pan doesn't pad it.
Too wide
Keeper,
away.
there's no run.
That was a wasted delivery, I'm thinking. Now is the chance. Pant is looking to be aggressive, get closer. If you're risking getting a boundary or 2 in an over, you give yourself a chance to also probably get a catch.
That
Right?
was a
And even at
genuine edge
strange
going
places.
at a catchable height.
Absolutely.
There was a third man. That was an absolute chance, but it went very fine. It would have been a first slip. gobbled it up, as they say.
Well, exactly. It was straight down first slip's throat, wasn't it? But hey, last ball of the over. Was that last ball?
It's fifth ball.
No, one more to come. But that was better. It was closer to the off stump. He had to leave it a little bit more carefully. He chose to leave it. It was more like fifth stump. That's more accurate. I think I like that more from Tongue. I've been actually very impressed with him. We thought he might be the weak link in the English attack. He's held up really well. Tall, bustling guy.
I thought he started pretty bad, but I'm sure.
But he's improved spell by spell.
Well, exactly, and I'm sure those. Oh, now that's. Oh dear. Smashed airily through the gully region down to third man.
There you go.
There's a single.
I was just telling you, gully point, he'll get caught somewhere there if he plays. All right.
Right, and that's the end of the over, so let's get some messages out. Stephen Kelk says, well, hello everyone. Jamie Wilson, heat wave, mind-blowing decisions cause head-on collisions. Make a jingle out of that. Frongs wants to hear their pitch ball theory, but which we haven't heard yet. We won't until Gary gets on air. Frong says, don't think Team Tata will repeat the 8-odd drop catches in that first innings. 300 may be enough, but keep batting to 400 plus would be my suggestion.
Well, yeah, I don't think they'll declare unless they,
That's okay.
And Stephen
Makes some sense.
says, let the lad have a bowl.
No. Although I have, as I
Who's the lad? Is this Duckett now? Is this still Duckett?
Yeah, I did see a couple of videos of Duckett bowling online.
He bowls filth.
Filth, the medium pace.
Absolute filth.
Well, no, there was one of him bowling leg
break,
spin.
I think.
Leg breaks. And it's
Filthy
like
leg breaks.
chest high full toss that gets a wicket.
Who knows? With punt it might work actually, or rather against Rahul.
Well, true. Shit gets wickets. That one's outside the off stump. Pant testing him to have a go at a wide one, but he lets it through and there's no run. A little bit of turn.
I like that length, simply because he's enticing him to have a run at him as well.
Yeah,
it's far enough, right?
Well, that's
if you hit,
that's hit a nice little worn patch and just darted and lifted.
That's too full. It's driven up to long off, and
that's a single down. That's an agreed single or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't come that close. I mean, if there were any width on it, that would have travelled through the cover at some pace. I think that's not what you want. But I think, as I said, it's okay to try to get him to open his arms a little. That will give you a chance, extra cover. Well, a little brave fielder.
That's it. You want him playing shots at you and hope you can get one to turn past the edge or catch the edge. Or
it's not his natural habitat to keep defending the balls. So more that's KL Rahul's forte. So yeah.
Wow, KL Rahul 76 163 deliveries. This one he defends back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Good lines. I like the way Bashir has started bowling at the right-hander. Tight lines. And an occasional one, even if you get too close. So there's a saying, isn't it? If you're a spinner, if you want to err on the fuller side rather than
you don't mind being driven so much. That's too full and it is driven. But can't get it
well
past
fielded.
Well fielded. His own
very
ball.
well fielded there, Bashir. He travelled quite a long distance the wrong direction.
Yeah.
It was heading towards mid-on.
Well, he's a tall lad.
You have to use the full dive to get that one.
Don't think this pitch offers much to the off spinner to the right hand, I have to be said. That one is driven up to long on again. Be another single.
Rahul seeing that was what's needed, he moved towards the ball in this case. That was well done him, and then he punched it down the ground. Take shots.
Well, yeah,
but that's it.
I think these two will play sensibly until if they can get to a 250 lead with these two still there.
Exactly.
And then I think
275,
they can tee off.
280, then tee off.
That one's flatter and just jabbed.
Oh dear.
Jabbed square by.
Was there a little bit of a mix-up? I think Rahul was keen on the single.
Only for a second.
No, he's interested in the overthrow to the bowler's end. Anyway. Jamie Wilson says, Bumble will destroy ... He's rotating cuff with that action. It's a very jerky action, but a very successful one. And Yankee
the beginning of this year.
Yankee 7000 says, there's not a chance that there's a result. Probable not, but not possible. The Harryman says, I think despite all his unconventional shots, Pan still plays side on, which I think is the way we used to bat in Test cricket. Dravid used to say this every time.
Everyone plays pretty much side on. It's foot movement now. No one has foot movement. No one gets across to the ball.
Well, if anything, they start side on and they move the front foot away to give themselves open up their stance to hit with power from a strong base. But they're still, when you run down the wicket and play over the top, that's always side on pretty much.
Yeah, well, we just caught sight of again. That's down. Leg side. Rahul can't catch up with it. Tongue continuing.
Not that far away from getting a little nickel on that and being strangled.
Well,
but
that's the thing, isn't it? If you are a batter, you would think this is a gimme for me. All I have to do is get a bat on it. It's going to be runs. But that's the double-edged sword you are living with. Tongue is bowling very fast, or fast enough. He's working up a good head of pace. I like that.
Yeah, and, he seems to be in good rhythm. He seems to be coming out of his hand, and everything's aligned. It's all going in the same direction, even if that direction is just attacking leg stump often.
That's into the hip. Rahul just turns it around the corner, get himself another single. Certainly started off quicker after lunch than they did this morning.
So there is intent. So that was the whole game, I think. They were going to sort of block England out
as we're looking
in spite of that wicket.
As we look
and
at
then
the man,
come out a little bit more positive.
As we're looking at the man with the crosshairs on his sights, Crawley, who's first ball 4 and then next ball out.
Why is this always the discussion at the start of every England series? I don't understand. I mean,
what's that? Huh?
Just give him a couple of tests, I ask.
Oh, fucking hell. It's an ugly shot.
Oh, dear.
Rishabh Pant. He's going to get a bye. He just sort of had a big waft.
Amazing.
Somehow didn't get bowled, and it bounced off Jamie Smith, and they got through for a bye.
I was going to say, good cricket all round there. Poor shot, poor keeping. The only good part about it was the running.
Also, the ball was not too bad, considering, I mean, he's sitting down to sweep a fast bowler who's, as we just discussed, bowling well and fast.
But I think
do you sit down and sweep a fast bowler?
Well, you don't, but I think he'd recognise that was the off-pace delivery.
It was
bounced over the top of the stumps. Over the top of his bat as well.
That's a good ball. Tempted Yorker. And well dug out by Rahul in the end. Back to the bowler, there is no run.
90 mph almost, that one, and it tailed in very appreciably. Or didn't it? And Rahul really did well to me. Otherwise, that was headed for a front toe. That would have been LW or bold.
Well, there might be some reverse swing. The ball's, 52 overs old now. I imagine the outfield's quite abrasive. It's been very hot and dry.
Yeah. So just need to work on the other side then.
Yeah.
And keep that one.
Tongue is grinning. He's happy.
Tongue in again. That's waste of a delivery down the leg side. No run.
Yeah.
He's bowling fast, but that, I think, you needed a better follow-up based on what just happened on delivery number 4. You would have wanted to pitch that again, one full and on the middle. I
think with Tongue, there's actually quite a lot of moving parts in his delivery because it comes through sort of an arc.
He does like Stokes almost. Comes over and his body collapses.
And he falls away to the offside, therefore he throws the ball down the leg side on occasion.
I know that.
And then the ball that straightens is the one that's dangerous then.
Yeah. Again, that's into the hip, just turned around the corner, down to long leg, and it'll be a single.
You get a feeling he's trying too hard, I think. That's why he's sort of going down the leg, rather than sort of holding his own, following through strongly and getting the ball to hold its line.
Yeah.
Exactly. Over to you.
Eric J says, India might cling on for a draw if they can crawl to 400 plus. I think if they crawl to 400 plus, they'll be looking more at winning.
But
I think everything will be in their favour then. Sid Ball says, was it Sid Barley? Can England chase down 350 in the last innings? Yes, they can.
They're going to need some time.
They're going to need 70 overs probably to do that, if not 80.
Well, 50 over ODI match, they can do it.
In a test, you can get away by bowling far wide out of the stumps.
Sid Bally also says, I don't see India getting them out, especially with some rain around. I don't see them chasing 300 plus down either. Draw in my book.
Well, yeah. Interesting first test being a draw. Still think it was a big mistake for Stokes.
Eric J says, probably right, Sid, but let's have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
Well, Shah Bashir is going to continue. Swept and swept hard. Behind square,
well.
good shot from
Oh, yeah.
Rahul. No one down there, and it will be 4 runs.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a top shot simply because he hit it on the top of its head, as they say, the moment the ball pitched, not letting it to do anything. And that meant he hit it finer as he wanted to.
Well,
That's
he picked the line so early, and the line is outside off stump, so he's got a free shot if he gets everything in the way.
Yeah.
There's nobody on the leg side really to have a chance of catching anything, unless he
There is a sweeper
top
on the
edges
square
it,
leg,
which
I
I don't think he will.
Okay, yeah.
Bashir tosses that one out as a good delivery. Turns in a little bit, well defended by Rahul. Just plops it out on the offside, and there is no run.
This is definite intent. You see India attacking the first ball of the last 3 overs. So this is definite intent. So they have come up with a plan in the breaker, and they're now trying to implement it. This is going to be very exciting.
Well, exactly. They've got themselves into a reasonable position here. You know, assuming they don't collapse, which may be a little bit of a worry after the first innings, as that was defended to the leg side and there is no run.
Look, I think that's the adage, isn't it? If this were to be the first session of a test, you can go a little slower than you want, but in the next half an hour or 1 hour after the break, you can immediately pull it back, add those 20 runs quicker. So that's I think the way they're playing.
Tossed up, nice delivery from Sherb. He's bowling well. Defended back down the track, and there is no run. That's the line, that's the length, that's the flight.
I think in that ball, KL Rahul was a little bit perplexed at how fuller it was, because otherwise that he would have just pushed it down the ground for a single. He was waiting for a slightly shorter ball outside of the stump. So I think Bashir outthought him just a little there, and Rahul just pushed it back.
Again, same sort of delivery again, maybe a fraction shorter, but it's just defended back down the track, and there is no run.
That's a good containing line, but it's not really going to take any
Well,
wickets.
the thing is, the pitch isn't there to help you, is it? I mean,
no. I think he's saving up all his big spinning balls, hopefully for Pant when he gets on strike.
Well, exactly. I think this
if
wicket
it
will
were
offer.
I'm expecting a big hit. He'll block this ball.
That
if
one
it was anybody,
defended out on the leg side, and there is no run. I mean, I think it's got more chance against Pant. It's a bit more rough, and the ball's going to, hopefully spin past his outside edge. Could have had Pant stumped in the first innings, couldn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Running down
James
the track.
Smith was caught napping.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Anyway, over to you, Jace.
The Harriman says, I recently read about England are looking to pick bowlers who could deliver the ball with the hand beyond the perpendicular to use the angles, like Bumrah and Stokes. Yes, they did this feature in the first day. We see when Bumrah delivers the ball, it's well in front of the perpendicular, and therefore it's coming from about 21 yards rather than 22 yards.
Can someone over there let Billy in, please? If anyone's listening, can you let Billy in on the Zoom? Somebody?
And
maybe Mayank too.
And GN7SN says, I thought Baz ballers always went for the win. Try and chase 400 day 5. Wasn't that the whole point? ? Well, the whole point was to get enough time in the game to take 20 wickets, I think, was the original plan. And not to... The best way to do that was not to loiter around in your own innings.
Another little prod off the outside edge by Pant, races down to the third man boundary. For another 4 runs.
That was intentional. That was a planned. He got closer to the ball, head closer to the line of the ball, and then he guided it very nicely.
Yeah.
That was not a haphazard Yahoo. But again, first ball of the over targeted for runs. This is very positive from India, and nice to see. I mean, just that you're always in the game, of course.
That was
there
a classic opening batsman's glide, wasn't it? Bear. No. Take the one.
Ended it over, Billy. Left alone through the keeper, and there is no run.
But an interesting thing to see from somebody like Pant, who's more known for his blacksmithy, if I may call it that.
Well, no, he's moved on to 45, got a ton in the first innings. Good start to the series for him.
If they go on to win, he'll almost certainly be the man of the match, unless Verma gets another fifer.
No, yeah. But also, look, he's very crucial, not only with his intent, but being left-handed and his unorthodox play. He's very crucial for this Indian middle order.
Around a wicket, tongue short. And through the keeper and there's no run. Now at the end of this over, Gary, it is going to be
you, Forthy, and
Billy, Forthy, and Mayank.
Fair enough.
Mayank's
I
on
was about to ask. Will
there.
there be a switcheroo?
You're on after that.
Lovely. But yeah, happy to have overseen a little bit of a no wicket session, beginning of a session for India, so I'm happy. Let's see. Have I jinxed it already?
It's all right. You can put your Indian cap on whilst I put my gorilla cap on.
Yeah.
As some people may have noticed.
England want a couple of quick wickets, really.
No.
Tongue in, turned into the leg side by Pant. And played out to mid wicket. I mean, I think, that's why they should have had the first slip in. I mean, straight after a break, batsman's got to get his eye in again. I mean, they're kind of in from before.
It's never easy to restart.
It's never easy to restart.
Even after a drinks break, let alone a full 40 minutes off.
Exactly. And if you're going to get chances from slightly playing down the wrong line and just getting your eye back in, it's going to be in the first 2 or 3 overs straight after the break. Therefore, surely that's when you have your slips in. You can always go back from there and go back defensive afterwards or whatever. Oh, edged! No! Cut out by Pan.
Flash and a miss, but
flash and a miss.
That was a flash.
Through the
he
keeper,
was looking
no
to hit it up and over.
Well, either way,
so smart.
Could have quite easily feathered that through to the keeper, but he didn't. But I mean, that's the point, isn't it? I mean, straight after the break, it should have been the slips in if you're going to have them.
No, but he's keeping England in the game with the short of stroke play, right? It could have just flown off edge, right? Towards a third man, it could have gone to the keeper. So, but all right, that got too big on him, I think. That's good bowling as well from Tongue, knowing what Pant is capable of.
All right, last ball of the over, last ball of this spell. It's defended up to mid-off, and there is no run. So, Billy is going to take you through with Mayank. And Forthy, you're on, mate. You have to come in here and do the jingles.
Thank you. See you guys later.
And whilst you're going, I will just say, with Farong says, would a draw be acceptable for the host team in the Ashes warm-up series? Inexperienced Team Tata, no Rodi or no Rohit or Kohli. Discuss. And with that, I'm out of here as well.
Well, I mean,
yes,
England, of course, don't like draws, and I don't know who'd be happy with a draw. I'm not sure. I think both sides will be very much pressing for the win. You'd think. Forty, very good to see you.
Very good to see you. Yeah, I'm very good.
In the studio.
Although I've been put in charge of jingles and I don't know how to operate them. Let me. I might have to call for help in a moment. How are you, Billy?
I'm all right, thank you.
Yeah, that's lovely.
All right. I'd be better if Bashir could take the wicket of Rahul or Pant in this over. But we'll see. Mike is with us as well. Hello, Mike.
Good morning.
Hello,
or
Mike.
Good afternoon now for you guys, isn't it?
Jace. Sorry.
Bashir will.
Where's the?
Way he's going around the wicket.
Sorry, listeners. I just need a hand. Where's the jingles box?
Well, India, I was surprised. 179 for 3. I thought they would struggle in this innings because of that fatigue being out there on the in the outfield for over a day.
Rahul faces up once more. Bashir same angle, comes in bowls and does push back down the gun. Yeah, I know what you mean by that. Although of course England were also in the field for a very long period of time, so both sides have kind of had to deal with that issue, I guess.
I think we
got a
generally
slip and a leg slip. In a moment,
you generally see that in Test cricket. You know, that third inning lull starts to creep in.
Rahul on 83 faces up, defended once more. He looked for a single, but doesn't get one.
This is one of those rare Test matches, isn't it, where we're going to have a proper day 5. It really does seem like we're not going to just collapse into an early end on a day 4. We're going all the way, potentially.
Bashir in once more, off the back foot. Rahul defends for no run. Yeah, you're right, and I mean, with all the talk about Test cricket being reduced to 4 days at the moment, I'm sure Forthy has some opinions on that, as will you, Mike. I'm interested to hear them. But, you know, it's something that I'm vehemently against, to be honest, and this kind of Test match is exactly why 2 balls left with Bashir's over. This is defending once more into the leg side, there's no run. And this kind of Test match is why 2 big close innings scores, and it's boiling up for a fantastic final day. and I just think it'd be a shame for 40. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm a great defender of the 5-day test. That is what Test match cricket is. Most cricket Test matches in the last 50 years have gone to a 5th day as well.
Bashir, and again, Rahul does get a single off the last ball to avoid it being a maiden as he pushes it out to point and trots through. So that's 180 for 3 of 56 overs. India leaders 186.
I don't know where we got up to on the tweets. I was talking away with Gary and David over there. I think despite all the unconventional shots, Pant still plays side on. Have we had that one?
I don't know.
No, okay,
No
which
idea.
I think is the way to bat in Test cricket. Dravid used to say this every time. That's from the Harriman. Eric J. India might cling on for a draw if they can crawl to 400 plus. Sid Ball, can England chase down 350 in the last innings? Steve Chiltern, they can, but will they? And let's have a look. Sid Barley. I don't see India getting them out, especially with some rain around. I don't see them chasing 300 plus down either. Draw in my book. That would be a rarity, wouldn't it? A draw unaffected by rain in England.
No, I actually agree with that because I think this pitch is held up really well.
Rahul is going to face up. Tongue's new over. Tongue's bowled 13 overs so far. He comes in over the wicket. This is full and leapt up at Rahul off his fuller length. A bit of bounce comes off his glove and it's fielded at gully. That's exactly where Tongue used to sit. Really nice delivery. Staying in that area.
I do see this being potentially a draw, not a dull draw, but a draw because this pitch is held up well. We haven't had all the rain that I thought we might have had. Barely had any long-term interruptions so far in this test. I was looking at the forecast maybe on day 1, and I thought, oh, we might lose a session, maybe 2 sessions in total.
Tongue in again. This is on the pads of Rahul at his ribs, really. And it's turned around the corner 89 mile an hour from Josh Tongue. He's bowled pretty quickly today, to be honest. It has had a little bit of pace in this pitch. That first delivery was over to Rahul was an absolute ripper. It wrapped him hard on the gloves and leapt up off a length and negotiated that one slightly. A lot of balls 40 have bounced up for England off a length. We haven't seen as many scuttle through low. That one did actually keep slightly low.
There's a little divoted area just outside off stump where it leaps, and maybe there's a sort of slightly boggy area half a foot to the right where it stays low. Not sure.
Pant facing up 45. Tongue will come around the wicket, you would think, and does. 4 left in his over. He bowls edged. Oh, and it goes to where third slip would have been. You would think 3.5 slip. Went very quickly off his bat, and it's 4. Harry Brook could do absolutely nothing about it. Stokes has his cap in his mouth in annoyance. His Pant will take it. He moves on to 49.
It's almost like something's got to give. There's now been quite a few that was right there. If there was a third slip, it went right to his throat, and it would have been an easy catch. And before that, you had Rahul wrapped on the knuckles almost. So something's got to give. They're bowling consistently. Possibly you're going to see a wicket soon. The way this is going.
Still remains with just that 1 slip in, almost at a 1.5 position. This one is on the ribs. The Pant and turned around the corner. They'll look for 2, and that will be Rishabh Pant's 50. He's battled well. 51 off 82 deliveries.
No, hang on. I wonder if I can get to Miles. Miles, no. Now, I was trying to get to milestones here, but I failed. So imagine a milestones jingle.
It wasn't a 4.
We can imagine it.
Definitely wasn't a 4. No, I'm very clear about that. But I was trying to hit the milestones thing and I failed. Sorry.
We can do it. 50, and you should be glad.
Yeah, that's even better, Maya. Thank you.
There you go.
Tongue will come in once more. 3 balls off from the over. This is short, wide, slashed hard by Rishabh Pant. That one is a 4. Cue it up. 40. Pant moves on to 55.
Come on. Why is it not responding to my...
40. Oh, 40.
I'm the world. It'll have to be that one again. Do not employ me to do this job again.
Just blame it maybe on the jet lag. I don't know how long you've been.
Well,
it is a long flight from Melbourne all the way to London.
It sure is, yeah.
I've made the mistake of taking that flight.
It's a brutal flight.
How long have you been in England, 40?
Well, I've been 3 weeks, so there's no more jet lag. As well as on the continent
100
for 2
run
weeks.
partnership is up, and that is... Pants just tucked his bat inside the line there. He hasn't played at that one, and it goes safely through to Jamie. So, what do you think of Stokes? As some people might argue, slightly negative captaincy after lunch. He's been slightly defensive.
Yeah, it's a bit more traditional, not what we expect from Stokes, isn't it? There's plenty of times throughout Test match history where a side's decided to sit in and then they'll press the accelerator if they get a wicket and wait for something to happen. But it's quite un-Stokes-like.
Very, very, very un-Stokes-like. It's certainly his defensive. Panton 55 paces up, holds his bat outside that off stump. It's fielded by point. So that will end Josh Tongue's over. 57 gone. The lead is 198. It's 192 for 3.
Does anyone want to sing the Super Chat jingle? Either of you good on singing that?
Super Chat cash, Super Chat cash, Super Chat cash.
Thanks. Brilliant, Mayank. Thank you so much. Lucky 6 with 2 of your Australian bucks. Time for a bowling change. But who? Indeed, good question.
Ben Duckett right now.
Jonathan Seafelt says tongue on the inside button. Continue the English tradition of awkwardly named minor seamers. I was rather hoping actually that one of those balls Pant would miss time and it would hit his backside. We could talk about it being tongue in cheek, but we haven't done that yet. Rav Piridine, I cannot understand how one can make time on a Monday morning USA for watching and whiling time off on cricket. Shocking.
Bashir will continue 9 overs and under 28 so far. Rahal's on 85, he gets on the back foot and pushes this into the offside out to cover would have been, and it comes through for a single.
Was that directed at you, Mayank?
I would assume so, because it's about 9:20 in the morning here, but I start my work day in about 40 minutes.
Okay.
And I work from home anyway, so it's not
Sure.
going to interfere too much. And also, it's test cricket, therefore it's much more important than a job. Jobs come and go, but cricket's forever.
Yeah. As Jesus once said.
In once more, around the wicket to Pants, who goes big. This is high, he looks to have got all of it and has. Wonderful shot deposited over long on 6. Pant moves to 61, he's accelerating.
Yep. Now, if it's a 4, I can give you a 4. And then, no, it's a 6. Now, add 2 onto that, and what do we get? We get a lovely 6.
It was slightly over pitched from Bashir. Pant, a wonderful swing of the bat, as we've seen him do on so many occasions. Mine, really beautiful shot.
He's not looking perturbed at all today. He just looks like he's ready to make another century.
Bashir, and again, that's a good comeback. Dragged his length back a little bit.
There's been something rather old-fashioned about the whole day, really, isn't it? Rowell going on sedately towards an old-school 3 runs and over century. The prospect of a draw at the end of a 5th day.
It feels like we've gone about 15
Bashir
years
break
back.
this partnership? It's just tossed up and hacked down the ground. It will be 6 more.
Yeah,
Bashir
6
moves on
more.
to 67.
Now, obviously,
pressure's on, Forthy. Don't mess it up now.
Well, I am going to mess it up, obviously, because I can't operate the machine. But ooh, how about this? No, it's not working. Yeah, sing a 6 jingle, please. Do go ahead.
I can't even think of one right now.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of one. I can't remember.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The number of the day
is
really
6.
hops and kicks. The number of the day is 6.
Yeah, I'm having trouble operating the machine, but I don't want to interrupt your chat.
Pants on 67. This is bowled and defended.
Oh, but I've aroused the bear from his lair. I'm about to get
Mayank, who would
ticking
be
off.
bringing on to bowl, assuming that Bashir might be about to be taken off.
Okay.
Honestly,
Right, thank you.
Okay, my joke answer will be Duckett forever. Duckett needs to bowl, but I would
One ball
actually
left, Bashir's over. This is wider and
Click
not
there.
quite in control by Pants. He shoves it down the ground and long off the field.
I'd say-
Single.
I'd actually say, in this scenario, maybe bring on Joe Root. If you want to take Bashir off, put in Root, see if you can do anything, because Bashir's going for a bit too much at this point. None for 42. Maybe needs to take a little break, recalibrate himself. Maybe throw in that mystery spin that Joe Root has. Once in a while, he is good enough to take a wicket. And if you're England, you need a wicket at this point. Rahul is just on fire, 86 off 186. He doesn't look like he's going anywhere. And Pant, he plays brash. If you can kind of get him out, trying to drive the ball, you can get that edge. Or that miss hit, that missed time, and that's something Joe Root can do when he plays. When he bowls a little slower, flights it a little bit more, maybe he can get another wicket.
Well, Billy, Brian Cast is the bowling change. He's going to come on and bowl. Yes, 40.
Are your ears burning? Get ready for this. Murugan Kanan says, Billy is a great ball-by-ball commentator. It feels like the old-school radio commentary. There you are.
That's very good. Thank you very much. That's very kind. Pant will face up. Cast starts a new spell. This is whipped way onto the leg side. Wonderful shot from Rishabh Pant is in full flow here. Gets 4 more and moves to 72.
Yeah, I've re-established complete mastery of the machinery because I hadn't worked out where the mouse was, and now I know where it is.
Yeah, it was a attempted short ball, didn't quite get up, and Pant's just such fast hands. And he whips it away in front of square leg. Race across. I do love, 40, I think you'll be in agreement with me, grounds that have pitches that stretch all the way across the outfield.
We were talking about that this morning. Just like the
Oval. You like that? I find it a little weird.
Well, this is single Pants, a slightly awkward single at that. He managed to get behind a well-directed short ball.
Well, it makes for some fast scoring.
Well, I absolutely love it.
I find it quintessentially British. I don't think any other place will have that. Normally you go to India, you go to any other country, you'll normally have maybe a 5-pitch square, a 6-pitch square, and then yet here, and I think maybe the oval might be the other one. I'm not sure.
The oval is the other one, yeah.
Where you literally have the entire width is just pitch after pitch.
Yeah.
There's something so British about it.
It looks beautiful though. Look, I mean, they've practiced pitches at the far end and the playing ones near the middle. It's wonderful to watch. Brian Cast, who bowled well so far this test match, 2 wickets to his name. This is left well alone by KL Rahul, who's on 86.
It's also
looking pretty good.
It's also fun to watch the streams whenever the county cricket, especially at the beginning of the season, and they'll play all the way at one of the furthest pitches for no reason at all. So you'll have one boundary that's like 40 meters, and then you'll have another boundary that's like 75 meters. And the entire thing, try to explain that to someone who doesn't watch cricket, and they'll just be like, this is ridiculous. And you'll just be like, no, this is just how it is. This is our sport. So
Cast will come in once more, 3 balls left in his over bowls. This is defended by Carroll. The game just slightly feels like it's ever so slightly getting away from England at the moment, you have to say. I think it could be time for Captain Ben Stokes, who seems to have this wonderful knack of taking wickets. I reckon he needs to give himself a bowl, to be honest. We saw India lost, I think it was 7 for 41 in the first innings, so a collapse of that proportion is possible. Nair's on a pair.
I might just
timing for you there, 40.
I might just very quickly do a few comment just while. No, I thought he was rearranging his pants, but
that's what I was going to say. Pants is living by his name, isn't he?
Rahul Cast comes to once more to Rahul. This is left well alone.
Eric J says, if you could combine England's baseball with some Indian pragmatism, then we may have a decent chance in Oz.
It looks like a picture, doesn't it, this ground? I've never been to Headingley, but it's one of those grounds where I think it's got a small capacity, just 17,000 or something like that, but it looks much bigger because of the opposite side of the football stand end. It's not a new structure, but the new-ish structure. It just looks so much bigger than it actually is.
Rahul faces up again. This is tighter to the suction Cast, but again, back of the length, I think it's guided and Gully races around and fields it. They'll get through for a single. Well, the one thing I do love about English grounds. That's at the end of the 59th over, India 212 for 3. The one thing I do love is the fact that, and this is the thing I would say about Australia and India to a case, is some of the grounds are so big that they just are made to look like absolutely no one's watching. You know,
Well,
when,
yes.
in English grounds, they're full, and it just looks far better.
The MCG is rather cavernous, it's true, and you get, again, an England opening batsman, I remember playing their usual shot and finding they got caught out at deep square leg or whatever, it would have been 6. Anyway, I'm getting a bit behind. India
just quickly, not Fred, do you mind turning off your camera?
Say again?
Just not Fred's popped up on the Zoom. He just needs to turn off his
Oh,
camera.
there he is.
Hello. Go on, Forty.
Hello, not Fred. India might miss Kuldeep on the 5th day. They should have chosen him over Thakur. Yes, well, that's the point of contention. Romeo Boyop, India targeting 300, then declared. Same point. Brian in Brisbane. Hello, Mr. Forth. Hello. Are you the tag team changeover messages? Yes, I am. As one flew out, another Aussie flew in. And the Harriman said, yes, another rushing clone on the field. Can't chance at the ground, and we're off again.
Bashir will continue around the wicket. I'm surprised he hasn't been taken off. That's a filthy first delivery, and Rahul rightly nails it to the square leg boundary for 4.
Yep, and don't think I'm going to get, not be up to the task.
Yeah, it's even though he is going at that sedate, you were saying like that 3 runs per over. If you're going to give him filth, he's going to take care of it, and that's a really good approach. He's not getting stuck in his shell. He's not getting into those nervous 90s. It looks like he's very attacking.
Yeah, he's on 91. He'll look for a quick single here and should get it. Does Bashir peeled off his own bowling as it was pushed,
and it just
easily enough.
It just feels like India is just too easy now. It's a little bit like batting practice for both of them. There's nothing that's hurting them. It's like England is just too defensive. They're just waiting for something to happen instead of them dictating play. They're just hoping, okay, if at some point India if one of the batters make a mistake, then great, they'll get a wicket. Otherwise, let's just keep going.
Bashir in again to Pant. This one's tossed up and down the ground for Pant. Has he made a mistake here? No, I think no. Wokes does feel it was on the bounce. And they will get back to 3, you think that was, so very nearly. The trap was laid, as you say, Mayank, England, it feels like this whole partnership, they've been bowling at them, just waiting for Pant in particular to make a mistake, and he had that one down the ground. It was in the air for a decent period of time, but it eventually was just on the bounce to Chris Wokes, who fumbled it a couple of times. But
that's what I mean. I think, they're waiting for somebody to make a slash shot like that, and again, Pant is living by his pants, and
Pant on 75, ready once more. This is full and defended for no run.
At some point, they're hoping that he continues to play shots like that, where he will loft it a little bit higher, and that would go into catching height. Though the one previously just fell short, but it just feels like there's no real plan from England at this point. They're kind of just stuck in the back foot.
Tossed up and wide by Bashir, and it very nearly got a catch. At cover, it was slashed away. Was it Stokes who took the tumbling dive at cover? That was another one. It was just tossed up and wide by Bashir, as I say. Lovely bit of flight, and Pant was tempted into a massive drive, but it didn't go to hand. It went very quickly to, I think that Stokes will see on the replay. It hit very hard. We got a hand to it, Ben Stokes. It was definitely more of a stop. It would have been one of the most superb catches.
It would have been a brilliant catch, but he's furious with himself as well, as he thinks he should have taken it. Is it like a goalkeeper tipping it round the post?
Bashir into Rahul bowls, and this is turned into the offside. They'll trot through comfortably for a single. So it's 221 for 3. England struggling, India well on top here.
The Harryman, bowl Duckett, you cowards. Liam Mahoney, bowl Root, he hasn't bowled yet in the match. Farong, ball is 60 overs old, pitch not giving much assistance. England not short of bowlers. Liam Mahoney or Brook, lol, they need a wicket. Anurag Chaudhuri. Bashir doesn't really take advantage of his height and high release point as much as he should. Young Ashwin used to take bucketfuls in first-class cricket just with his awkwardly high release point. Eric J. does Mike know about the tree in the Sevenoaks ground at Kent. Neymar Butlins, hey boys, I've just woken up here in Los Angeles. Don't we need a wicket? Yes, we do. And Lucky 6. Ducketism is a real word now, but it's more than a word. It's an idea, a dream, a faith, and a way of life. Give the lad a bowl.
Is that the tree that you're referring that one used to be the tree
Used
that
to
used
be.
to be on the inside of the
Yes.
ground? Unfortunately, it's not there anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, that's that's another very British anomaly, isn't it? To have something so randomly placed inside a cricket ground.
We love it. All that nonsense.
Cast regrips this 60-year-old ball at the top of his mark, coming to a haulers on 93. Will come over the wicket. Bowls wider and a lovely bit of bounce. It's a wonderful lead from Rahul. You have to say that is something Forthy did. He's done well all day. He always seems to know where his off stump is.
Yes, an uncanny knack. And I think that a lot of the balls which might have got some players who just got into a lot of trouble, one of the benefits of having a guy who's just placed 194 balls is that, he's got the technique and the confidence. He's been in long enough. He's seeing off the really good balls, which would have troubled the lower batsmen.
Cast comes again, 2 for 45 of his 12 so far. Bowls this is shorter, and Rahul defends into the offside window run.
He's got one slip in, then he's got what looks like a third slip, maybe even a fourth slip. There's a huge gap between the two, and then you've got somebody at point. And I just wonder, why are they so spread out? Because it's inviting one of those edges that just goes right in between the both of them.
I mean, is there any science in it, or is it just guesswork?
Well, I think when the ball gets slightly softer, the edges tend to go squarer. So that could be the only thing that I'd potentially think of. Rahul faces up again. This is turned into the leg side off his ribs. No, there's no run.
In which case, wouldn't you have, a fourth slip in a gully? Why have you got the man sort of standing halfway in between? I don't really get it.
Yeah, well, no, I think you would have that second slip. I mean, I don't know. I'm slightly baffled by his captaincy so far after lunch, to be honest, Ben Stokes. I don't quite understand why it's been also negative. I'm sure he'll get interviewed and asked about it at the end of the day's play. And I'll be very interested to hear his response. Rahul on 93. Ollie Pope said on interview last night that he was the key man to get out, and so far England haven't done it. This is full from Bryden Carson, defended stoutly once more. What do you think? Go on, Mike.
Good. No, you go ahead, Billy.
I was just going to ask, what you think of Bryden Carson, Mike, so far?
I think he's raw talent. I think he's got. I mean, I don't follow county cricket anywhere near anything more than just the occasional score checking, but from what I've seen in terms of international cricket, he has the talent. He just doesn't have the ability yet to kind of figure out exactly who he is.
Back of a length from Bryden Carson. This is slashed. Really good shot from Rahul. He'll move to 97 as he gets one between gully and third slip, and it goes down to third man boundary for 4.
Oh, for 4, right. Hello. I'm on.
3, 4.
Well, you don't get that one too often, do you?
And we actually don't. It was short and wide from Carson. Slightly keep a little bit low. Rahul guided it beautifully with his flowing locks and put it down for 4.
That's an interesting point about the flowing locks. I was trying to think of a really top-class batsman with a more luxurious bouffant than Rahul. They tend to be. I can't really think of one.
Well, he's on 97 now, one boundary away from his 100. This is defended. He wants a single but doesn't get one.
I wouldn't
so
say
he does not retain the strike. It's 61 overs gone. India 225 for 3.
I wouldn't say flowing locks is a thing, but mullets are back.
Oh, mullets are back. Yeah.
You do have the hair in the back.
Yeah.
These days, but they're more in the form of a mullet.
It's just more overall luxuriantness. Yes, from our man Rahul. Jeremy Henderson. Hello from lovely cool Perth. He has arrived home. Great to see Forthy slipping seamlessly into the space I left. Yeah, no, it's a nice, comfortable fit. You've worn it in nicely, like a first year at Eton warming the toilet seat or something messy. That wasn't a very nice analogy. Jonathan Seafelt, minus Bumrah, is this the most mediocre set of bowlers on both sides in an English-India series in decades? Well,
it is.
Yes.
I agree with that, actually.
I that's probably true. It's hard to argue against it, isn't it?
This feels more like a B-string attack if you were in 2021 or 2022 when India was last playing a test series. This would have been their B-string strength. But now that you don't have those high-profile names, you don't have Shami, you don't have Boovy, you don't have Jimmy, you don't have Stuart Broad.
Yeah.
It does kind of feel like we're in this situation where who the hell are these people? Kind of a thing.
Bashir's continuing. I'm really surprised that this one slip in that's wide and turns from wide pant. Rather ungainly slash it and they've come through for singles and miscues it to cover. I really think this is the time to Stokes. I'm just not quite sure what's going on. I know he likes to back Bashir, but number 52 off 11 overs and Pant has really got stuck into him. He's been bowling around the wicket to KL Rahul and he will do so again. That's an ploy to try and get an LBW because I guess he feels like it's going to be turning too much to get one from over the wicket. But Rahul is on 97 off 199 balls. He's done a magnificent job so far for India. Can Bashir remove him in the 90s? This is on the pads and a pretty nothing delivery and turned away for another single.
We do have a super chat. What we don't have is the super chat jingle. So
super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Beautifully done. Good Friday says, appreciate you guys for the commentary on another pants turn. KL's not far behind. Don't jinx it now. Thank you so much, Good Friday, for 5 of your Aussie bucks, I do believe. And
That's I think a solid coffee right there.
Yeah.
Pant faces up again on 77. This is tossed up and he does have a snatch of it. Will it go to hand? It does not. It looks like it's going to spin away for 4. Ollie Pope races after it but can't haul it in. That means Pant moves on to 81. Bashir creates a chance but it's 4 more.
He's really ridden his luck, Pant. You got to say that.
Yeah.
I mean, these are not orthodox shots.
I wonder if, the way Pant is going, is he going to get his 100 first? Because it's very possible.
Yeah.
If Bashir stays on maybe for one more over, you might actually see, at the way this is going, in his next over, he's going to go for maybe 15, 20 more runs. And then suddenly you'll have 2 Centurions within the next 5 minutes.
He comes again to Pant. This is down the ground. They do have a fielder out there, so it will just be a single, you would think. And it's Stokes once again rubbing his beard. He's trying to do some thinking. I think you need to bring yourself on, Ben, to be honest.
That would
Not
be.
really sure what's going on.
Would that be 5 different Indian Centurions in the match if both these two get over the line? Or have I just made that up? I'm not sure.
5.
Well, Pant got one in the first. Pant got one in
Pant's
the first
going to double up,
so
isn't he? So it'd be 4
double
different
up.
ones, yeah.
Rahul on 98. He's getting nearer and nearer. That one does turn a bit more from Bashir, but it's back of a length. Rahul negotiates it easily enough. There's one ball left in this over and 1 ball left of our stint together. India 232 for 3. The lead is 238. It's just slowly creeping out of England's hands here.
You had Jaiswal with 101, Shubman Gill 147, Rishabh Pant with 134. So this would be, if they both do get a century, it'll be 5 centuries from 4 men.
4 different ones. Rahul on 98. This is tossed up and driven nicely. Will he get 2 here? This is into the gap. He will try and get it, and he will. Wonderful century, you have to say, from KL Rahul.
Well played.
Gets his 100, raises his bat. Really well played. He's done his job superbly. 100 off 202 balls.
Well done, him. Hang on. Where's the normal 100? Here it was. Surely Centurion should be it.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a Centurion. 10, 20,
Then it starts again.
40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations,
This
sir.
just keeps
You
going.
are a Centurion.
Stop.
It was such a good century, he deserved 2 times.
That's what I was about to say, man.
Yeah, well, indeed.
And
We've also
I
got,
think
just before
with
we finish...
that, we are due a change.
We are
so
due a
I'm going to
change.
head off. I think Not Fred is ready for you guys. And I'll see you guys in a bit.
If Jace, if that's you, we have done that one, but we haven't done the yellow one. So yes, we're going to have a little changeover, and Fred's on.
Thank you, Mayank. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Porpy, who delighted to see us joined us in the old country. Billy, let me know if you can hear me clearly, because
I absolutely can hear you.
I have to say it's a bit choppy on the on our internal feed. So I'll have a go at ball by balling, but if it gets too choppy, I might ask you to do the honours if you're all right with that.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Fair. There's an advert which is taking a lot longer than 30 seconds. But anyway, so I haven't seen much of today's play. Haven't missed much by way of wickets, it's fair to say.
No.
The wicket itself that people were thinking was going to break up dramatically from what they saw at the end of yesterday hasn't really happened, has it, Billy?
Do we want to put some more ice
No,
on
it hasn't. You have to say, definitely some have leapt off a length. We haven't seen many keep low, though. And keeping low is really the one that quite often brings wickets into play with LBW and bowled. So a bit more of that England will require, but ultimately at the moment India are just well on top and looking incredibly comfortable, you have to say. But I really think Stokes need to bowl Fred. I don't quite understand why he hasn't brought himself on, to be honest.
Yeah, perhaps might be not a very good wicket to bat on last. Then again, England chose to bat on last, so they can't blame anyone else if that's the case. Hello, Jason. Are you reading me loud and clear?
I am, yes. I can see you loud and clear as well on the Zoom feed. Not choppy at all,
fantastic.
Apparently.
Yeah, it's choppy at my end. Well, we'll see how it goes once the play starts. If indeed it has started already.
The players have just been the players have just been taking a drink. Fred, that's what's taken slightly longer. A well-deserved drink for K.R. Hall, a magnificent 100, and Pant looking like he's going to follow suit for his second of the test. And surely, if he does that, there was a bit of talk about man of the match earlier.
Well,
he would certainly get that
between him and Jasprit Bumrah if India do win this match.
What, out of interest, what do you think?
I don't care much for man of the match awards at the best of times, but certainly not after 3 innings rather than 4 have been played. Let's wait and see.
Is that now 4 different Indian centurions in this match?
5 centuries and 4 different men. Truly outstanding effort. It's been a very good test pitch, you'd have to say.
No,
that hasn't quite broken up. No, 5 centuries.
4 centuries.
5 centuries from 4 different men. If Pant gets it, sorry, so far.
If Pant gets another 18 runs, let's not get carried away. Anyway, 200. What's the score? 234 for 3. KL has 100. Rishabh Pant has 82. Wicket takers, Cass has picked up Stokes 1. The lead is now 240 as we're going to start the what are we? We're through 3.5 days, aren't we? So
12.
No, 4.5.
No, 3.5. There's still a day to go.
3.5. Sorry, 3.5. God, I'm all over the place. Still got a day to go.
This is the 11th session, so we're
and Aaron, please stop.
Yeah, you're getting a bit choppy.
They're going a decent lick as well because, I am being choppy. I think it's.
Billy, I think you might have to take over for a bit.
Yeah, I'll take over. That's right. Bryden Cass is going to have a bowl after drink break. It seems to have taken quite a while, this drink break, as if Test cricket couldn't get any slower. Pants on 82, but you never know, they do say drink breaks bring wickets, and England will certainly hope that that's the case. You would assume that some kind of a message would have come in from the dressing room.
And Notfred has returned to active motion.
His first delivery is, I'll just do this ball, this first delivery is pulled really nicely and Pope just about hauls in, and Harry Brook will eventually haul it in. They'll get 2. There you go, Notfred, you seem to be right.
Take over full time if you can hear me.
Yep.
Yeah,
because I'll try and reboot or something.
Okay. Yes, that was nice and flat and quickly to the boundary. There was a good piece of relay fielding by Brook, and I think it was
Pope, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Who
Pant will face up once more. Taps his bat down. Cass is coming in from over the wicket. It might be a short ball ploy in at the moment. It is. It's short and angled down the leg side. Really nice shot from Rishabh Pant. He moves on to 88 with a 4 down to fine leg boundary.
Now my innings going. Great guns. I hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Nicely tickled.
Helped it along its way, didn't he?
Yeah, and there's no fine. I don't quite understand how can you go short ball theory without a fine leg. To be honest, you'd think that they've got a backward square leg and maybe a wide fine leg, but I just haven't. I don't know, Jason. I just don't understand these tactics from England. To be honest, hasn't made sense for me after lunch.
Lost the plot a bit after lunch.
Yeah, agreed. Cast in again. In once more. Pant goes again. This time misses it, and it goes through to Jamie Smith.
Well, if they don't have two, a long leg and a fine leg, whether it's wide or traditional, with that 2-ball attack, then that's very strange indeed. Because the whole idea of it, I think, is to tuck Pant up, and he's playing it up. He's always playing it up that hook shot, so it's always going to carry or go over the top of them.
Yeah, cast in once more, continuing with this theory. This is down the leg side, almost a cutter, and it's somehow shuffled into the leg side by Pant, who will get a single.
Well, he just dropped a bat on that, and there's nobody in it to stop a single in the leg side because they're all on the boundary waiting for the short ball.
Yeah, I mean, I do think England have bowled at Pant as if they're just waiting for him to make a mistake, and he certainly has made mistakes, but they just haven't gone to hand. And I just think it's incredibly negative bowling to be bowling at someone waiting for them to make a mistake rather than you forcing them to make, or bowling a Jaffa.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen Chris Wokes at all. I think it might be the time to reintroduce him to bowl in his one-day style and make him try and hit the ball to places where he doesn't want to hit it.
Raw, 100 not out, places this is a short ball. It's pulled really nicely, rolled his wrists over it. He should get 2. And he didn't, I don't think. That's pretty lacklustre running, you'd have to say.
It's pretty good work by Brooke on the boundary to get the ball in and out of his hands quickly. Not a great throw because Jamie Smith was sprinting towards it, and you could see that as soon as the ball left his hand, Brooke was going, "Oh, sorry, I've thrown it 15 yards away from where I wanted to."
Do you think this Indian side, this I know is looking ahead, considering they only lead by 248, but do you think they'll force a victory, or will they bat to almost the stage that they can't lose? What do you think, Jason? After this ball, maybe answer that question. This is rolled just over again by Rishabh Pant, and he will come through for a single. Wally Pope does the fielding.
That's much more traditional pull shot. There's a better line of ball. It's going over the top of the stumps rather than going over his legs, and just rolled his wrists on that and left it into the floor. I think that we'll only really know when they change the bowling and see what they do with the rest of the bowling. That's their full intent. Anyway, we have a super chat.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
From Sally R56, 10 Aussie dollars, saying, "This is the opening bid to hide the mouse whilst Fourth is in charge of the jingle deck." Oh, you're cruel to Fourthy. Anyway, and not that Jeff Thomas says, "Good morning, Gurus. It's 6:30 a.m. here in Mendocino, California. And Yorkshire 0 for 1 after 1 ball. What a season," says Eric J.
Well, Bashir's continuing to pant around the wicket here. Turns it away from him. It's cut and edged by Pant, and Point will come round and do the fielding as it dribbles along the ground. Pant gets a single and moves to 91.
Cut, but cut down just past the slip. There was no pace on it at all.
Yeah, he clopped it really. I think he got onto the shot so late.
Yeah.
That he didn't really hit it properly.
Lockie 6 wants a 4th round of book time, but he appears to be bookless. I don't think there are any books in the new studio. The Brudio, as it's been named.
Bashir's changed angle to Rahul. He comes over the wicket now. This is wide and played nicely off the back foot by Rahul as they come through for a simple single.
Steve Chilton says Bashir got bashed then. Yes. As we've watched a lot of giggling going on in the Sky commentary booth between Athers, Dinesh Karthik and Ian Ward in the middle, refereeing the content.
Panthers now into the 90s off 105 balls. He started relatively slowly this morning, but as we so often see him do, just accelerates wonderfully well. Bashir's into him around the wicket. This is tossed up and defended by Pant back to him.
That's better by Bashir. That's floated up, but with enough line on it to attack the stumps and therefore demand a little bit of restraint by Pant.
Bashir will continue, 3 balls left and is over. This is tossed up again, and it's clocked into the ground by Rishabh Pant. 251 is the lead for India at the moment.
Yeah, the bottom hand came in on that a little bit and he just hit it into the ground rather than smoothly stroking it out through the covers.
Fifth delivery, it's over. This is short and wide and slashed. That'll be 4. Really nice shot through the covers. Beats long off rather.
And it'll be one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Is that the end of the over?
I think there might be one more delivery, but I may be wrong. It was short from Bashir. More dross really that we've seen from him. It could be the end of the over. Go on if you've got some messages through that.
Messages says
I know one ball to come. Last ball of it now. Bashir comes in. Bowls this short wide again. A similar delivery. This is chopped down to the ground and backward point. Ollie Pope is the fielding. Pant missed out there. He's on 95 for 249 for 3.
Billy 8888 says, one would think Pant will be a terrific T20 player given his style, but he is terrible at it. Any thoughts on why? And message says, WTF? Warming's the toilet seat for you? My word, you've been mixing in exalted company, 4th. And we also have, from messages, a... where is it? Marketing 2. There it is.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Messages, $10 Aussie just to get in on the Super Chat race. Thank you, messages. Neymar Butler says, I think this is the A string commentary team. Sorry, Bear and Hendo. Billy and Mayank are killing it. Well,
Farong says will come into bowl to Hall, who's on 102 over the wicket. This is short and he rolls just over it really nicely. He might get 4. It does. This is a nightmare for England. Lead's gone up to 259 now. Rahul 106. They just can't stop the flow of runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Nitin Deshpande says the pitch is flat. I'm crying. And Blair says, now get your second ton of the match, Rishabh, and put the naysayers to bed.
Yeah.
Kieran Rose.
Rahul is on 106. Carson 2 for 62 so far. Bowles is back for length and still there are no slips in at the moment. The short ball theory continues.
Sagri Data says, I think this was a decisive hour. India are the clear favourites now. Grandad has left the building. Grandad has left the building in response to Kieran Roseblade, so he doesn't need any help with the computer anymore. It's weird bowling from England, says Nutin Deshpande. And also, good evening, everybody.
Carson again to Rahul. Bowls this is short and he manages to get his hand out of the way and it goes through to Jamie Smith. What would you be doing, Jason, in this situation? Who would you bring on to bowl? I've said I want Stokes on, but what are your thoughts?
I think Stokes and Wokes are probably the men in. Tongue has bowled a good spell, but was cruelly denied a wicket by the fact of a lack of a slip when there clearly should have been one. I think you've got to go with your most experienced bowlers when you're up against the wall, I think, and they're the most experienced bowlers in the team. Get them on to see if they can make something happen.
Yeah. Carson again to Rahul. Ball short, and this must have been a bit of a cutter. It just rather went through 83-mile an hour from Pride and Cost. It just has felt like England are just waiting for a mistake, really, hasn't it? And the mistakes have come, but they haven't gone to hand.
It feels very much like they're doing one-day bowling now to try and delay the inevitable. They're not necessarily looking to take wickets.
Stokes is usually so inventive with his fields. We see the umbrella fields come out and things like that, but we just haven't seen anything like that so far today, and I really wonder why. I don't know if Stokes himself is also feeling a slight niggle, maybe. I mean, I really can't think why.
He bowled 20 overs in the first innings. Hasn't bowled. He bowled a spell before lunch, but he hasn't really bowled since.
Yeah. Carson again, Rahul tucks us off his hip and thinks about a single, but eventually decides against it, and probably wisely.
That's an interesting field. I mean, that guy who's just fielded it is like, he's not in on the one, but he's not on the boundary. He's in sort of no man's land, at sort of behind square on the leg side, almost like he's there for a mistimed flick. I think we're going to be joined shortly by Gary.
We're just seeing a video of Jofra Archer, who has taken a wicket against Durham for Sussex up at Chester Street. So nice to see him back bowling and back to the wicket. Swall faces up, final delivery over. This is whipped into the leg side, and there will be no run.
Message yes tells us, is this declaration bowling from Bashir? From leader of the 250 in the afternoon session, scorching sun overhead, 7 wickets in hand, squeaky bum time approaching for no. And Mark Arnold says 400 plus lead by the end of the day, and then put in England for tomorrow, who will go for it in capital letters. Paul Stratton, do any of our quicks know what these stumps are with bells on are for? Hope they decide to work it out, because Bold and nobody else will be back in play. We're pretty clueless again. And with that, I'm joined by the tooting trumpet.
Bashir will come in once more. He's going around the wicket. He bowls to Pant. This is flatter and wider, and it turns from wide.
And I can go back to the day job of just doing the socials.
Yes, I think I'm subbing in due to technological issues, so I'm glad to be here. Hello, Billy, and yes.
This is Shoal Arms, really. Wider from Bashir, and it's no run. Serious shot. What would you be doing? You've always got an opinion.
Yeah, what would I be doing? I'd be feigning a bout of food poisoning and sitting in the pavilion at the moment, because it's not very good, is it, from an England perspective?
4 balls left of Bashir's over. This is full, and Pant defends it back to him.
What I definitely would be doing, though, I know Joe Root, they may be protecting his back. You don't want him to rick his back, but I'd definitely be bringing Root or Harry Brook on just to give him something different to think about.
Well, Pant's on 95. Will he get to a century? The 6 is wider, and he angles it to backward point where Pope fields. There's no run.
See, the thing about change bowlers like that, they are going to concede some 4 balls, but plenty's getting hit for 4 anyway. So just give them a little bit to relax. Just tell them that you've won this year on top, and there's 2 wickets.
This is turned into the leg side by Pant. It was straighter from Bashir, and he'll come through for a single.
You won't remember, Billy,
96.
but you'll remember, Jason. Do you remember when Mark Butcher came on and took 4 wickets against Gilchrist and Co?
He was literally only meant to be on to change ends for another bowler, and they took a wicket and they said, "Oh, keep going because you're getting the balls a swing," and he took 4 for 30 something.
Yeah, that's right. I think Australia's still got about 550, but it shows that there are many ways in which you can break a batsman's concentration, and bringing on a change bowler is one of them.
1 ball over left in the 66th over. This is over the wicket to Rahul, and turned into the leg side for no run. So that is 254 for 3. The lead is 260 off 66 overs. You're in a commanding position.
What would you do, Billy?
I've been saying I'd want Stokes to bowl. He just always seems to take a wicket at these kind of situations. I more just haven't. It's not so much who's been bowling. It's more the tactics I haven't understood, to be honest. As soon as, straight after lunch, there was only 1 slip in or something, and it's just all been defensive, and I haven't understood it. I think, we've got some quality in our ranks. Brian Carter's bowled well. Why wouldn't you look to get some edges or bowled or LBW?
Yeah.
Getting people out caught just takes 2 dismissals out of the game, and I don't understand.
Well, the other thing about posting second slips and so on is that it tells the batsman you're trying to get him out, and no sooner do we say it
than it has occurred. We have summoned him to the bowling crease. It is this man.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Now, I know he's played a lot of matches, but he does take wickets as his 71 wickets at tests.
Most of them.
Yeah, I mean, he's better than a part-timer.
Well, I always say, on spinning pitches on the subcontinent, he's a kind of 5.5 bowler. In England, I think he's more 6.5 or 7th bowler. But, it's a 254 for 3 with a lead of 260. It's time to bring on your 6th or 7th bowler, isn't it?
Yeah. Even if it's for one small spell to see what they can do.
Yeah. And
you've got to speculate to accumulate.
Yeah, I hope he concentrates on turning the ball and not trying to bowl sort of leg breaks and all kinds of stuff. Because he can turn the ball.
Well, he's going to bowl to Pant from around the wicket, and Pant cuts, and it goes out to deep points. He will come through for a single to move himself onto 97.
Did look a bit stiff in the back bowling that one. Do you remember when Mike Atherton used to essay a few leg breaks?
Oh,
he was so stiff in the back, and then he had to give them up.
Then he'd have go off for he'd be absent the next day because his spondylitis would have flared up.
I've got a quiz question for you. Billy won't get it. He's about 40 years too young. But who was described in the Cricketer as the best young schoolboy leg break bowler in the country in about 1982 or something when he was 14?
I think I know this.
Go on.
Is it not Nasser Hussain?
It was indeed Nasser Hussain. You can find the piece, I think, in the archive of the Cricketer.
Because weren't Nasser Hussain and Mike Atherton?
Root's going to come in around the wicket to a haul, and this is defended.
I think they both took 60-odd wickets in county cricket in the season.
I think they were in the massive schoolboy cricket section of kind of Wisden 1981 or whatever.
Rahul faces up once more. This is swept, and he will attempt to push for 2, but we'll have to settle for a single.
Wouldn't have been 81 for
I'm guessing around that time.
Atherton's my age, so it would have been 85, 86 when he was 17.
Maybe Well, it takes a lot to rock the full-on Bollywood hairstyle like KL Rahul, but I reckon he's got it, don't you? Yeah. Billy, would you attempt?
He's certainly batting well enough.
Would you attempt the Bollywood
bowls? I don't know. I don't know if I would. I don't really mess around my hair, to be honest. This is pushed into the offside, and they will get a single 66.
Well, I'll say this, Billy.
Gone.
Do, because all of a sudden you wake up one day and you can't mess about with it. So do it while you can.
There is a reason why I have a hat on today.
Well,
not least because it's a Gorilla Cricket hat, but also because my head is hurting after yesterday.
Well,
from being in the sun without a hat.
Well,
Rahul faces again. This is pushed into the offside, and there will be a single. They're just pushing Joe Root around, really not wanting to take any risks.
Oh, that's
one ball left in the 67th over, 253.
Well, that's okay if they're
taken over to find out.
Yeah, and if they're thinking there is a risk, then you're halfway to there actually being a risk. So,
Cancel 98. Will he do it with this ball? He plays that one really late and pushes it to backward point. There'll be no run.
It was
7 overs gone. The lead is 264.
Let's get back to where the we are doomed, says Lucky 6, unless Hero comes along and takes tons of wickets. But who? Well, Root has tried and not been successful thus far. Sid Bally says, we reckon we'll be in for 10 overs this evening.
It's an interesting question. I want to come back to that.
And Aaron Anurag agrees with me. Both Wokes and Stokes have been under bowled today.
Well, neither of them have bowled a great deal so far this season. We have to be slightly wary of this.
Yeah.
It's to go from not bowling very much to bowling sort of 40 overs or more in a match is a stiffish ask for two men in their mid-30s.
Talking about stiff stuff, that celebration by Pant in the first innings is not something you can do with a stiff back.
No, but it is something you can do after a year or two after a near-fatal car accident.
I know, it's very impressive.
It is very impressive, and I'm sure that's kind of part of it. I hate this. We're getting the reason why we've got a delay is that Ollie Pope is putting on the protective equipment. If you want the protective equipment, wear it at the start of the session, and if you want to bring it out at drinks. Don't bring it out while the game's on. Of course, some of this is tactical because they just want to keep panting on 98, although he's already got 5 Test match centuries and 100 in the first innings. Why would he be nervous?
Well, there's a short leg in.
Yeah.
Ollie Pope. There's a slip as well. There's a deep square leg in case Hall wants to sweep one with the spin. Bashir will bowl from over the wicket. This is wide and cut nicely. They will get at least 1 here. Might look for 2. They do. They're going to scamper back for it, and they will get there. So Hall retains the strike, moves on to 110.
There's just no turn in the pitch at all.
But Bashir doesn't turn. He's not a massive turner of the ball.
He's not a massive turner of the ball, but he does turn the ball. He also gets a bit of overspin. But I think he's even finding drift a bit difficult in blustery conditions here. I don't think he's bowled badly, particularly in the first innings, but I don't think conditions are helping him.
Bashir bowls this is tossed up and driven. They'll get a quick enough single. Throw comes in from mid-on. But they do get through. Rahul moves to a Nelson.
Yeah, and England look perilously like they're waiting for the new ball, which is still 12.4 overs away.
We look like we've been doing that for 30 overs.
That's a good point, Billy.
Bowler.
Yeah, it's a good point, Billy. I mean, they've got a couple of close catches. They're not being entirely defensive. It's just that there's an air about England waiting for something to happen.
Bashir bowls around the wicket. This is wide and flat. Plant thinks about having a go. It might even be called a wide, but
no, I think
I'm not sure it has been.
I think it will if he bowls too many out there now, because you can't deliberately bowl wide.
Not allowed to bowl negatively either. I think. 98. Pant remains. He's been there for a little while. Will he have a dance down the track or something? He pushes this one to short cover. There is no run. I think this might be the last 2 deliveries of our stint. I don't know if one of you.
Yeah, I think so. I think
it will be. Yes.
I'm going on to summarising, which is what I'm doing now. Actually,
and I believe 40 will be back in. Let me just check.
2 deliveries in this over for Pant to get his 100.
Pant will face up. This is tossed up and left well alone. See no spin from wide. There hasn't been much from straight. The thing is, we know that England aren't going to settle for a draw. Whatever India set them, they will have a go. You would have to say.
Well, that's what I was
mantra.
going to say about where a declaration will come.
Pant faces up. This is straight and defended, so he will not get a century. So the 68 overs gone. India 261-3.
As we change over, I'll just perhaps speculate on that, because it does lie in the back of opposition's minds that England have chased so successfully and with such a positive attitude. They've of course failed on some chases. It's the nature of the game. But the attacking way for India would be to really press on here and declare with 20 minutes bowling tonight and a target of 350 or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think they will. I think they'll bat on tomorrow morning and declare with a target of 380 or something, because they know that England will chase. They know that England can go at 5 and over and can accelerate from there if needs be. But it is the first match of a series, and I think it would be a tremendous statement from India's new captain if they were to declare with 20 minutes bowling tonight. What would Ben Stokes do? He'd do that.
I personally think they will declare overnight, but that's it for me, I think. So I will see you guys later.
Yeah, so I think 4th you're on the ball by ball?
No, I'm on socials.
Oh, right. Who's on ball by ball?
Technically it's John Batham. Who's that? Hello, John.
Hello. Afternoon, gents. That first ball cut away into the offside for a single.
Hello, John. It's nice to see you there.
Hello, Gary. Not seen you since a day at the Hovel earlier this season.
Yeah.
I seem to recall.
Yeah. I missed 1 or 2 matches. I was so worn out by the heat here on Friday that I didn't actually go to the Oval for the T20 on Friday night, which I didn't miss much because it was an absolute bleeding walkover.
I was there and it was dismal.
Yeah.
This is wide of the off stump and it's left and it goes through to Jamie Smith.
Yeah.
Well,
your boys
I join you, gents, with India well in the ascendancy, I would suggest.
Yep. it's England are waiting for something to happen, which is not the Bazball way, but it is. They're under the cosh.
This one is cut to cover. That's a good stop.
Yeah,
good stop prevents a run.
They've kept Pant on 98 quite well here, but the question is whether he's going to do something silly or not, or indeed whether we could tell, because Pant will do silly stuff and
at any time. This one's fairly wide outside the off stump, and again left and goes through to Jamie Smith.
Jaswale looks like a kind of truanting schoolboy in his hoodie there. Looks so young.
Oh, that's come back in quite a long way from Joe Root.
Yeah, that was his arm ball, wasn't it? And it was bowled quite quick.
We'll give Pant the benefit of the doubt and call it a good leave. But
Yeah.
I don't know that it was, though.
No, he left one in the first innings and was LBW, so...
Here's Root again, and he tosses this one up. It turns into a full toss, in fact. And it's turned away into the leg side, and Pant gets one and goes to 99.
It's everyone guessing that's the end of the over. India 263 for 3. Nitin Deshpande, experts comments please. How much is enough for declaration and when the game is possible on the flat wicket? We'll get back to that with our experts' thoughts shortly. Lockie 6R, so that's it. They're protecting Duckett's back. Yes, that's it. Stephen Kelk, Gary and Billy are just teasing us now. David Durrell, very dangerous, asking Gary for his opinion. Oh, I don't know. Paul Stratton, Root, Brook, anything different? Long hop might do the trick. Just like having a net for India. Plan C and D urgently required.
I think a Phil Edmonds style bouncer from Joe Root, and he has got that in his locker, as they say.
He does have the bouncer, it's true.
Well, England certainly need to try something. They've looked pretty toothless today.
Yeah, Headingley has defanged them a little bit. I mean, these pitches now, Test match pitches in England, they don't deteriorate at all, it seems.
I have to say, though, I don't find the England attack particularly exciting. Anyway, it's Bashir, and oh my goodness, that's kept low. It's deceived Jamie Smith and gone down towards the boundary behind him, but he didn't offer a shot, and so I think he's not bothered to run.
Why have they not run the bye there? If it's a leg bye, you can't.
Yeah,
if you fail to play a shot to you can't run on a leg bye. But that was curious. Maybe he just wants to strike.
Keeping Pant on strike on 99.
Here is Bashir again, and he leaves this one, does Pant. It was wide of the off stump. They're trying to tempt him to throw his hands at one, I think.
Yeah. I mean, that turned not out of the foot marks, but out of the foot hole because it was so full it pitched on the crease.
Let's see what he does this time, Bashir. He's in again, and this is a fraction straighter. Again, it's beaten Jamie Smith and rolled behind him, and again, Pant shows no interest in running a bye.
Nearly a 5, though. Didn't miss the helmet by much.
But Jamie Smith's keeping in the last few minutes has been ordinary, to say the least.
A little bit of fatigue, I think, maybe in there.
He is Surrey's reserve goal, wicketkeeper. Here's Bashir, and this is cut away, and that's going to be his 100, I think. Yes, he's through for the single. So 100 to Rishad Pant.
Well done from him.
From 130 balls. And he looks pretty happy about it.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
10, 20, 30, 40, 20, 60, 40, 80, 60, 80, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Well, he gets a hug from Raoul.
I've got a question for you boys. Now,
go on.
I recall, I think it was at Bridgetown in maybe 91, or maybe it was a bit after that. Alex Stewart made 2 centuries in the match.
Yes, it was a bit later.
I'll just break off.
Here's Bashir, and this one is driven off the back foot to wide mid-off.
And
results in another run.
I recall
Rail.
reading a piece in the Cricketer or somewhere like that saying, and its hypothesis was that getting 200s in a match was a greater achievement than getting a double 100 in a match. And this is obviously Rishabh Pant's second 100 of the match, 100 in the first innings, 100 in the second innings. And I actually concur with that.
Yeah, I'd agree with it too. You've got to reset yourself and all of that. You've got to play
the
yourself back
conditions.
in.
Me three.
Yeah, there we are.
Well, you've got to get in twice, haven't you? Here's Bashir, and this is very full, and pitches in the footholes again. It's driven out square by Pant.
We're just seeing
he takes another single.
Just seeing a stat there that Pant is in fact only the second wicketkeeper in Test history to get to 200s in each innings, and Andy Flower being the first.
Yeah, Andy Flower, he had that absolutely golden sort of 3 or 4 years where he seemed to get a century every time he took guard, and the fact that he was also keeping as well for Zimbabwe is
remarkable,
extraordinary.
Messi. Well, David, I strongly suspect Gary would have shared his opinion whether invited or not.
Well, I agree with that.
Mark Arnold, where's Dan Lawrence when you need him? The Jack Douglas of bowling. Hop, step, way!
Very good.
Lucky 6, what gets wickets? Bullshit. Nitin Deshpande, Nasir Hussain was not a good captain. I don't know about that.
Ooh.
Neymar Butlins, I think these men have seen better spin than Rooty, right? Lucky 6, hey Messi, did the geese recognise you?
Here's Root, and this is swept very fine, just past the stumps, and goes down behind the wicketkeeper for 4 byes.
Yeah.
He's completely missed the ball, in fact.
Yeah, Jamie Smith is not. He's going to have to go back to basics, I think, Jamie Smith, and get something behind it, because at the moment he's failing to get much behind it.
At the moment, he's more Mel Smith.
Yeah, very good.
Than Jamie Smith, I'm afraid.
Very good.
Here's Root again, and this is belted back over Root's head, and takes 1 bounce and goes for 4.
4.
Well, Rishad Pant, having reached his 100, is going to have some fun, I think.
Yeah, this is where England, I think, in the last over before lunch, they posted Ben Duckett as a kind of sweeper behind the bowler. And I think you've got to do that now, because Pant's going to go for that shot back over the bowler's head, whether there's a fielder there or not. And any miscue can be caught.
He is, absolutely. Here's Root again to Pant, and this is wider and swung away into the outfield. Has that gone all the way for 6, I wonder?
It has.
I think it has. Goodness me, it's ended up in the crowd.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
I mean, they're just checking here, but it wasn't quite a slog, but he wasn't quite there for the shot. But he goes through with it.
One hand off the bat.
One hand comes off the bat. He's throwing the kitchen sink at it. And, of course, with these new bats, and, let's be honest, a little bit of talent from India's wicketkeeper batsman, the ball flies. But, you know, I return to the point I was making earlier, whether it's Root bowling or whether it's, I don't know, Derek Underwood bowling, it's going to go now from Rishabh Pant, that's for sure. We're seeing the replay now. The ball is dropping and dropping and dropping and lands well over the boundary. Why are they taking so long?
Why is that causing a problem? That's clearly a 6.
Yeah, cameraman
Just
taking
6.
evasion.
Thank you, umpire. He's finally signalled 6.
Paul Rifle always does everything somewhat apologetically, I feel, as an umpire.
Here is Root again, and Pant has another swing out towards the leg side, and that's gone away for 4 as well.
Yes, it's
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yes, High Street shop Poundland has been sold off to, I think, a private equity company or something, and they're closing a few shops. Their signs will say everything must go, and I think Rishabh Pant is taking that maxim to heart.
Indeed, he is. although he just pushes that one out on the leg side and ambles through for a single, because he knows there's only one more ball in the over to come, and he quite fancies facing the next over, I think.
Yeah, he's now ahead of KL Rahul. I tell you, it's quite something when KL Rahul is playing the anchor role, isn't it? It just kind of make you think, doesn't it?
Yes, it's an unusual occurrence,
I mean, he's
but this is Rishabh Pant.
It is Rishabh Pant, yeah.
He is a flashy character in one-day cricket, but he can play this role in Test match cricket.
He can. You just think that you're going to get your fair share of extra cover drives and pulls for six and square cuts behind point from KL Rahul, and the other fella's outscoring him.
Root to Rahul, and he just pushes it back down the pitch to Root, who's quite glad to get out of that over, I think. 285 for 3.
The lead 291 is looking like a declaration before the close now, isn't it?
Stephen Kelk, is Root bowling his late era round arm Malinga off spinners? Not quite yet, but it's only a matter of time. Tony Bishop, Mr. Titmus is in the waiting room for his 2:40 appointment. Oh, we're a bit late on that, are we? Eric J, breaking news, Joe Clark is wearing ducket shirt at Trent Bridge. Farong, earlier a question was raised regarding the effect of the pitch on the ball. Gary, please. Lockie 6 didn't have a protective gear when Ira lad into pit. Kieran Rose played. Billy mentioned Nelson. Anyone listen to the rest of his history? 5-part series podcast on Nelson. Brilliant stuff. Yes, the whole of the rest of his history is generally excellent.
I just want to say something about wearing the wrong shirt, which I'll come to after Shoaib Bashir, who's in for a bit of bashing here, I suspect.
Indeed, yes.
So I'll just raise that point in a moment. I have strong feelings about it.
Pant is ready, and Bashir's in, and Pant swings it away. One hand off the bat again. It's gone up in the air.
Got away with it again.
It doesn't carry, and it goes out to long on, and they scamper through for 2.
Yes. The thing about shirts with names on the back is they're partly a marketing ploy, because we see in the last tour every other India fan seemed to be wearing a Kohli shirt. They're partly that.
Here's Bashir again, and Pant reverse sweeps. Jamie Smith actually stops that one,
well
but
played.
Bashir hadn't touched it, unfortunately.
But the other reason why they wear their names on the back of their shirts is to help people in the crowd identify them. So I think it's a bit naughty, really, if you can't be bothered putting your own shirt on.
Bashir's in again, and Pant drives that back. Bashir, well, I thought for a minute that had
that was bump, wasn't it?
Gone to Bashir, and he dropped it, but I think it was a bump ball.
Yeah. Now, you might say it's a county championship match, so there won't be anybody actually in the crowd to see him, but it's not really the point. Is that they're supposed to make a difficult game easier.
Bashir in again, and Pant swings this one away.
And he's out.
And he's out. He's found the man at long on. Well, the way he was swinging at every ball and the hand was coming off the bat, it wasn't going to last forever. But it was certainly entertaining while it did.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, one of 2 has bitten the dust. It's probably not quite the right jingle, but...
Well, this is the opportunity for England to take 7 for 41, I think. Well, in this case, 6 for 41.
That's very true.
It would be very interesting if they did. But lightning needs to strike twice, and I suspect it might not.
Shall I...
Pant salutes the crowd as he
that's
leaves, and bearing in mind everything he's been through, chaps, that's a pretty astonishing effort to win a century in each innings.
It absolutely is. It's reminiscent of Stephen Smith's 2 140s at Edgbaston in the first test of the Ashes in 2019.
Well, I think there's a reason wicketkeepers. There's only second time in history wicketkeepers scored a ton in each, so it's very hard to do and be a great keeper and come in quite low down typically and get the century in each inning. So many congratulations to him. Mark Arnold says, as someone who never wore some pads, I have the varicose veins to prove it. Shin pads, he says. Shin pads. Romeo boy up. India will win. It's clear now. Anurag Chaduri believe Pant still has more 90s than 100s in his test career. Lockie 6, I love speculation. Leah says the pitch looks good still. India can't risk a declaration below 350 ahead. Steve Shilton says 400. And Romeo Boy up agrees. Indian Vlogger says India would declare when required run rate to win would be 5+. Well, that is the one legacy of the Bazball regime, is that oppositions are always a bit wary.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pirate Badshaw, ahoy old salts and sea dogs, ahoy there Pirate Badshaw. Steve Chilton should be Romeo Boy. Bumrah will be the MVP of the match. Romeo Boy up ads. And we have a new batsman.
Nair is at the wicket.
This will really test
He's waited a long time to banish the memory of his first innings duck after 8 years out in the game as well.
Here's Bashir, and he just props forward and plays that out on the offside.
A couple of deep breaths from Karen Nair here.
Yeah, he's got a nice situation to come into. Yeah, I know he's on a pair.
It's the personal narrative rather than the game narrative, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here is Bashir again. He's in and plays that back past the bowler.
I have a jingle for
mid
him.
on, no run. And that's the end of the
Give me a bow and nigher, cool stylish liar, swinging, slashing, classy batting action. Gurun Karanaya, triple century holder. He'll maybe one day, maybe he'll play away from Indian against England. He spanked him. Oh yeah, it's Nile.
Leah points out that not anymore about Pant. He has 6 scores in the 90s as well as 6 tons.
Yeah.
Indian Vlogger in whole match England bowling was toothless. Lucky 6, the root bouncer is the most feared bowler in cricket. Eric J. Stokes is a lion-hearted cricketer, but no Illingworth when it comes to captaincy decisions. Not yet, anyway. Well, he's leaving his run late. Indian Vlogger, English bowling couldn't exploit best bowling conditions on day 1. Jonathan Seafelt says both sides have looked fairly toothless in the bowling department, apart from Bumrah, who isn't even set to play the full series. We could be in for a slew of long innings this month.
So Ben Stokes took over a side that had won once in 17 Test matches. I'll break off.
because he's come on to bowl. And he's in and bowls and is cut away. That's a lovely shot. That's going all the way for 4. That was a loosener from the captain.
So comes in, 1 wicket, 1 win in 17 matches, and then I think went on a streak of winning series and winning matches, but he's still no Illingworth. Well, to quote the great Chaz Hodges, there ain't no pleasing you.
That's true, but you can, you're a marketing guy amongst other things, Gary. You can always fix the base. And that 1 in 17 thing was a little bit misleading.
It was a little.
Here is Stokes again, and that's cut away to the right of Gully, who gets hands on it and keeps them down to 1.
Didn't England fail to even try to chase 270 against New Zealand in 70 overs at Lords? I think I was there.
Notoriously.
I mean, it was absolutely shocking. That.
Yes, I thought I detected a note of sarcasm in your voice, Gary, in making that reply.
Yes, well, cricket captaincy is as much alchemy as it is strategy and tactics. It's one of the reasons why the game is so fascinating. There are things happening in cricket that have no explanation, and that leads to any amount of narratives that can emerge, and that's one of the reasons we love it.
Here's Stokes again. Nair, and he just shoulders arms and lets that one go through to Jamie Smith, who's a little bit happier keeping against
if there was a
pace than he is against spin.
If there was a pointless question on the least well-known triple test centurions, I imagine Nair would be quite close to the bottom, along with
Bobby Simpson.
Cowper, I would think.
Yeah,
Andy
Bob Cooper.
Andy Sandham.
Andy Sandham. I think it was the first triple centurion, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I should imagine if that question was asked on pointless, most cricketers would be pointless, even if they're actually famous.
Well, they asked her, can you name an English bowler? I'll come back to
Oh, yeah, I know
There is
the answer.
Stokes again. He's in and again.
And
his shoulders, arms. Let's go through.
Jimmy
No run.
Anderson, who perhaps is the best English bowler of all time, he was on 18% recognition on points.
Was it Francis Drake who was top though?
not too many people who watch Pointless know much about cricket.
There was one Pointless question where I think they were one of them was to identify. I think it was the Queen or something, and there was about 15 people didn't get that right.
Yeah,
So
well,
you know.
yeah, they're always funny, those things,
Yeah.
aren't they? Some people just arrived in the country and things.
Here is Stokes again. Running in past the umpire and bowling, and that one comes in a fraction. He shoulders arms again and lets it go.
I mean, I saw a poll this morning, and you've always got to be worried about the provenance of these things, but there was only 7% of something of Americans approved of starting a war with Iran, which, to put it in perspective, they had other things that they were approved of, and just ahead of war with Iran on 8% was the Black Death.
Yeah, there you are, yeah.
But polls and Monday mornings, you've got to be wary of them.
Here is Stokes again, bowling, and that's again left and goes through to Jamie Smith. Well, I was going to say, Donald Trump's going to be increasingly unpopular even with Americans if he starts talking about war.
It's a cult. It's a cult in Jonestown. They drank the Kool-Aid, and I think they've drunk the Kool-Aid over there. Well, certainly some of them have.
Paul Stratton says, why are all our quicks good county standards but a country mile off test standard? Apart from tests, when does Bashir get any practice as no county rates him? Romeo boy up, never seen the kind of pitch in Headingley test history. Dunder Castro's thinking draw because there's rain tomorrow. Not sure what the forecast is tomorrow. Is it rain?
There are intermittent showers, I think, and that's not talking about England's bowling.
Well, yes. Intermittent showers. Lucky six. I think it's fair to say
there's been much that's been intermittent about England bowling. I think it's
pretty consistent.
Pretty abysmal all the way through, actually.
Lucky six. I think it's fair to say that this is not going well.
Yeah,
It is Bashir again, and now you just props forward, plays it out on the leg side.
Just a little love for the England bowlers. They did take 7 wickets in that first innings pretty quickly. It's a flattest of flat pitches. It's very blustery. Bowling conditions aren't great. There's no swing, and they're up against some good players.
Here's Bashir again, and again this is turned just into the leg side.
Well, I guess
no run.
Well,
I guess what we saw in the first innings was that Josh Tongue is quick enough to knock over a tail, but not really good enough to bowl at anything else.
And these innings scores would not be so high if the catching had been even competent.
Well, that's true. Bashir plays that one out on the offside.
You'll always get
no
a little lull after 2 greats have retired as well. So
Yep.
the post-Anderson Broad period, we were dreading it, but now we're here.
It is what it is.
Yeah, and of course
Here is Bashir once more. Up he comes, and now he turns that round the corner somewhat. What's the word I want? Suspiciously.
and
England's a short fine.
England are shorn of their 2 fastest bowlers, in Mark Wood and Jofra Archer. So these are excuses. No side ever picks from a perfect fit squad.
Yeah.
Well, that is true, Gary. As Naya gets off the pair by turning one into the leg side. However, we do have to say that England have been shorn of Jofra Archer for some time.
Yeah.
He's about as rare in Test cricket as appearances of Lord Lucan.
Yeah.
So
I agree with you, but my concern is that we can't extrapolate from this innings, never mind this match, into a kind of generalised crisis in English bowling.
here is Bashir once more. And this is reverse swept
Oh.
around the corner. And I think that's going to go all the way to the fence. Is it? Yes, it is. 4 runs.
And well done, Karen. There, that's how to get yourself off a duck and score your first runs in Test cricket for some 8 years. Is go down and play a perfectly executed reverse sweep.
Richard Forster says, tactically speaking, why would India declare and give England a chance of victory? Use the rest of the match for batting practice and force the ECB to consider producing wickets other than Rhodes. Dan de Crasco says, England can't win anyway. 2 results. No declaration. That's a ridiculous notion. He adds, Ty Edward Devlin, England getting desperate. Bowling route, I doubt they will win a test match against India or Australia. Farong, after that over, the cunning plan backfired. Rooted, bring on the little Ben.
Yeah, well, I mean, in one sense it backfired because Root didn't get the wicket. In another sense, it certainly made Pant relax and he got out.
Here is Stokes, who's in, and Raul just drops that just behind square on the offside and goes through for a single.
You know what we
20.
You know what we haven't seen. And I know they're hanging on a bit for the new ball, but England in this situation for the last 2 or 3 years have gone to that bouncer attack, 2 men out deep.
Oh, that's true.
And you know, Josh Tongue is clicking his heels. Tongue and Carter's got a particularly good bouncer, but England for some reason have not done that, and it's always a bit
too late for that now.
Yeah,
with
well,
the
it's
new ball
a
6
bit
overs away, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit grim when it happens,
grim.
but you know,
Passage of play.
Surprised they haven't.
Here's Stokes, he's in, and this is met with the full face of the bat from Nair. And
I wonder if that's
Stokes
something.
Fields.
Sorry, John. I wonder if that's something to do with it being the first test of the series and not wishing to put everybody's back out.
Well, I mean, it
before
might
tests to come.
It might be something in that, but England have even gone to that just for, you know, sort of 2 overs at either end. You can do it for 20 minutes, and I'm surprised they haven't tested it out. I'm surprised they haven't gone round the wicket and shoved it under the armpit and stuff like this, but they haven't done it.
Here is Stokes again. It's in, and this is very full and ignored by Nair, and goes through to Jamie Smith.
I wonder about the ball as well, as you know, have they worked on it enough to explore whether there's going to be any reverse? I know they say that it's hard to get the ball to reverse when the wind is pushing the flags around as they are at the moment in Yorkshire, but I
think you're standing on the...
Oh, am I? Oh, God. Oh. Technological issues here. Yeah, they don't seem to be getting anything out of the wobble seam or reverse.
Here's Stokes again, and this is turned into the leg side, no run.
It's that expression which I don't really understand, gun barrel straight, because the whole point of gun barrels is that they twist, don't they, to put some spin onto the bullet.
I don't know enough about gun barrels, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure, I mean, that's why they're called rifles, because they have rifling in them. So they spin the bullet or the projectile, and that keeps it going in a straight line.
Okay.
Yeah. Page your Gary.
Yeah, there is a name for it, but I'm not sure what it is.
Here is Stokes once more. To the wicket and bowls, and he sways out of the way of this one. Yeah, goes through to Jamie Smith. And I think the next ball will be the last ball before tea.
It will indeed.
Yeah. There is a very good Veritasium, I think is the name of the website, video with Tom Brady in it showing the impact of spinning an American football. You know, they do it with a javelin as well. Just flick the fingers. And, of course, the greatest exponent that I've seen doing it, of flicking the fingers as he released the ball, was Glenn McGrath, who will put that back spin on the ball, which he felt was really critical to his success. And if Glenn McGrath speaks about seam bowling, you listen.
Here's Stokes, he's in, and Nair just plays it back to Stokes, and that will be tea, with India on 298 for 4, a lead of 304. With 4 sessions of the match to go.
Well, you got us a wicket, John, so
Well
I think
done
you
on
can
that,
count that
yeah.
as success.
I'm going to have to, I think, whistle quite speedily because people have sent these messages.
Oh,
in, and there's
please
a
whistle.
Number of them. Mark Arnold, let Jamie Smith bowl and Ollie Pope keep wickets. Worse ideas, no doubt. Dan de Castro, India won't declare unless half an hour to stumps, 450 lead. Stephen Kelp, he wasn't here for a long time, he was here for a good time, but he was also here for a long time too. Talking to Rishabh Pant, no doubt. Steve
Of
Chilton,
course, yes.
good stand. Pants off, Lockie 6. Collapse incoming. Anurag Chaudhuri. Pants scored more than he cost with his drop chances. Lockie 6, pants off, and they're on. A hair removal cream. Bumrah will obliterate England on a day 5 wicket. Well, we'll wait and see. Lucky 6. Eric J. Will be happy if Stokes can lead England to a series win in Oz, like Edingworth, indeed, 70-71. Some stats about RR Pants from the Harriman 13 tests. 1,031 runs at 49 with 500s and 450s. Strike rate is 75.6. Dan De Castro, Pointless, one of my favourite shows. The Ashes will be a reboot of The Muppet Show, says Lucky 6. Cheesy and stimulating, says Dan De Castro. Messi says, interesting that you can currently get $3.45 on the draw on Betfair. It may be that the weather forecast has been taken into consideration. Jonathan Seifert, long-time GC connoisseurs will note that this combination of Forthy, John and Garrity is quietly one of the sofa's best. Oh, John, did you hear that? That's nice. Neymar
nice.
Butlin's shower. Oh, where's Windsor Davis when you need him? Sorry, old reference. Larry Friend once got told off for bringing up a dainty hot mum on this show.
Really?
Yes, told off by someone that said we should never refer to that racist show. Larry Prince from Antigua and Barbuda with Love the Chase and Pointless, my favourite shows. Glad we could help. Dan De Castro, it's talking about the range. Lucky 6, I started the Bring Back Capu petition and got no signatures. Leah thinks this match might turn out like Cardiff 09. Mark Arnold, that's just nuts, mate. To Lucky 6. Leah, and that is surprising in what way? Victor Pearson, cricket establishment hated it. He stood up for the players against the tour managers.
With a Travis Perkins trade account.
That's right. And we're almost done. Anurag Shaduri over. Take KP back petition circulating amongst Indian cricket broadcast viewers. Lots of signatures. Dan De Castro. Despite this road, good England second innings score. India been in control since the dot. Neymar Butlins. Wobble Seam I would be happy with. Womble Seam. I think Uncle Bulgaria could swing it. Warwick Allen. Oh, Warwick Allen. Listening to my podcast. Hello, Warwick. Kerry Packer is not coming back unless it's from beyond the grave, which I wouldn't put past him. And Dan De Castro. England soon has no win chance.
Aha, well, we will pick up the threads of this test match after tea, no doubt.
Indeed we will.
We will
I
see
imagine
you then.
There is about to give us a podcast joy.
Indeed, I suspect he is.
Nice to see you again, John.
I shall see you after tea, I think.
Oh, right, okay. Lovely.
When you're on Ball by Ball and I'm on Summer Horizon.
Oh, okay, great. See you then.
See you in a bit.
You open the door to big trade deals every single month, right through June. Get 900 by 600mm porcelain paving in various colours for only £24.50 per square metre. Join the club and get this and other big trade deals this June with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. Got any tips for the football? Your best bet is to head over to BetVictor. They're giving new customers a terrific welcome offer. If you bet a minimum of £10, they'll give you £30 in free bets.
Fool, that's a steal of a deal.
It's a good darn deal that'll make you squeal for real. Neil?
My name's not Neil.
I know, but it rhymes.
Listen to Harry and make your best bet on the football at BetVictor. 18 plus, opt in and bet on any football marketing at odds of evens or greater. No cash out, 7-day expiry. Terms and conditions apply. GambleAware.org.
This episode is brought to you by Raban. Be victorious with Invictus, the winning masculine fragrance by Raban. A phenomenal clash of biting freshness and woody aroma. Two forces combined for the ultimate clean fragrance. The essence of a hero, the scent of victory. Discover Invictus and the new Invictus Victory Absolute by Raban. Visit us in-store and shop online to discover more.
Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. If you wanna know all the news and more, this team right here gives you more than the score. All the action, the wickets and more. Gorillas call it.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Gorilla Cricket. It's the final. It's the World Cup final. It's at Ahmedabad, the Modi Dome. It's got 130,000 people. Mike Ather couldn't hear because the Indian Air Force were driving around in jets in the sky. It looks crazy. Pat Cummins has won the toss and he is deciding that they're going to bowl. And Rohit Sharma is going to have to face up to this, well, what I think is a pretty good bowling attack from the Australians in the final 2023. The teams are unchanged. We have for India, batting Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul, Surya Kumar Yadav, Ravindra Jadeja, Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Shami, Kuldeep Yadav and Mohammad Siraj. And for Australia, it's Travis Head, Dave Warner, Mitch Marsh, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, Glenn Maxwell, Josh English, Mitchell Stark, Pat Cummins, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazlewood. I am joined, I would be joined in the weather cave by Messi in Perth and Anindo in Singapore. Tell me what the weather is, Messi.
Well, beautiful day for cricket. 33, humidity around 40 to 45%, so not too oppressive. Just perfect for cricket. There won't be any rain. There may be some dew late tonight, but that's about it.
Rohit is going to face up to Mitchell Stark to start with. Should give him a jingle too. First ball into the pads, big appeal, not out. It's going down the leg side. Going way down the leg side, indeed. That all went rather quickly, and there is no run. Down the track comes Rohit. That is the first boundary of the day. He comes down the track at Josh Hazlewood and smashes him through the covers all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. India move on to 9 for none, and they're off and running. Well, that's the first 6 of the day. That has been lamped over mid-wicket. Morning, Tony. It's the first 6 of the day. Of course, it's hit by Rohit. It was too short, wasn't short enough, and got battered over the boundary for 6 runs. They move on to 26 for none. Oh, out! First wicket. Gill.
What the hell was that?
That was a horrible shot. It was a cross-batted hoik. I think he was probably trying to get it down to cow or over the top of mid-on. But Shubman Gill has shanked that straight.
It was a nothing shot.
Yeah, it was a nothing shot. Straight to mid-on. The first wicket goes. India are 30 for 1. It is only 4.2 overs, and you can lose a wicket in a power play. It was onto him a little bit too quickly, I think. He was trying to get it squarer than that. Is that Davey Warner at mid-on?
I think it might have been Zampa, actually, wasn't it?
I can't see who it was.
There was no need to hit that shot. Rohit gives him a look. I mean, that was just ridiculous. Rohit was doing all the scoring and Gill had absolutely no reason.
Well, that's probably got to him. It was Zampa. He's out for 4. Stark is in. That's too wide, and Rohit has got all of that. Whoa. I don't think he hit it as nice as he wanted to, but he certainly got enough of it. And it's gone over long off for 6 more beautiful runs, 37 for 1 at the end of the 5th. Mitch Stark comes in to bowl to Virat Kohli, who drives that nicely and does beat mid-off, who's pretty wide, but he can't. He sprawls to try and stop that, but he can't, and it's 4 more.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
And that 4 brings up the Indian 50. They're 52 for 1. 6.3 overs gone. Rohit's 32, and Kohli is on 13. Rohit to the second ball. It's gone a long way up and a long way back.
Yeah.
And it's over the boundary.
It was always going to go the distance.
Yeah. 639 sixes for the tournament. 72 for 1 are India. Well, down the track comes Rohit again. He's skewed that. Oh my word, that is an absolutely fantastic catch from Travis Head. Rohit has gone to work that over the top again. He's skewed off the outside edge. For all the money in the world, it looked like it was just going to get out of the grasp of Travis Head, who was running back from cover. And at the last minute, he dived out and caught it just above the ground, and it stuck. It so could have easily fallen out of his hands. But Rohit goes for 47 off 31. India is 76 for 2 after 9.5 overs. 4 overs, sorry. That was an absolutely fantastic catch. The last ball of the power play is punched by Shreyas Iyer, gets himself off the mark with 4 runs. That does end the power play. India are 80 for 2 after 10 overs. Kohli is 23 off 20. Shreyas Iyer is 4 off 2. And going on nicely.
20 overs.
Oh, Cummins is in, the keeper's gone up, they like it, and the umpire, well, I don't know if he likes it, but he's given it out. Shreyas is caught behind. We'll wait and see. The Virat just turned his back on him, saying, don't ask me, mate, on your way. And that's another big wicket, and suddenly, in the space of 4 balls, this game has flown towards Australia. Shreyas is out for 4, and it's 81 for 3. punched up to long on by Kohli off the back foot. That's going to bring up 100 for India. They are 100 for 3 off 15.4 overs. Kohli is 34 and KL Rahul 9. That one's clipped into the leg side, but it's a good over from Marsh. Still nothing but a single. No boundaries in our 10 over stint and no wickets, and just not much happening. But India advancing the score by 35 runs in those 10 overs. They're 115 for 3 off 20.
Zampa is going to bowl. It's a rank long hop, which Kohli smashes only as far as long on. Now, there is now
there it is, though.
A pause as 120,000 people all stand dressed in the same colours. You would think they'd think differently. And Kohli is 50 not out. Ninth time he's reached 50 in this ODI tournament.
Incredible.
Absolutely
in 11 games.
Incredible consistency.
That
a
might be
premeditated lap over the corner.
Oh, Lord.
Tony hit the blue button.
Good
Because
Lord.
for the
Does it
first
still
time
work?
in what seems like eons, that ball's gone so far down fine leg that that's 4 runs.
So many choices. I'm going to play this one.
I had visions of you accidentally playing a 6 jingle.
No.
Cummings in again.
Oh, he's out!
He's bowled him.
Oh, my Lord.
Kohli is played on, and look, well, all I can imagine is that there is no air and no noise.
Funereal silence.
Ahmedabad.
Well,
148 for 3 is one thing. 148 for 4 is a whole new ball game. Zampa will bowl the 30th over. Rahul plays this ball, which did look to hurry Rahul for pace down to long off for a single. 150 up after 29.1 overs.
He's up onto his toes. He drops the bat. It's out towards short point, but he will scamper through. And his 50 has come off 86 balls of well-batted KL Rahul, and his team have needed a bit of solidity, and he has duly delivered it. Hazelwood. Oh, that's beaten the outside edge. That has taken the edge, and that has gone. And Jadeja, well, he got away with that one, and we were all laughing. He's not got away with that. That was a legitimate edge. Through it went to Inglis. He had absolutely no doubt this time. The 5th wicket's gone down. It's 178 for 5. Jadeja has gone for 9 off 22. 188 for 5. Last ball of this Zampa over. It's been another good tight one. Oh, that's beaten the man though at backward point. Hold your breath. Hang on a moment. It's a boundary. I think we might just have tipped over the hour, but nonetheless, it's another one. Well, I say another one. It's a rare one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Zampa in again and pushed onto the leg side towards the boundary rider for a single, and blue button, Tony. That is 200 for India for 5.
Yep, after 40.5 overs.
So Stark on his way in. Prodded at and taken behind. That is out. Rahul gone for 66.
Yep.
Oh, that seems to be definitely an important wicket.
Shelley straight into her work. Well done, you.
Oh, God.
Well done, Shelley. That's great work. It really is. Wasn't
The amount
expecting
of
you.
times.
You know, you had a lovely warm up over, and then poof, 9 balls in. Well done.
203 for 6. Yep. What did he go for, Shelley? 62?
I thought 66. I thought I saw
66.
before they changed.
Yeah, caught behind off the bowling of Stark by Inglis.
Stark coming in. Shami is facing. And a big heave-ho and got an edge and gone. 211 for 7. Shami is the wicket.
He is indeed. Another one has bitten the dust, which would sound like the perfect cue for a wicket jingle, so let's use it.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Zampa in to Bumrah.
Oh, surely.
Big shout.
Surely.
Big shout says Stephen will take your money.
Well done, Shelley. She's done it
There we
again.
Unbelievable stuff.
Is that Bumrah? It is. Bumrah's gone.
It is.
1 off 3, 214 for 8. Goodness me. Well.
And again,
And that's out.
definitely out. There was a slow ball bouncer, attempted hoik over the keeper. This time gets the glove and out.
Yep, 226 for 9. Surya Kumar's gone for 18 off 28. And we're halfway through the 48th over. My goodness me.
Hazelwood in for the final ball. And again, slower ball bouncer, but this time got some bat onto it, onto the leg side and falls safe. Should be running back for 2 and
out.
run out. So just 1 to add to the total. So that should be 240 for 9 after 50 overs. And that is it for India. It must be enough.
Do you want to just talk us through some of those the key points, of which there were a few?
No, definitely. I think the way the Indian innings started looked really very much trying to follow on that dominance that they were trying to put in for the rest of the tournament. Didn't quite come off as well. Australia were bowled really well, fielded fantastic today. The catch of Head really highlighted that. But also at key intervals throughout the innings, they were able to take wickets just as India were trying to put on the accelerator. And I think probably slightly, if not quite a bit less than India would have wanted, but hopefully it's going to be a really good competitive second innings and a really exciting game for all neutrals. So yeah, really good, I think, in terms of entertainment. And yeah, let's have a look what the second innings brings.
Let's see, who's the pick of the bowlers? We should have a quick look at that.
Pick of the bowlers is going to be Pat Cummins with 2 for 34 off 10.
Yeah, not at all bad. 355
And
initial
then
start. 2 for 60, Josh Hazelwood. 1 for 35, Maxwell. 1 for
Lord
44,
Zampa.
Lord Zampa. Nothing for Marsh and Travis Head, but they were both very economical. The 4 overs they bowled between.
Available to buy or rent at home now. The Phoenician Scheme.
It's my most important project of my lifetime.
Meet Jean-Jacques Corda.
I keep getting assassinated unsuccessfully so far.
He's the most bold, most elusive, most wanted man on the planet.
Help yourself to a hand grenade. You're very kind.
Starring Benicio del Toro, Mia Threppleton, Michael Cera, Tom Hanks, Scarlett Johansson, and Jeffrey Wright. The Phoenician Scheme. Available to buy or rent at home now.
And we will do some jingles in one moment. And that's the, oh my goodness me, what a start to the innings. Warner followed that ball, which kept deviating away from him, and he flicked at it, and it went between first and second slip. Not really catchable, but 4 of these. That's full. It's swinging away from Travis Head, but it's effectively a half volley, and he's smashed it wide of mid-off for 1 of these. 4.3.4, perfect start for Australia. I don't know what.
Yes, hello again, back for another session. What will happen in the next 2 hours? Probably nothing too brilliant for England, one would think. India lead by 304. It's essentially turned into a 1 innings match, so whatever India are leading by is more or less give a few runs.
Bar 6, I believe it is.
Okay, we're 6 off. That's what England will have to get. India effectively, if they bat till the close, you would imagine, will just about bat England out of contention. Maybe another half hour tomorrow morning, depends. You know, first test in a series is always a little different. Nobody wants to, give away an advantage early on, so you can't imagine India will declare too early. And there's always the threat of a crazy Bazball attempt by England to get anything.
Surely if they carry on batting like they have done, who's in now? Karen there. They're 306 ahead. Surely another 100.
You'd think so. Karen, there's always subplots within plots in cricket, isn't there? And Karen and I are playing his first test for all this time. He wanted to re-establish himself in the side, so there's that going on as well. Rahul who has batted superbly in totally traditional Test match style today. Gone along at 3 runs and over, held the whole thing together.
Well, the flip side of that is we could get them out 4 for 20. What is it? 6 for 21 again.
Yep.
Suddenly, we're in a box seat, only chasing 321 with over 3 sessions to go playing baseball.
This is why it's always great to sit next to Bear, one of life's eternal optimists. And
Indeed.
quite often he's right. And there's John. Hello, John.
Hello, Forthy. Hello, Bear.
Hello, boys. Well, Forthy, you're doing a ball by ball.
I am indeed.
I'm doing the old comments.
Yes. Who will kick us? Who will bowl us off? It's looking like, oh God,
Bashir.
Bashir again.
Have we got to the new ball yet? I was kind of falling asleep at the end of the last session.
We're almost at the new ball, I think. I think there's
5 overs to go.
5 overs.
One thing you will say about Ben Stokes is he has total faith in Shoaib Bashir. Whether it's always returned that faith is slightly questionable, but
who got Pant out in the end? Was it Shoaib?
Well, it was Shoaib Bashir who got him out when he was slogging.
Wow, I mean, to be fair, we should have run that fucking first over after lunch. I don't know why we didn't have a slip in after lunch. It's very annoying because he'd have been out in that first over. Straight to first slip it would have been.
I think it looks like it's Raoul. He's facing up to Bashir, who's 1 for 80 off 18. Not great figures, but one question I've got for you two guys, I'll ask after this one. In comes Bashir. First ball after tee, and it's just flicked through mid-wicket, through square leg in fact, for a single. With the exception of Archer and Wood, who are not ready for one reason or another, is there anybody else that perhaps, John, you're the bit more of a county expert, who you would have put into this England side as first test of into the bowling attack that should be there in your opinion?
Well,
that's a tricky one, I think.
I'd have been tempted with Jamie Overton, to be fair.
Right.
Probably maybe over Tongue.
Yeah, Tongue's not been a rip-roaring success, although he did clean up the tail.
I'm not sure Jamie Overton's been terribly fit.
Well, there is that. But
he has had some fitness issues, has he not?
In comes Bashir again to Nair, who's now on strike. So just shovel round the corner to the man who's short in on the leg side. Dot ball.
I mean, the point here is, I guess we get through these two and then get the new ball. We might be able to wrap up the tail with reasonable quickness and offer ourselves a chance. This
is the line of thinking we like. Probably not one that John shares, I'm guessing.
You're a pessimistic type. You're a Hendo type, I believe.
Yeah. I'm definitely a glass half empty man, but.
Well, somewhat Bashir in again.
Ooh.
And there is an appeal, but it's clearly not going to hit the stump, so it's not out. Someone once said that if a glass is half empty, it means you've drunk half the glass, so that's a good thing. So it means you're an optimist.
Very good. I think if the boot was on the other foot, and England were batting, the game would definitely be opened up, wouldn't it? And then who knows?
Ball.
But India 5 test series might not want to be quite as bold as that. But then, having said that, if they're only going to play Bumrah for 3 test matches, this is one they'd want to win.
Yes,
from this position, definitely.
Lots of variables. Reverse sweep from Nair. He's keen on that shot. He got off the mark before tee with it. This one goes straight to the man at, gully, but, effectively square leg because it's a reverse sweep. End of the 76th over, India 299 for 4. Are you on social?
Oh, I am on social.
Yeah, right. You are there.
Eric J says, now read terms and conditions. I don't know what for. Well done, KL Rahul, says Lucky Singh. KL Rahul wants to push 100s, 3 close batsmen down, get runs long of hand. Well done, KL Rahul, Lucky Singh. I'm not sure we've had any comments since tea, to be honest. Welcome back, everyone, if you're there. Remember to send us super chats, because then you're definitely going to get read out.
Gary has just suggested Josh Hull.
I didn't really rate him when he played, to be fair.
I think he opened up in the Ashes a few years ago, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think again that's just the obsession with somebody who can bowl fast, isn't it?
Yeah.
but not necessarily well.
Exactly that. I mean, Josh Tongue has done okay, but I mean, yeah.
Gary's indicating he's also left-armed, which is an advantage as long as you're good as well. All right, there's a little attempt at a tickle leg side from Raoul, and Jamie Smith takes it leg side. Ben Stokes is interested. Joe Root at slip is just shrugging and thinking, really would be.
I don't think he was that far away from it. I think might as well fucking review it.
Do you think? But 4 wickets down, though. I mean,
well, fuck it. You're so far behind the 8 ball anyway.
Yeah,
you might as well. Well, if you think
2 left, I think they've decided against. I'd be bloody annoyed if it did get a tickle. I think it went off. I think it went off.
Definitely came off the trousers. Was there a little bit of a bat beforehand?
We're about to find out.
No, there wasn't.
Nowhere near, I don't think. No, straight.
Good call. I'd have lost as a review.
That's what being an optimist does for you sometimes.
Well, absolutely.
There's a half volley just outside off stump, and Raoul unfurls a nice cover drive, but straight to the sweeper, who's Brook on the boundary for a single.
I mean, what you have to think is this wicket really doesn't look very conducive for bowling still. I mean, Bomber is a great bowler, but as soon as the ball gets a little bit older, I mean, the ball has done not a lot all day. And it is a 4th day wicket, it's still not doing a great deal.
Yeah, Bumrah can only bowl from one end.
Exactly that, and he can probably only bowl 5 overs at a time. I mean, I still think they probably over-bowled him in that first innings because it kept going back to him.
Yeah. Well, you could say England have slightly done that with Stokes. Don't know how together his body is. Anyway, he's holding up quite well for now.
Well, his isn't stress fracture of the back, it's always his knees, isn't it? And he's had an operation on his hamstring now, hasn't he?
And that's defended by Nair, who's feeling his way back into Test cricket. He's 4 runs off 18 balls. And again, subplots within plots. He's wanting to re-establish himself in the side, so he's not going to go off like a bullet train. A TGV, a train grande vitesse.
Oh, very good.
Well done, yeah.
Very good.
Have you been on them?
Yeah, I've just been on one, that's why it came to mind. Yes, they're very good, yeah. But France is flat, so you can have a train that powers long.
Well,
like
there
that.
is the Central Massif.
I went from Alsace-Lorraine to Paris, and that was... Yeah, there is, I suppose, there's a bit in the middle.
There is, but it's kind of down the left. Well, if you go
it's more down the
left. Yeah.
You get a fast train from London to Newcastle, because that's flat, but you can't get it up the west coast.
No. I mean,
that's a dot ball.
We drove down to around, was it Marseille? Montpellier, around there a couple of years ago.
Nice.
Nice.
We went, I mean, we've been down several routes. We went down to Carcassonne last year, and it took us down sort of, if you're going down the right-hand side of Paris, you go down that side, and you didn't go through the mountains particularly.
Stokes in again, left by Nair. Dot ball.
When we went to Montpellier, it took us through the Central Massif.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really nice to drive, actually.
Yeah, right.
And when you get down the other side, fucking going downhill pretty quick.
There's a lot of nice bits of France.
Yeah.
Isn't that undoubtedly the case? India, 300 up, 300 for 4.
Keep saying we're going to go somewhere else, and we always end up in France.
It's easy, isn't it?
It is easy. It's fucking expensive, though, France. Food there is really expensive.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was an expensive time. The trouble with Australia is you're at least half a day from anywhere. Really. And 24 hours from Europe. That's nudged round the corner, down to the man at long leg, and Bashir runs in, full of the beans, hurls it in. The end of the 77th over. Oh, the score just went up. I think it's 301 for 4.
For answers, well, Bumrah for a 5 foot and 4 dropped off his bowling. Just saying, need pitch update. Pitch is still pretty flat, I just said that. Anurag Chowdhury says, is there pace bowling pipeline in county cricket that inspires confidence? Not great. Well, I have to say, I'd have to hand that one to John, actually, because I don't really follow county cricket. I mean, there's some fast guys around, but everyone breaks down the whole fucking time.
But also, is that the only answer? Just to find guys who...
Bowled express pace? No, it's not. But I mean, I think you need...
Pace,
well, I mean, it's the obsession with the fucking Ashes and bowling Australia, isn't it? He also says it's certainly not there in the Ranji Trophy in centre egg.
Bashir in again, defended off the back foot by Nair. How come someone like Truman was able to bowl quite that many overs without breaking down? I mean, they bowled colossal number of overs, those guys.
It was all in the shoulder or whatever, and they just sort of eased in their run-up and didn't really,
They didn't spend any time in the gym, they would say,
No.
funnily enough. Perhaps they were, overall over-engineered, perhaps, these physical specimens now.
Well, possibly.
Dot ball,
Truman,
defended.
Truman built up his shoulder drinking pints.
Yeah, playing shove halfpenny.
or smoking his pipe. Possibly.
Large rump, of course, famously. Truman thought that was the key to being a good fast bowler.
Like the bowler's arse.
Yeah, that's squirted out on the offside into a bit of a gap where conventional cover would be. They come through for a single.
Fred was a minor, says Victor Pearson. That'll be one.
He did go down the mines originally, didn't he?
Yeah,
I think so.
probably. That's for Yorkshire, wasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, he's almost born in Nottinghamshire. He's only just over the border.
I forget how far North Nottinghamshire is, actually. Nottingham is.
Yeah, that's sort of D.H. Lawrence country. In comes Bashir, and he gives that a little bit more air and goes off a thick inside edge from Roll and gets a round of applause from his captain.
I went on a train to Nottingham last week to pick up a car. And, I forgot how far north. I had to drive back, 136 miles.
Ouch.
Bashir strays outside leg stump, plays it round the corner, square leg, comes through for the single, rolls on 1-2-2. Now you're on 6 off 24, sedate start from him.
This is tactical by England. They're giving Nair a single late in the over so that he's facing the next over, so that they're not getting that many runs.
You might actually be right there, John. I think it's just
it's
keeping.
It's a subplot.
Subplot within a subplot, yeah. And more air from
I like
Bashir.
that.
Yeah, he's tempting now to get the single, so he gets him back on strike, but he just smothers it. End of the 78th, India 303 for 4.
Steve Chilton says the Great Escape. Also, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Eric J says Le Massive Central en effet. Victor Pearson said Fred was a minor. Yeah, said that. Looking relaxed there, Gorilla Cricket. Yeah, well,
Thank you. Yeah,
we're
we
always
are.
quite relaxed. As you will see, there's a... Oh, you can't see, but we got a lovely bottle of... there you go. McGuigan Estate Shiraz. It's been knocking around the studio for quite a while, so it's good to be drinking a red wine.
Yeah.
So you thought you'd christen it? Yes.
Well, we've got about...
sharing it.
We have got so much wine here, John. You need to come in. We've got about 10 bottles of red and about 3 bottles of wine in the fridge.
I see.
Because not a lot of people drink the wine. I mean, I'm not a massive wine drinker, but I don't mind it. It's just I prefer beer.
Stokes in again onto the leg stump, and that's clip round the corner. Ooh, has it gone all the way?
4.
I think it's just.
Has.
It has. Poor fielding really from Bashir. I think he should have cut that one.
Well,
off.
it was Bashir fielding it. So.
He's probably the weakest of the English fielders.
So that'll be one of these. I just noticed you've got your Converse glasses, the same glasses I had that broke.
Are they? Oh, okay. I'm not really a style maven when it comes to optics.
No, neither am I. But I go on the shape on my face and how I feel on the day. I know all this. Oh, you got to think about where your glasses. I just try them on. They look all right.
Yeah, exactly correct. Yes, defended off the back foot by Rob. One thing I will bring a spare of on a long holiday is a pair of glasses, because you really are a bit buggered if you.
Well, I had actually the last time we went to France, I had an issue because the fucking missus was buggered up the case, and so one night in an Airbnb, she was like, "Can you fix the case?" And the zip had come out, so I did that, and I opened the case, threw it open, really heavy case, landed straight on my glasses. First day of the holiday, broke the arm off my glasses, and I was like, I don't have spare glasses.
Shish.
Had to find some very nice French optician managed to fix them for me. It lasted a year when she fixed them as well.
Okay, so that's a banter from Stokes, and it's dug in, and Rowell, in the end, I think it hits his forearm. He's looking at it suspiciously. He didn't really play it brilliantly well. Let's have a look at the replay. Maybe. I'm quite sure exactly what it did hit there.
It came back
Might have hit him on the wrist.
Hip.
Yeah, maybe the wrist. Maybe,
Hip
maybe
above.
wrist and hip.
Definitely above any thigh padding.
He made a bit of a mess of it.
He's got quite a few little bruises on him here, there, and everywhere, hasn't he? After today.
Yeah. If you bat all day, that will happen. And that's a fuller ball from Stokes. Hits straight back at him. Not fielded particularly brilliantly, but stopped all the same.
Now, we were talking about Fred Truman up earlier, weren't we? And there aren't that many clean stories you can tell about Fred Truman. But there was one West Indian tour, apparently, where he played against Everton Weekes, and the match was being umpired by Everton Weekes' uncle. And therefore there were a number of appeals that were not upheld, shall we say. And Everton Weekes got to 100.
Here comes Stokes again, and that's the half volley outside off stump. Nice cover drive by Raoul, but swept up. Just a single, yes, John?
And Truman said to him, when he reached his 100, he walked down the wicket and said, "You know as well as I do, I got you out 6 times during that innings." And Weekes said, "Well, 7 actually. I nicked one when I was on 0, but nobody appealed."
Love
nice
it.
One. Very nice, very nice.
Truman actually followed up by saying, "I gather you're coming to England after this game." And he said, "Yes, Fred, that's correct." He said, "Well, don't bother to get a boat. The way you played today, you could bloody walk one."
Defended off the back foot by Nair. I do remember one quite amusing interlude when KP tried to look as guilty as he could, as if he had got a nick during the Ashes down under, the one that England actually won, and persuaded Ricky Ponting to go to DRS when he knew full well he hadn't hit it, and then just laughed his head off when it was. Ricky Ponting, funnily enough, did not see the funny side of that.
Indeed not, no. Not the sort of man you'd want to try and sucker into something too often.
No, you just look like he had a very short temper on the pitch, but funnily enough, I quite rate him as a commentator. He's quite measured. Ponting.
Yeah, I do as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought he was just a lucky captain who had a really good side. But
yeah,
he's a good analyst actually. And that's cut. That one's a bit short from Bashir, and that's cut by Raoul for one of these. I think that's the end of the 79th over.
It is, and we have it's from Richard Peel. It doesn't really say anything. It just says it's $4.99 with a love heart. Thank you very much, Richard.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Steve Chilton says, "Fantastic, Gorilla. Top channel." Yeah, we love that.
Yes.
Richard Peel comes up with super chat to celebrate my last day of school. Some holidays start now. Oh, look.
Oh, lovely.
And we have another one.
Super chat. A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're paying.
Tip round the corner for a quick single by Raoul, who moves on to 133.
Murugan Cannon says, for those who turn dot balls into drama and sixes into Shakespeare, your commentary is the real match winner. Keep taking legends. Thanks, ChatGPT. What are you on about? We're not ChatGPT. If you mean Gorilla, thank you very much. But yes, I like the fact that we turn sixes into Shakespeare.
That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey.
And that's a little bit of a drag down by Bashir. He's probably fortunate to be bowling to Nair. He's in a defensive mindset and doesn't really do anything with it. And it's a dot ball.
Yeah.
Whoa.
This is fairly unconvincing stuff so far from there. He's 6 off 27, but clearly playing himself in. Big forward defensive. Bashir was trying to tempt him with a floating one up there, but he was not to be tempted.
He looks like he's just taken root, doesn't he? And
yeah.
isn't intent on doing an awful lot, really.
It's just, I think he's overdoing it a bit here.
New ball at the end of this over.
He jabs down on that one, and almost in spite of himself, discovers he can scurry through for a single. Moves on to 7. One more ball with the old ball. They'll have a dilemma if they take a wicket with it. There's very little chance of that with Bashir to Rahul. Bashir on 1 for 89, bowling to Rahul on 133.
Well, they take the new ball. Get Carson Wokes back on.
Cannot think of any reason why you wouldn't. And that's defended by Rahul. At the end of the 80th over, the new ball is due. India 3-1-4 for 4.
I would take it straight away. The Harriman says, pronounced Naya. I don't know. Warwick Allen says, Jacob Bethel got a couple of wickets for Warwickshire today. I've heard he can bat a bit as well. Get him in the side. Well, the thing is, he's going to come in. If he's going to come in, he's probably going to come in for Pope, unless they want to open and get rid of Crawley. Pope got a ton, so time for a bowling change, says Lockie 6. Yeah, probably. Jeremy Henderson, our very own. Are you messy if he landed back in Oz?
Yeah, he's back in his cave.
He says 1950-64, Derek Shackleton, 1,428 overs, 142 wickets at 20.4. 2023, MJ Potts, 405 overs, 57 wickets at 23.03. Is that throughout a whole season? The season hasn't finished yet, though. But I mean, yeah, that's quite a lot of difference in overs. Sagnik Datta says India are well and truly favourites to win this match, and I feel that they have a good chance of winning series as well. England is just a bit too shit. Wow, Sagnik, I like your fighting talk. We shall see at the end of the series.
We will.
I'm not even sure I would call England that.
No,
and I've called them lots of things.
Well, I think both bowling attacks are a little bit light.
Yeah, indeed.
Very light.
And therefore the batting has shone in this test. I really want to see Joffrey back in England's attack.
Don't we all?
If he was, this wicket has been pretty friendly to batters. To be fair, it's done a little bit here, there, and everywhere, but I mean, nothing that's really threatened the batting.
I don't really understand why that's Rahul's gone off the pitch, isn't it?
He sprinted off.
But he's only been back on the pitch for a few overs.
I have no idea.
And now he's walked past.
There are so many interruptions these days.
Now he's walked past his bat and gloves and helmet. He's wandering around the middle of the pitch. He's having a bit of a chat with Rishabh Pant. He's walking back again.
Rishabh Pant, Karen Nair, you mean?
Oh, sorry.
Karen Nair.
Yeah, I was going to say.
What am I saying? Karen Nair, yeah, no.
He'd be having to shout loud if he was having a chat with Rishabh Pant. Rishabh Pant's probably having a sleep after all the work he's done in this test match.
Anyway, Cars. He's in. He digs it in. Now he gets onto the back foot. I don't think there's been any indication they have taken the new ball yet.
Yeah, no, I think they have.
Well, I didn't see them sort of waving it around and coming out with the box, but did I miss all that?
It definitely came out of the box and was taken out to the field, yeah.
Must have been.
Well, maybe
distracted.
He's just bowling a couple with the old ball to get himself moving again. I don't know. We need a close-up of the ball, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
That's what we need.
Well, there's a bit of swing, which might indicate it is the new ball. With that one, left well alone, I would add, from Nair. Car's not surprising.
I don't think he could have reached it.
No, it's quite wide. Brook and Duckett probably can't wait to get back on this pitch, you would imagine.
Wow, yeah.
Well, the only problem for them, of course, is getting back on the pitch means facing Bumrah.
Yeah, well, you can't imagine Crawley again last much long against.
And that one was the in-swinger.
That's a lovely shot.
From Cars, but
that looks like a new ball to me.
And it is a new ball, and it's speeding to the boundary.
It is the new ball, and that's 4 of these through long off.
You ask where I live, is the address I give. The phone.
Oh, that was a lovely shot.
It was no more than a forward defensive, which he followed through on, but he timed it to perfection.
Well, Mayank says Carroll has had the shits, I think. He's gone a few times. He used the toilet back when he's got his 100, and then again before tea, I think. He can't be going for
crap that quickly in between overs. Unless he is literally shitting water.
Maybe. Unfortunate.
Delhi belly at Headingley.
It seems
that would not be
unlikely.
great.
It's not Dean Jones at Chennai, that's for sure.
Oh dear.
That was the one where he was puking up, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Dehydration, though, wasn't it?
He was desperate to get off, and Alan Border, famous, he said, "Oh, sure, if you want to go off, we'll get a real man in, a real Queenslander." Greg Ritchie's ready to come on for you, mate. Off you go. So he stayed on. There's
It's
a
a
wide
wide.
from Cars tonight. Yeah, he's going to have to bowl that one
Yeah.
again. And to be fair, of course, he dined out on that story for the rest of his life, pretty well. Alan Border did politely say, I did think briefly I might have killed him when he went to the hospital afterwards. He woke up on a drip after he went off the pitch.
I forgot to mention a bloody GPL today, didn't I? Let's see if anyone entered. Only Ombre Nuevo. Haha. Smart.
Defended off the back foot by Naia. Cars has worked himself up to 85 miles an hour. He's 2 for 67 off 15. He's bowled stoutly today.
With the prize fund at £208, see, we have to remind you to enter, but with that much money on the line, but you should probably remember.
Yes.
At the end of this over, at the end of this over, at the end of the next over, I think, Gary, we got. Well, no, if this ball takes a minute, we'll have a switcheroo. If it doesn't, we'll have one more over. Or you can just come in. What the hell?
Well, it's glided down to the man at some deep point for a single, and at the end of the 81st, India 320 for 4. So
you come in here, Gary. Take over for me. Mayank's going to join us. John, you take a little break for is that it for the day for you, John?
I think that's me done. Yeah.
Oh, it's
Okay.
very, very nice to see you again,
soon,
John.
guys.
Let's see you soon, guys. Yeah, you should come in the studio, John.
I'll try. You are doing the ball.
Well, 320 for 4. I was hoping we'd have one more over because I just didn't feel like turning on my camera, but there.
Here we are.
Them's the breaks. 320 for 4. I had just said actually on the messages that as long as if KL Rahul really does have the shits, as long as he doesn't pull a Gary Lineker on the pitch,
Yeah.
I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, you don't
and
want.
look,
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need any poo on the pitch. You know,
So
Lucky Singh says we know England have a long tail with good batting, and Mids and Booze Clip Corner says new ball Rahul went to piss it. I don't know. I like to think he had a quick shit or two because I don't know. It's just a little funnier to me, I guess.
Well, if we're talking Shakespeare and sixes, not looking forward to a winter of discontent coming up in Australia, and the only way we might be able to avoid this if it's we call for a horse, my kingdom for a horse, because Mark Wood is due back, I think, for the 4th or 5th test in this series. But you'll be pleased to hear that the Shakespearean allusions will stop now.
Well, not necessarily. I don't mind keeping going if you want to. I mean, Richard III was terribly treated by the Tudor historians. He just did what any king would have done, got rid of his nearest rivals. Absolutely standard practice.
Yeah. It's a fine play, though, as Wokes is in over the wicket to the right-handed Karen Nair, who has 12 for 35, which is not exactly what the doctor ordered in the circumstances.
Well, I mean, there is an argument, I don't know what you think, Mayank, that Nair might be sort of batting India out of contention with this go slow. It's exactly what's not required, really. You want somebody putting the foot on the accelerator, not taking it off after pants innings.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because he spent so long outside the team fighting for his chance. He's got one, and now it's like he's not making the best of it.
Wokes is in, and this is again outside off stump. It's again left alone, and this is a part of baseball that is talked about perhaps less than some other elements of it. Is that removing the fear from a player either returning or a player who's picked for a match can make a big difference, because we know that You know, it's what was it in Dune? Paul Atreides says, "Is it fear is the mind killer?"
I'll take your word for it.
I think it is in Dune. He says fear is the mind killer, and it can certainly paralyse attitude. That ball creeps a bit low from Chris Wokes. England won't be too keen to see that because had that been on target, it might have got them an LBW wicket. But if England are going to be playing a lot of shots in a long chase, they're not going to want the ball to keep as low as that one.
Move from Shakespeare to Frank Herbert.
Yeah.
That's not going to do him any good right now. Like you said, he's going so slow in comparison to the other batters in this innings.
Yeah.
And then he's prodding on that front foot, or he might end up having those issues where he's just going to shut up shop.
That's way outside off stump, and I think to give some credit to Karen there, I think he played inside that. You know, David Lynch's film version of Dune is one of the great bad movies, because it is undoubtedly a bad movie, but it's also such fun. And Francesca Annis looks like $1 billion in that.
I don't know how much fun it is.
Oh, it is. I watched it again relatively
I've
recently.
seen it all right, but yeah, Sting, you know.
Preposterous, but it is quite fun.
It's not the film David Lynch wanted to make.
This ball was just punched down the ground by Karen there. Again, it was only a kind of push drive, that, and they only get one as a consequence. Wasn't a great deal of urgency in the running then either.
Well, I think, you know, the thing with Nair is it's a mindset thing with cricket, isn't it? His mindset is defensive here. You can't just snap into. So when the bad ball comes along, you don't punish it.
Well, that's where the fear of getting out overpowers the will to push the game forward. But it's KL Rahul who's on strike. He's batted all day, 240 deliveries. He must be up around 6 hours worth of batting as well, considering he started last night. He's got Chris Wokes coming in his 13th over. He gets one on middle stump. He goes half back, half forward and defends, and there is no run. India 321 for 4. We have your messages, I believe.
Lucky 6, he says Bumrah is mint. He is. Day 5 Bumrah equals the fear to the power, the fear. Lucky 6 says, my kingdom for a wicket.
Yes.
And Leah, she says, she says to me, you really don't want to do a Lineker in test whites. I remember Cook being lucky. He shat himself in a limited overs game. So maybe didn't show up too much in the dark blue pants. Stephen Kelk says, somehow Gary segued from Maya talking about double shits to Shakespeare and Mark Wood horse references. Love it.
Thank you. Here's Bryden Cast with that strange hesitancy in his delivery. Stride. And Karen there did fence at that one, didn't he? I mean, that's the shot that got Joe Root out. It got Ben Stokes out. It got Ollie Pope out. I think England's got to learn from that. Either leave the ball or hit the ball.
When I was a teenager, I felt Richard III had been so hard done by the Tudors that I joined the Ricardian Society, which is known as the Fellowship of the White Boar.
Yes, sounds a bit Freemasons Hall and stuff like that to me.
As a strange teenager.
Cast is in. This is hit high.
Not far away.
No control at all. He just went with hands, and it flew over into the considerable space above Ben Duckett's head at Gully, and it went all the way to the fence for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, that's where you needed a tall man
at
Gully, because it was 6 inches above Ben Duckett, but Ben Duckett is 6 inches below average height for a test cricket.
Did you see that I'll come back to it in a moment as Cast is in. This is the same ball but left alone by Karen there, who now has 17. Did you see each the wicketkeeper and the two slips sort of all jumped in sympathy with Ben Duckett there? I mean, they did no need to jump, but if they were kind of penguins in some kind of natural history film, we'd all be saying, oh, isn't that sweet, look at them jumping in sympathy. Well, us humans, we're only animals anyway.
Just animals.
Yes.
I'm just an animal. It's Talking Heads song.
Here's Cast again. slight hesitancy there in the delivery stride. There's the most half-hearted appeal for LBW you've ever seen in your life, because the stumps would have to be twice as wide and twice as big for that to be an LBW, and he goes back to his mark, does Bryden Cast. He's got deep-set eyes, hasn't he, Bryden Cast? For a young man to have eyes that deep-set there.
A sportsman with the deepest set eyes, I always think, is Phil Foden.
Yeah, Phil Foden's got.
You can barely see them; they're so far back.
Yeah, I mean the furrowed brow doesn't help, but Cast looks like
Phil Foden looks like a guy who never grew up after 18.
This ball is defended. There is no run. I mean, I don't know if you've seen that rather amusing feed, which I hope is on Blue Sky now, but it used to be on Twitter, of the cats that look like Phil Foden.
I haven't seen that.
There are
a
number of cats that look like Phil Foden.
He looks like he grew up in Midwestern America, somewhere in Ohio. He, at 17, he has the same haircut as a high schooler. He looks like just nothing has changed in his life. The guy's never seen diversity or any kind of hardship in life.
Here's Carson. This jumps a little at Karen there, who removes the bottom hand as the ball skews off the splice to Ben Duckett, but along the ground, and through for a single, 325 for 4. Well, I think he grew up in Wythenshawe, which it's not quite like Ohio, but I suspect has some of the same social challenges.
I believe that is right next to the Manchester airport, because I've been to Manchester a few times, and it's like the first couple stops on the tram when you leave the airport on your way into the city.
Yes.
So, it makes sense based on the way he looks, that he would be from there.
Yeah.
Leah says, fear is the mind killer is correct, but it comes from Ben Gesserit teachings.
Oh, the Bene Gesserit, yeah, the motherhood of nuns inspired by different cultures around the world. Yeah, thank you for that. As here is Chris Wokes, and this ball is defended backward of point, and Karen there showing a little urgency now. That was a proper Steve Smith single.
A little, yeah. I've got to say, if the new ball has done, as far as we can see, almost nothing, or the English bowlers haven't been able to exploit it. So you would think that was the very last faint hope of England, I think, being able to secure a positive result for themselves here. So now the question is, can they psychologically get their minds around the idea of batting for a draw tomorrow? Because I can't think of a time during the Bazball era when they've actually done that.
Here is Wokes, and this is defended, and there is no run. I think there was a rain-affected draw. But whether
there have been draws, but they've never batted all day for a draw.
Yes, there's been some examples in county cricket this year. I think Matthew Waite of Worcestershire batted all day to be not out 80 odd at the end of it, and Worcestershire secured the draw 9 down.
Well, I was looking at. I'm going way back, but I was just looking at India versus Pakistan, the history of their Test cricket.
Oh, this ball jumps a little, but from so wide of the off peg that just goes through to Jamie Smith. Well, they played a 5-match series of 0-0s, I think, as I recall.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at the first series in Pakistan. 1954-55, for example, it was a 4-day. These used to be 4-day Test matches played on matting wickets on coil.
Yeah.
And in one of the Test matches, Pakistan won 86 all out, but it took them 168 overs to get that.
Yes, indeed. Was that
the average run rate in that Test series, 5 Test series?
This ball is defended, no run.
The average run rate was below 2 for both teams across all 5 Tests. Imagine having.
It's
the
unbelievable.
love of Test cricket. Young, my grandfather at that time would have been about 30, so I could just imagine. And he played Ranji Trophy, so he played alongside a lot of the players that were in Pakistan, because he's from Punjab, and so half his friends were actually on the Pakistan team post-partition. He must have been thinking, wow, you guys are slow.
Here is Wokes through to the keeper, no run.
So I think I'm right in saying that President Eisenhower, he saw one of those
1956 against Australia at Karachi. He went to the slowest day.
Yes,
80 runs were scored in 6 hours.
Fantastic.
And it was interesting. He told the general marshal, who had just completed a coup the year before. I'll break off after this.
As this ball is cut beautifully by KL Rahul. He is such a lovely player to watch. He just steered it to the vacant third man area. 4 runs, and
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And the jingles are turning Japanese, although we won't say much about that.
Yeah, so basically, so Eisenhower was doing a state visit. He went to a cricket match. He was so bored out of his mind, and at the end, the captain of Pakistan at the time and Richie Beno, they went up to the president of Pakistan in front of Eisenhower and said, "Please, can you like commission turf wickets, because this matting nonsense is awful." And Eisenhower said, I don't know much about cricket, but it sounds like they've got a good point. And that's why we only have turf.
This ball is defended, and there is no run.
I think there was that other occasion when a lady went for her first day's cricket, and it was the most number of runs ever scored. I think Australians scored 900 in a day. Oh. And they asked her what she thought about it. She said it's a bit slow.
Wasn't that at Essex where Keith Miller knocked one in the air? Yeah, the 1948 series, not 1948 series, but those early series between India and Pakistan, I think there were players in the Pakistan team who had played for India pre-1948. Must have been a very interesting experience for them, as this ball is just knocked on the ground and they run through for a single. So there is some urgency coming through now from Karen there. He's now gone to 20, 332 for 4.
Anurag Chowdhury, he says Karan Nair is playing for his career rather than for the team or game situation. And Lucky Singh is saying that he needs to be a little bit more proactive. And I do agree with that. I don't know if he's playing just for his career. I think he is very nervous. Yeah. And I think that duck in the first innings, he is unable to really get himself together. He's doing better now. As time is going on, let's see if he can put it together.
Here's Cars again, and this he's done him. He's done him. That was a tired shot from KL Rahul. It was short outside off stump, and he kind of essayed the most half-hearted of cuts to that. I think he was tired there. He's out bowled.
It's a tired shot.
Triple Nelson takes its victim, 333 for 5. The Indian lead is 339. And we'll give it a jingle.
The crowd says you're out.
Yeah, I mean, there is an argument that India's best chance of winning this match is to get out in a hurry now, because they're timing the declaration is going to be more difficult, particularly with Nair bogging down one end of it. So they might actually be better off with England running through them, because 339, sure, that sounds like it's baseball achievable. It's a lot of runs on a 5th-day wicket under any circumstances.
Yeah, but I think India wants 500, and so what they'll do is they'll now really look to get on, play a little bit of an ODI type innings, make 160 off the next maybe 35, 40 overs.
Yeah, they'll get a lot of criticism if they don't, won't they?
They will, yeah. Leah asks, can you imagine the film Jodorowsky wanted to make?
I saw a Jodorowsky film, not El Topo, but the other one. My God, that film could not possibly have been made today. That's some weird shit, I will say, Jodorowsky. My God.
Lucky Singh says that, I think it's about Nair. He looks lost. And the Harry Man says, to be fair to Nair, England does not seem to have a long list of fearless young talents like Sarfraz Khan, Jarrell, Reddy that are waiting in the wings to be, into the team.
Well, that's not entirely fair, because we saw the much hyped Jacob Bethel play without fear, and now the place has gone back to Ollie Pope. I don't think that's entirely fair. And of course,
batting looks alright, doesn't it? The bowling looks more.
The bowling is difficult, but the bowling is difficult partly because so many of them are injured. And I like Josh Hull. I'll break off because Bryden Carse is round the wicket and in, but you no run. You're playing here without Jofra Archer, Mark Wood and Gus Atkinson, who I think all 3 of those would be the first choice attack.
You want to jingle up Jadeja?
Oh God, yes, jingle up Jadeja. Absolutely right. Let's give the people what they want.
Well, whether they want it or not, it's what we do.
Yeah, it is what we do. Once we can find the man, and I can't find the man.
Oh, in which case we won't.
Yep.
You'll just have to imagine the Jadeja jingle because it's.
Cast is in. It's taken on the pad as Jadeja there, attempting a shovel round onto the leg side. And there's a bit of kind of a bit of ex post facto here, kind of rationalisation here. But Nair has 20 off 39. If he makes another 30 off 35, 60. This will be a good innings because he'll be guiding them through to. What is much more of a competitive total. I mean, it's competitive now, but moving the odds even further in India's into India's favour. But if he makes another 20 off another 49,
that's big.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think he's going to make 30 off 60.
Well, that wouldn't be so good. Jadeja's taken on the pad. There's a big shout for LBW. Pistol rifle is not interested. Cars is having a look. The question will be bowling round the wicket, taking him on the pad. Was it going down the leg side?
I think that's wishful thinking.
Going live, it looked that it was definitely going down the leg side. I think it's mostly he's the bowler, so he's more excited than everyone else.
It's got to be perfectly in line with off stump. It's got to perfectly hit the top of leg stump. The chances against that are high.
The chances are against it. But it was on a length, and it's taken him in front of middle. It was almost certainly going down the leg side.
Going down.
One of the things I would suggest is, I don't know how many reviews England have got.
2 left.
Is 2. I might have risked one on an umpire's call there. But I don't think it was going to be overturned.
Not much point.
No.
In Tim Payne at Headingley, at this very ground 6 years ago, is a powerful disincentive to that sort of behaviour.
That is true. So I think they took a leg by from that one.
Tim Payne, he's become a coach now. He's the coach of the Australia A's, isn't he?
Is he?
This ball is through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. A successful one for England. India are 334 for 5. The lead is 340. And we have some of your tuber comments.
Yeah, so Lucky 6, he says, 1 shot, got 3 blokes out. Gary is mint. Eric says, well, the Ricardian Society did play some part in pointing the way to Dickie in the car park.
Ah,
yeah, they did.
They
did, yes,
Neymar
that's correct.
Butland, he says, now is the summer of my discontent watching India bat whilst England pluck the loot. Bloody pluckers. The Harryman says, same with Cole Palmer. He is also from Wythenshawe.
Yes, that's right.
And our own Jeremy Henderson. Welcome back to the 60s, Mayank. Yeah, I wish... I'm glad I didn't have to watch that kind of cricket. I fear that would have probably put me off the game completely. Steve Chilton, he says India have now scored 800 in this match. That's very good going, actually, to be fair. And Anurag Chowdhury, he says India, Pakistan in the post-partition era was always about just not losing.
Yes,
so they went really slow. Just maybe that was a mental thing. I can't lose to my neighbors.
Alas, now it's about not playing. But let's hope
unfortunately, now India is saying things like we don't want to play in the World Cup. So I don't know what's going on.
Wokes round the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, and there is no run. Take on the pad. My son's a big fan of Cole Palmer because he's a brilliant footballer, but he also likes the answer, and I may be paraphrasing here, so please don't quote me and please don't sue me, that when they ask, as they often do, footballers, what would you be if you weren't a footballer? And apparently Cole Palmer said, well, I'd probably be selling drugs or in prison like most of the people I grew up with.
That's probably true, yeah.
That's a very...
Sadly. It's accurate.
The guy clearly doesn't hold back, and he'll tell you as it is.
This ball is just clipped off the pad of Jadeja round the corner, and he's off the mark with a single. Slightly more attacking field for the new man. Good to see.
He got the man almost straight, not just an on Hayden, it's a very straight on Hayden as well to Jadeja. I don't know whether they'll keep him there for probably not.
Wokes needs some wickets here, I think, because he hasn't looked frightening at all with the ball. Sorry, Mayank, go.
I was just going to say the on Hayden guy, he looks like he's practically on the pitch. I mean, at some point the umpire's got to probably look at him and say, all right, you got to move a little bit. Come on now.
So 2 slips, a gap and a third slip, who is Ben Duckett. Cover point and a wide-ish mid-off, and this ball is defended. And there is no run. One of the reasons I like Josh Hull, by the way, is England had a look at him in that last test of, I think, 2023 when he was a teenager. And like a lot of teenagers who are tall, he just looked too big for his body. He will have sorted some of that out, just the natural process of becoming 21 years old. But his left arm, he's very tall, and he hits the pitch hard as this ball is defended. Then Duckett's going round to the Jonty Rhodes position, and there is no run. And it does offer something different. Yeah, to be 21 indeed. It does offer something different with that left arm and hitting the pitch as hard as he hits it. He's not express pace. Overton would be the pick if you wanted someone who was really quick, but even when he's fit, Overton, he's not always 90 mile an hour fit, so you're kind of taking a chance with him. Karen there does look nervous under the lid there, and he lets one shape a little bit away from him, but it's at 76 miles an hour, so, you know.
I mean, you get a lot of leeway if you're left-handed, don't you? It's just like, I mean, John Lever got... John Lever, he's left-handed, wasn't he? He got a lot of probably more tests than he probably should have done, just because he was left-handed. England I'm trying to think of great left-handed England fast bowlers, and I'm struggling a bit.
I mean, there are a lot around in the one-day game. Reece Topley's had a pretty good career out of it. As this is very full. It's driven straight back to Chris Wokes, who catches it. And Karen there, not just is nervous, he's now nervous and out.
Yeah. Don't think this innings has done him a lot of good.
No. And here we go, because this is happening quite quickly now.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Mayank, that was about as soft a dismissal as you'll ever see.
It really was. I mean, and it's almost like it was coming the way he was batting, wasn't it? You know, England just needed to take their time and prod at him and give him that treatment, and he finally, you know, just gave up. It's unfair if I say that, you know, he's maybe not cut out for Test cricket, because he has done so well in domestic cricket for so long and wasn't given a shot. Now, you know, it's only one Test match. I wondered what they're going to do. India is well known for, especially Indian selection, is well known to not give players enough time to cement themselves sometimes. I hope he does get a couple more Test matches, but so far in this one, he's not lived up to his name.
Just didn't look as if he knew what his plan was.
Stick or twist?
Yeah.
Well, the next batsman is someone who needs to pay the rent in this match as well, because it's this man. And I mean, this is why he's been brought into the side. He's been brought into the side to shore up the batting at number 8 and make sure Jadeja's not left 14 not out at the end of the innings, which is exactly what happened in the first innings. So Thakur's got quite an important innings here, both, I think, in terms of his selection over the rest of the series, but possibly even in terms of the match, because if this runs away and England are chasing 370, and let's say they're 70 for 1 at the end of the day, then they're going to be favourites.
Well, there's a lot of ifs there. They're only 6 wickets down, but...
Well, Lockie says he'd be inclined to give the Duckster a trundle about now. I'm always down for you know, Duckett to bowl, but I don't think now that they're getting wickets, I don't think he would have a choice. An Indian vlogger had said that Nair is nervous. He's a natural stroke player.
This ball is just pushed into the leg side by Jadeja, and he gets a single.
It was a good advert for Bazball, the Nair innings, because as you say, he would not have played like that under a Bazball regime. He would have said, "You go. The reason you're in the side is the way you play. Just go and play your natural game. We'll look after you. We'll probably give you the entire series."
Yeah. And even if they don't give him the entire series, they're going to tell him that, because they want him to think that.
Yeah.
In the replay, he's just looking at the wicket as if, that got stuck up a little bit into the pitch, and he did not play that ball well. I think it's a little bit more than that. I think he just came out today, just did not look like himself at all. Stephen Kelka's going to take all of the credit and said, "Glad to have arranged the wicket for you all, just tuned in."
Thakur leaves his first ball alone, goes off for a little Robin Smith's type walk to the side of the pitch, and there is no run. So we're looking at a scorecard there, which is dominated by the 2 centuries from KL Rahul and Rishabh Pant. There isn't a lot after that.
It was the same in the first innings as well.
Yeah, it was.
At one point, they're 430 for 3, and then 471 for all out. So even if India does win this,
Cars is in, that's a half volley, and it's just pushed by Thakur to the right hand of mid-wicket, and it was a pretty tight single, but it's the kind of single that you're inclined to take when you're looking to get off the mark, and there was some good backing up from Chris Wokes. India 338 for 6. They'll be looking for another 56 at least, and they might want another 86. They certainly don't want another 26.
Yeah, that's a
and more importantly, I think they need the 56 rather quickly so they can put England in pat.
Goes up on his toes, just Jadeja, who's seen it all before. Jabs the ball to backward point and scoots a quick single.
Obviously, in an ideal world, they'd have England in for 30 or even 45 minutes, but they will not feel they've got enough, I think, when that time comes. So I would think they'll probably bat out today, but who knows?
I mean, the template, if England are batting tonight, was set all those years ago, and I think Chennai was it by Virendra Sehwag, who India were looking to chase about 380, and Sehwag just blasted away the night before.
Crazy,
and this just goes through to the keeper, and there is no run to get 80 odd. And then I think Tendulkar and I can't remember who it was. They both got centuries, and India just cruised over the line.
Yeah, I remember that.
Chasing about 380. I think it was the Chennai match that, or was it
2008?
Was it after the Chennai atrocities when KP took the side back and they? Yeah, KP was captain. Yeah. So there is something there, and everybody just thought it was amazing how Sehwag had. I think he got the man of the match award because the innings just turned.
I'm sure he did.
Turn the whole match. This ball is a nice half volley, and it's hit again, but not hit hard. That's not a drive. That's kind of a push to mid-off, and therefore there is no run. We saw Pant and KL Rahul absolutely lace those through extra cover. But that's how the game changes. That's why it keeps telling us something new. As picking out somebody who I don't recognise there, part of the Indian coaching staff, or maybe physio staff. I'm sure I ought to recognise them, but I don't. At the end of this ball, we have a change as Cars is in. It's another half volley, but again, it's just stop driven, but the man is deep at extra cover, and therefore they take a single. India are 340 for 6. The lead is 346. Jadeja has 3. Thakur has 2. And you're going to have a new set of gorillas.
Can you remind us who it is?
I'll just run a couple of messages before I
do,
go.
Mike.
GN7SN says 500. If you assume the opposition are going to get record chases every match, you'll never win anything. The Harryman says, the Harryman, I don't know how to pronounce that. Cars has bowled well this test, and Locky6 says, this is rubbish, this is. When I were a lad in the pit, we'd give it some Humpty. Paul Stratton says, Bazball or not, fear India may already have enough, especially on a 5th-day wicket. Also, they have Bumrah, who will probably win it on his own.
Thanks.
And that's me, and I will see you guys probably during the spillover.
Thanks. Very good. Thanks so much, Mayank. That was terrific. I think we've got Ajit. Hello, Ajit. How are you going?
Hi. Nice to see you in person with a lovely bottle of wine right in front of you.
Yes, it is. Yes. So we've got Bear moving in, I think, on socials. I think you're summarising, Ajit. That's right.
I'm summarising. So anyway.
How would you summarise the day so far while we're waiting for the new over?
Well, it looks like, by the way, the first ball of the new over is done. I think that was a ball that was very close to leave for comfort, but that was left alone by Shardul, so it was a good leave in theory. But yes, in this case, I think India had the upper hand until the last couple of wickets. But I still think they have, let's say they're in the comfort zone at this point in time. Another 40-50 runs and they know they're well ahead.
Forward defensive from Thakur, and he'll get a single for that. He moves on to 3. Yeah,
by the
well,
way,
I'm sitting next to Bear,
Yeah.
who is the eternal optimist, and he would probably
Yeah.
still think England have got a sniff here, but I don't know whether you think that's a possibility, Ajit.
It all depends on India's bowling, really, doesn't it? I mean, they can keep out. You think if they can keep out Burma, this pitch really isn't offering a huge amount.
No, it isn't. It's the odd one's taken off. The odd one stayed low. Whether that carries on tomorrow, we'll see.
The West Indies with Shai Hope and Jermaine Blackwood, wasn't it?
Blackwood, absolutely.
Yeah,
yes.
they chased down 313 or something on the final day, and under leaden skies. I remember 5, 6, 8, 10 years ago, whenever it was.
Wokes round the wicket to Jadeja, and they scurry through for a quick single. If that had been on target, it might have been a bit touch and go, but they make it. And it went to Bashir, who's not the best fielder in the side.
Yeah. It does look like India are also keenly aware of this fact, that they'll need another 50 runs ASAP. And, well, no, okay, he was safe by the time the ball was close.
Yeah, it's not
and
a
that
great
was
throw.
nicely placed in the gap.
Yep. It's the fear of what England might do, which I think will make India bat slightly longer than they should have done. They might not be too unhappy that Nair's got out there. They need to hit out or get out a bit here. That was
I mean, we are not yet there, I think. But I was unfortunately very unhappy to see the way Nair got.
That was a shame. There was a single there. A single there to Thacker. He moves on to 4.
I mean, there is still, an hour and a half today? No doubt.
Is there an hour and a
Think
half?
so, yeah.
Yes, I guess there is, yeah. Certainly an hour.
I mean,
probably an hour and a
I
half.
presume they haven't bowled enough overs to not finish before 6:30.
They never do.
They never do.
And
Exactly.
By the way, that's Indian support staff that, I think we were that we were discussing earlier. Looks like Ryan Tendushkata.
Round the wicket comes Wokes. Drifts onto middle and leg, and that's clipped to the man on the leg side. Sweeper position, and that's Cars, and they'll come through for a single.
While not quite declaration batting, I think there's still plenty of outfielders. That means there's plenty of singles if you are an Indian squad. All you will do would be to just take those, keep taking the runs over, and hope presto and whatnot. You're already very close to maybe another 50-40 runs what you need.
Whatever happens, England will talk a good game at stumps about chasing whatever it
this is already
whether they
good
actually
chase,
do or
right?
not. So we'll wait to see tomorrow. Wokes, and that's full, clipped on the bounce to mid-on, where who's that? That's Tongue does the fielding.
Yeah, I think he felt a little annoyed that he couldn't get past the mid-on fielder. It was a half volley on leg stump, effectively.
We haven't seen much of Tongue today after the morning session.
I mean, the thing in this game is that India have always been able to. Well, I mean, India have always been applying the pressure to England since day one, essentially, when England didn't get enough wickets.
Yeah. End of the 88th over. India 3-4-4 for 6. So.
And, England need to. I guess they'll hope that they get out of this one with either a draw or a win, and certainly not a loss. And they need to change it around in the next one and put the Indian side under pressure, because they did when they were batting, but only to get to parity, essentially.
Yeah.
Never to put them under the cosh and test this batting lineup, because with the exception of the same guys have scored runs in both innings, essentially, which is 3 batsmen in the lineup.
Yeah.
You've had 2 tons from Pant. You've had runs for, KL Rahul got a virtual 50 in the first innings and a ton in the second innings, and Shubman Gill got a ton in the first innings. They're the only guys who've really scored runs.
Speak of the devil, it's Josh Tongue. He's back in again.
Oh dear.
And, that was a swinging ball. It did actually strike Jadeja full in front of the stumps.
I think the bottom end of the bat, I think he Q-ended it.
No, it was going down.
It was just... Yeah, okay.
We're about to find out, but I'm surprised he wasn't a little bit more animated, because it did hit him in front of middle stump. I'm sure it would.
Hit him in front of the leg, I reckon.
I'm sure it wouldn't have hit.
Nah. Yeah. But it looked a little ungainly from Jadeja.
It did, yes.
As he looked to sort of spoon it to the leg.
It wasn't a great ball, by the way. It was a full toss, in fact. And that one slightly goes the other way, holds its line. Jadeja just plays inside it. The lead is 350.
If we may talk about something else for a second, fourth year, and you've recorded some backup episodes for your podcast while you're on tour. That's what I heard in the latest.
Yes, I did. Yes, I've pre-recorded 5 episodes so that I just play them out while I'm on tour. Yes, thank you for listening in.
No worries. no worries. You should plug your podcast more.
And that's pretty well a half volley on off stump, which is clipped wide of the man at long on for one of these.
That was a nice shot. It's gone for 4. Let's play this one.
4.
It's a mock special.
That was wristed, right? He did not quite play to the straight bat, but wristed it down.
Yes.
He rolled his wrist on that ball and hit it through bidon. Wonderful shot.
The famous subcontinental wrists.
Aye.
Indeed.
Well, his Dager's a decent bat. He's been made to look old.
Well, he can also hold on it.
Yeah, I know. He's been made to look old in this test, though, hasn't he, really?
Well, he's got a batting average about 35, isn't he?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And that's squeezed out on the offside by Jadeja. I think, but yeah, he's moved into double figures already for a single.
He was very disappointed at that drop catch from Pant. The look on his face, that was a little hard to see as well. Because he was really not in the game as a bowler at all. And he dropped a tough chance, so he needed that break.
Yeah.
I think he felt. And Pant floored that chance. Not too tough, but probably very crucial in the scheme of things.
That was when Brooke was that when Brooke was about 46? Was it that
46?
chance?
I think.
Yeah.
46. Yeah. Now I'm thinking he's now basically going to look to make it up with the ball, with the bat, and then with the ball today and tomorrow.
Well, Thacker's back on strike, and Tung is into him for the 5th ball of his over. They are bowling full, England. So I mean, usually the criticism.
It's a newish ball.
But
I think he's looking very compact. Thakur is not really doing anything expansive.
And that's a
As previously pointed out, he was looking to just play the ball down rather than even extend his arms through the ball. Just looking to time the ball or just nudge it and place it in gaps. I think they've come out with some instructions with the loss of those 2 quick wickets.
What do you think those instructions are? Because they're certainly not going crazy.
At least for another hour, they're going to play the same way, I think. Then see where they are and maybe assess from there or maybe get called in.
And that's slightly mistimed by Thacker and ends up just dribbling down at his feet at the end of the 89th over. India 3-4-9 for 6.
Super chat game, super chat game, super chat game, super chat game.
Ravi Natarajan gives us $5. He says, America has become a shithole country. Missed my flight, stuck on the 405S for 3 hours. Fuck. I don't know what the 405S is.
Doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't sound good, though. No, it sounds very much like England. Sid says, is everyone underestimating Jadeja's role on the last day? No, I just don't think this pitch is offering enough, even though it's going to be a 5th day pitch. It's not quite offering enough in terms of spin and bounce and exaggerated turn or enough up and down. I mean, I'm sure he'll get a couple of wickets, but he's not going to be unplayable. It's not going to be like being on a subcontinent.
I think he'll take 2 or 3 crucial wickets. Yes, if England were to really go after the bowling to try and win this, I think he's going to become very crucial as a wicket-taking bowler. Not because the help he may get from the pitch. That's the way I look at it.
Wokes. Mix-up. Defended by Jadeja. It comes halfway down the pitch, realises Thacker isn't going anywhere, and rather...
They could have easily got a single there. I mean, he went halfway down the pitch and got back.
He ran the single. It's just that he ran it
the same end.
Thacker moving back to the same end again.
I don't think there was a single in that. Jadeja is faster than Thakur, admittedly. Yeah, and Thakur was not moving. He was very clear in his thought process there. He was only going back because he had taken a stride to, walked out of the crease. So
it's a pretty negative mindset from Thacker not to respond to that and just stay where you are. Wokes leaves Jadeja leaves that one well alone, just sails past. Dot ball.
I'm of the mindset he avoided a run out there. I don't think he's fast enough to get on the other end.
Is he quite? He's quite slow, Thacker. Is he?
He's not slow, but let's just call it he's well built, a little bit better built than Jadeja. Yeah, okay. Is that how we put it? Yeah. Thicker set. Yeah.
Okay, so Wokes in again, ran the wickets. He's into his 17th over, just got the 1 wicket. Ooh, and that hits him on the back leg, and there
probably outside
some
the line.
Arms are thrown up, but it probably was outside the line.
Decent ball.
Yes, I mean it's a moral victory of a ball.
He's doing
we
all
love
right
a
with the
moral
second new
victory.
ball.
We do.
Oh no, he got inside edge.
Big old inside edge.
as well, right?
Wokes is concentrating on the wobble seam at the moment.
Well, I think that's mainly because the wicket isn't offering it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So
just hoping
one
for
way you're hoping for something to happen.
Variation, clipping. Oh, and see that went the
Oh,
other
dear.
way. So it's actually quite a decent little over from Wokes developing here. Definitely beat Jadeja's outside edge. He's got Jadeja asking me a lot of questions.
He's been bowling well in as much that I think he earned that wicket of Nair by getting him to overcommit to a fuller ball.
That was a really good ball,
Right, so-
actually. That was an outswinger. It was
Yeah.
lovely.
Oh wow, lovely moment.
Yeah.
And Jadeja was actually falling over even as he was trying to play that.
Yeah.
I don't think his base was steady enough that he could have let that go or blocked it effectively.
He's in again, and Jadeja just defends. Dot ball. This is interesting little passage of play.
My speed is a little choppy, but does Jadeja look very unsettled on the crease? He looks to be sort of skittish on the crease. That's not really him.
Not as skittish as Nair did, but not completely convincing.
All right. But let's see. I mean, I think he needs to get a couple more in the middle of his bat, and
Yeah.
he's going to get going. One feels.
And that's what left well alone by Jadeja. That's the last ball of the 90th over in India, 3-4-9 for 6.
The Harriman says Thacker's had an amazing domestic season. Fair enough. Mayank says the 405 southbound bear. That's the 405S. It's the main motorway that goes through Los Angeles, famous for always being a shitty bottleneck with no movement. And that's why you missed your flight. Karthik says, I love this, is Jarvo, the infamous pitch invader, still in the UK?
Oh.
Send him to Headingley with some women's heels to create some cracks on the pitch.
Oh dear God. Yeah. Good idea though.
Stephen Kalk is leaving us for the day. He says, I will love you all and leave you.
Oh, thank you, Stephen.
Hope the last hour is fun and see you tomorrow. We shall see you tomorrow. Could be a cracking day tomorrow.
Josh Dung.
Expect as much.
Oh, big edge,
Oh,
taken by Joe Root. That's the wicket. Thacker's out for 4. The 7th wicket for India has fallen at 3-4-9. Havington got a sniff.
Well, they're going to have a sniff in time. Now the question is, will they have a sniff in runs? It's a large target.
Yeah, it is large. So, the famous Stokes
sort of getting
Headingley
better.
chase was, I think, 365, wasn't it? We're already at 355, and
355,
that was,
wasn't it?
I think
That
it
was
was
355 as well,
365, I think.
What, with the last wicket stand with Leachy, you mean?
Yes, that one. And that was. There's only ever been one more than that. Was when Australia chased down 404 in 1948, and that was it. Those are the two big Headingley chases. So we were already.
But England did chase 300 odd plus a few times in the first Bazball year.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. They
with
including
ease,
against
with
India,
ease
right?
at times.
At the Oval, for example.
They did. And you know,
But,
their great strength is their batting here.
Yeah, definitely. Their batting
undoubtedly.
is
This
their
is
strength
a.
over the ball. As we said, the pitch doesn't look massively.
I mean, if Bumrah wasn't playing, you'd saying then they've got a very good chance, but he is.
Siraj might be
Crucially.
running into some hot rhythm as well, you never know.
Yeah.
And Prasid as well. But look, I was about to big up Shardul on what he did. Mostly he rescued his domestic team Mumbai a couple of times, once with 100 if I remember, the other couple of times with very gritty 70s and 80s. And between 9, 10 and Jack, they literally rescued that team. And it was all down to Thakur and, a couple of his friends there.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he couldn't replicate it today. I was about to big him up. How do you say it? Yes. Because I think I may have cost his wicket by just looking up his stats.
Well, the Harriman says at Edgbaston in 2022 game, England chased 378 and 76 overs. 4 out of 5 bowlers are playing this game. I presume that was the final test that came back the year after.
The one that became 2-all. I said Oval. Yeah. And
So
best was 100.
So they chased 378 and 76 overs, and as he says, 4 out of the 5 bowlers are playing in this game. So
well, there we are.
I presume the only one who isn't was Prasid Krishna was the only one who wasn't playing
Absolutely.
that game.
Absolutely. That would be my pick as
Well,
well.
so England will fancy their chance.
Oh, they will?
You know, the question is, how is Bumrah going to stand up? He bowled a fair few overs in the first innings.
I think, it's sometimes in sport you say one thing to the camera and you really don't believe it, but I genuinely think this English side does think, to hell, we can chase.
Well, certainly in time. I mean, if you said at
they believe it.
90 overs in a day, they've got 360 is only 4 and over, and they regularly go.
And they would go. At that
I must say, I've had 4 large glasses of wine to your 1 here. You're
rather
a slow drinker.
I tell you the problem if you go on a big old holidays. Every night you see an old friend, and every night you demolish a lot of wine if you're not careful. You have to pace yourself a touch.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so we're having a look at some highlights of Raul's innings at the moment. You got 18 fours.
Very silken offside play.
It wasn't. It perhaps isn't one that would last in the memory forever. But it's an excellent in the context of the game.
The grittiness very well. Yes, sir.
He played a superb knock for his side.
Well, Milligan Cannon says India have lost the plot in the last hour or so. Negative cricket would do that. Yeah, I mean, they did need to be a bit more positive, really, don't they? I mean, they're in the box seat here. If they could add, if they get it up to 400, England would feel they got a chance. But I mean, 400 runs is a fuck of a lot of runs to get.
Yeah.
It is. I mean,
I get a feeling it's going to be some hit and giggle now, unless Jadeja decides to farm the strike.
Who's in Siraj? Let's give him a jingle.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can save us now.
Well, first ball, I do believe
he doesn't earn the jingle at all.
The wicket
well, he didn't even last his jingle.
As the jingle was playing, the man is out. So Siraj has gone first ball. It was an attempted pull. He got a glove on it. It went down leg side. Jamie Smith has taken the catch. The 8th Indian wicket has now fallen. Siraj is out first ball. And the lead is 3-5-5.
Well.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
And
a
little plot twist. It's clipped his finger as it's gone through, and we think it's his bowling hand as well. So
it is his bowling hand.
By far the best.
The memory bank.
By far the best ball of the day at every level for England there.
And he looked a bit troubled with his hand when he was bowling in the first season. He had a couple that got belted back to him, and although he stopped them quite well, it looked like they bruised his hand.
So not a hat-trick delivery, but 2 wickets in 2 balls. I'm not saying that the complexion of the test is being sort of turned on its head.
It's a hat-trick ball. Yeah,
it might be.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I thought that was 1 ball from one end and 1 ball from the other. My apologies. It actually is my correction.
Well, apparently they called
hat-trick ball.
They called Josh Tunn. Well, I'm making this up now, but they called Josh Tunn the pie man because he eats rabbit pie. I've just made that up completely, but there was something along those lines that Duckett was banging on about. He's good at mopping up tails, which is something that England have not been very good at over the years.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's a good skill to have.
And that was a nasty ball first up to face, right? If you're a tail-ender.
I'd love it if we get a hat-trick now.
Well, considering England got 190 from their tail, it's just a big contrast.
Well, it is a tale of 2 tails. Really.
It is a tale of 2 tails. Very good.
And same here, I think. More of the same. The new batsman won't be shy of Stoker 3.
There aren't
if
that many.
Last through the first ball, of course.
There aren't that many hat tricks in Test match cricket, but Jasprit Bumrah will be probably a player that sort of play you prefer to be bowling to if you've got a prospect of a hat trick.
Very promising average, 6.91. But India will take even those 7 runs at this point in time.
Let's give him his jingle.
Now they're muddy bones.
As if he lasts longer than that.
Oh, you're
well, last time
again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
A few oohs and ahs, but Bumrah successfully negotiates it by smothering it. Comes down strong.
Head down, clearly over the ball.
Yeah.
Simply
he played it well. He played
nicely
it well.
done.
There's a leg slip,
But
there's
yes.
a short leg, there's 2 gullies, there's two slips now, so the pressure is on.
Next challenge is, can he last out the over and let Jadeja, think of farming the strike.
Kartik, just to let you know that the scraping doesn't work for the bowlers, so it only has their last spell, which is a really annoying thing, but I have to get in touch with a man who probably won't do anything, so...
he's out!
Word.
3 wickets in 4 balls for Josh Tongue. A big smear from Jasprit Bumrah, got a big thick inside edge. The middle stump, I think, has been uprooted. He's out for a duck as well. It's 3-4-9 for 9. The lead is just 3-5-5.
I won't
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, if this goes on throughout the series, India are going to, there'll be a big worry for India, won't they? Because
Totally.
they'll be thinking anytime their top order fails, they're in serious fucking grief.
Are there any?
Look, this is a game-changing spell, if you ask me, because England are also going to earn the time back. Not only are they quickly taking the wickets,
and this is
they're
the big
giving
thing,
themselves
and
more
it was also the big thing in the first innings, isn't it? You lost 7 for 41 in the first innings.
Undoubtedly.
What does that make it as things stand? Let me just check quickly from when Rahul was out.
Well,
so Rahul was out at 333.
And what
for
was the
5.
score then?
So
333 for 5, yeah.
Yeah, so in 16 runs, they've lost 5 wickets.
Wow.
So, yeah.
41 for 7. Was it
proper
41
collapse.
for 7 in the first innings? This is a significant problem for India developing.
5 for 16 is a real bad collapse. So I thought KL Rahul, as well as he did, he needed to have played out another half an hour of the new ball.
Do you think there was an argument for putting Nair further up the order and Rishabh Pant further down? There's a reason that players who play that way come further in, because it's a bit of a shot to nothing. The momentum got sucked out of the innings completely once Pant had gone, whereas he could have marshalled the tail through this period and
played some crazy shots and been smashing it about.
That's right, yeah.
With the tail.
And Nair might have felt under less pressure high up. Wow.
All right.
Wicket, 0, wicket. What will this ball bring? It's a full toss.
Oh.
And it's
played. Take a single. Go on.
I don't know if Jadeja wants to, but I think he will.
He didn't.
No, they didn't take the single.
That is interesting.
They did not take the single. So wicket, 0, wicket, 0.
We could have wow.
And Tongue is on for something very, very unique. 3-wicket maiden. That's one of those.
Wicket. Well, he could also get a 4-wicket.
Well, he could get
quadruple wicket maiden here.
That would get us scurrying for the record.
I mean, if I was him, I'd be bowling a really pacey Yorker right now.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's
pacey and it's in at the body, but it's defended. So 3 wickets, a triple wicket maiden. You don't get many of them. End of the 91st, India 3-4-9 for 9, and the lead is just 3-5. I say just.
Well, Eric J says tongue against the tail. Yeah, very much so. Well done, sir, says Frank Rockefeller. Absolutely. These runs are nothing. Double ton ducket, says Lockie 6. Bumrah bowled while trying to smear tongue. What? Yeah. Oh yeah. Steady 40. Steady 40.
Correct.
Tongue in cheek.
Fair enough. We are going to read all of this in the paper tomorrow.
Yeah. So Sid says England's back in this big time. They are suddenly.
Yeah, they are back in this. They are back in this. I mean, I'd still think they were 20% chance, would you think? I wouldn't put any higher than that.
I give England about 30.
You give it 30, okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's totally time and the capability for England to get the wickets. Will all depend on Indian bowling.
It will. Just see Bumrah off, and then everything's up for grabs.
Exactly. Kartik says, I told you, lower order can't even hold a bat. Well, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Well, interesting little stat, a little sidebar is that Joe Root has now equalled Rahul Dravid's record of 210 catches in Test matches, obviously for non-wicket keepers.
And he's got 10 tests on him.
10 tests less. So amazing Joe Root. Yes.
It was actually.
And you think of the amount of fucking catches he's dropped since I've been watching him as well.
That's very true.
A lot.
Come on.
It was straight at him and it was chest high. It was a good height, but my God, it was travelling that first ball. So
you can concede that he dropped quite a few catches.
I mean, I've seen Joe Root drop a lot of quite simple catches as well.
Yeah.
He's actually feeling I think it's just the sheer pace of it. He's feeling his hand there. Let's hope there's no difficulty. But he hasn't gone off the field.
Well, the one thing that's good is I don't believe. Well, Pant disproved my theory, but most times people who score big runs in the first innings don't score big runs in the second innings. And one person didn't score big runs in the first innings, Joe Root.
Oh, all right.
Very true.
Right. And he is the best batsman in the world.
Yeah,
so
neither did Ben Stokes.
Neither did Ben Stokes.
Neither did Zach Crawley. So we will see.
Well, Zach Crawley, I don't know so much. Joe Root, I put my money a little bit more on that.
Zach Crawley has got a 174 not out at some point in a series, but the rest of the scores will be under 20.
Otherwise, I'm finishing the bottle on my own.
Yeah,
so.
okay. No, fair enough, Bay. Yeah.
Well, all the ducket love I like, but I think somebody needs to also start bigging up Zach Crawley. I think he might be the one who might score that 100, right? So
Yeah.
Well, Jack Crawley can score extraordinarily quick runs. I mean, he is when he gets going, he's a joy to watch. It's just,
he is.
You know, it's basically 2 in 5 if you're lucky.
Probably not even that.
Well,
to be honest.
Yeah, we are wibbling, I think, because I think India very cleverly tried to take some momentum out of England's sails simply because I think Jadeja got some air courts running.
Well, I mean, what does Jadeja do now? I mean, does he?
I think he's going to farm the strike for a couple of overs before he hits out.
So
well, you're getting nowhere fast that way.
We're looking at a scorecard. No one has scored any runs between 30 and 118. So it's very much a two-man scorecard. Chris Wokes, has missed out a little bit on all the fun. He's 1 for 43. This has done Josh Tung's test average no end of good.
Not a bad economy rate from Wokes.
No, it's good. It's fine. He's bowled okay, isn't it? No one's bowled. Bashir hasn't bowled great, but they've bowled steadily today without looking threatening.
Correct. I mean, at one point in time they looked a little clueless, but they worked their way back to the frame.
Again, I'd
they've
say
stuck with it as well.
That's as much to do with the wicket. The wicket is really quite benign. You know,
it is. Yes. Right. Jadeja, who will undoubtedly have a go now, you would think. Well, he defends the first one. With just Krishna for company at the other end.
And to be honest, I'd say that's as much to do with the early weather we've had in this country. Because at this time of the year, you'd expect it not to be as hot as it. I mean, look, okay, it's cooler today, but April, May, and June have been staggeringly hot for the first part of this year, and it's an unusual year in that respect.
Yeah, right.
And so I think this year the wickets will be probably more batsman friendly generally throughout the summer, unless we have a complete switch. But I don't think that's happening.
Jadeja takes a step outside leg stump, looks as if he's going to play something with attacking intent, but pulls out and defends in the end there.
I think he was looking to just loft it inside out. So he was sort of stepping away from the leg stump, making some room to free his arms through the offside. But that was well bowled by Wokes, who saw him coming.
Yeah, we're looking at WinViz, who actually agrees with me that England 19%, India 78%. I think that's right, but if any England side are going to... plenty of England sides in the past would have got nowhere near this, but you never know. Well, that has fooled everybody.
The cameraman
That's fooled everyone, not least the cameraman. It's a bit hard to describe, really. I think he was trying to flick it off his toes, but got a leading edge.
He was sitting down
massive
to sort
leading
of
edge. I think it was a much slower delivery, wasn't it?
Not just the leading edge, one that sort of dribbled out to gully.
He chalk-ended it. Even as he was trying to crouch to guide it with straight bat into the leg. He chalk-ended it went to the off.
Kohli? Jadeja didn't even know where it was going.
He's looking accusingly at his bat.
Well, you have to blame something if you got a shot like that.
You do.
You can't blame yourself.
Wokes round the wickets. To Jadeja. And because it's the fourth ball of the over, he saunters through for a single down to long off, and he's going to expose Krishna to the last 2 balls of the over.
I have to say, Fred, I don't think is going to be turning up for his next slot because none of his technology is working. So basically, there's us two, you, Ajit, and Mayank. So if you want to hang in, can you hang in for another session?
I can do.
Okay.
I can do another 30 minutes. Not a problem.
All right. So you're going to carry on doing what you're doing. 40, you're going to take over from me, and I'm going to take over from you.
Yeah, great.
Lovely. And we're here till the end. Mayank's going to do the last session. And that'll be it for the day.
Do you want to just switch this round and you do the jingles after this board?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just we're not going to swap seats.
Good to hear, and I'm also worried about Bear with 4 glasses of wine. It's going to be nice, ball by ball.
Don't worry about me and 4 glasses of wine. I'm fine.
He's fine. He knows how to handle himself.
Exactly.
Wokes in again. Oh, and that's a beauty. Pitches off, leaves him. Would have. I mean, it's too good for thee, lad. Krishna, nowhere near.
It looked like a coat of varnish off the stump, frankly.
Well, I'll tell you what. If they get them out now, and they've got an hour tonight.
Yeah, there could be
get 60 runs
70
tonight.
for one.
Yeah,
I think Gary was making that point.
I'm thinking how many potential overs is that? 21 they say, but maybe more.
Never. Well, I lose 2 off that 19, 10 minutes as well, isn't it? So I mean, you get about 45 minutes. So they get the wicket now.
I think Jadeja would be looking at that, thinking I've got to get a bit of a move on him. And that's well left by Krishna. At the end of the 92nd over, he's done his job. He's seen out the last 2 balls. India 350 for 9. and the lead 3-5-6.
Okay, well, we'll switch it over.
Oh, right, okay.
So England
What I like about Krishna, right? He's had no pretensions as a batsman at any level. His average at any level is no more than 9.14.
Happily a rabbit at number 11.
Oh, that's good, isn't it? Not really old school stuff.
Old school, right? Little bit old school. More like, I think, who was the Chris Martin, wasn't it? From New Zealand.
Oh, I was thinking Chris Martin, Coldplay.
But same name, isn't it?
Yeah, it is the same name.
It is the same name.
It is, yeah.
Which is why I was getting confused. I think,
there's only two Chris Martins. Remember when Spurs had two Gary Stevens? They used to sing, "Two Gary Stevens, there's only two Gary Stevens."
Well, Spurs have somehow made it into the Champions League, of course.
Unbelievable.
Here comes the destroyer of tales.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
The mighty destroyer of tales. These epithets which will be engraved on his tombstone.
And then he calls himself Tongue. Well, I'll leave the rest of the...
Well, Tongue has 3 for 60. He got all those 3 in his last over. He's bowling to Jadeja over the wickets, around the wicket, defended square. But he's not going to take the single. And this is where things get really gummed up. Because England will hope, even if they're out there for another 10, 15 minutes, they'll hope they'll only be, unless he hits a couple of 4s, it'll only be the odd single at the end of each over, and therefore the score will only be about 360. So all they will do is eat up a few overs, and then, even if England get a full day tomorrow at 90 overs, 360.
Jadeja will use it, I think. He's using these two overs to sort of get into the groove.
Well, he's flicked that up in the air on the leg side. Krishna's happy to take a run, but Jadeja's not.
It's beginning to take the draw out of the equation a bit, this, isn't it?
Well,
you'd think.
I think so. Yeah, no, that's a very relevant.
Maybe from India's end, but not from England's, I suppose.
Oh, there is rain tomorrow.
I can't see this team blocking to anything. Even if they're 5 down at T, they're going to go after it, I think.
I think rain might see us to a draw, sadly, tomorrow.
Ooh, I can have a look at what the BBC weather says for tomorrow. Here comes Tongue around the wickets. Jadeja jabs it down towards third man. No run. BBC
he thought he beat
weather.
that fielder or played finer. He didn't. So no run.
Headingley.
Just checking the weather out for you, listeners.
Yeah, seeing what the weather says for Headingley tomorrow.
What says our...
Tuesday there's a little bit of rain, but it's not heavy rain, and it's... there's a good chance of rain actually all day tomorrow.
Fair bit of
50% all morning.
Oh, wow.
Slashed in the air. Down to third man, but it's
one bounce
short.
Oh, and they took the single, of course. It's the fifth ball. It's the fourth ball, sorry.
That's right.
2 balls left. Yeah, there's a good chance of rain. Well, no, hold on. 11 o'clock, there's a 57% chance. It's dropping, but there's a chance of rain pretty much all the way through till all day. Except for 8 o'clock, it says 0%. But any other part? No.
Unless it's very heavy rain, I don't think it will stop play from beginning. So those are the chances, right? If the play doesn't get going,
that's the thing.
Then you have.
That's the thing. I mean, according to the rain signals on the BBC, it's not a double drop, which means light rain.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of sunshine in there too. So yeah, I mean, it could be on and off. Could end up as being a draw, which would be interesting.
Could very well be a draw.
There was only one. Was there only 1 or 2 draws in the last year or something?
Yeah, hardly any. 2.
Fair enough.
That's in Rashid Krishna's pads. He defends it out to mid wicket, turns his back, no run.
Well, he's so far so good. He's hanging in, doing what is required of him, keep 2 or 3 balls out. But is that going to be enough is the question, because as you rightly said, what's the point in hanging around for too long? If Jadeja has found his range, I think he should use it.
Yeah, there's not much point in getting a single and over, eking it out from here. There's not much point.
No, it's not going to make that much difference in the long term.
I guess it'll be Vokes they'll be targeting, who's slightly slower.
Well, yeah. Last ball of the over, played out to mid wicket, and there is no run.
Okay. Paul Stratton asks, any reason we're no longer producing wickets that are no longer English conditions? Our home advantage long gone, especially at Headingley.
Well, no, I think. Well, I think that's down to the
warm
weather.
summer, right?
Well, exactly. We've had a really hot, dry summer, and as much as you can water wickets, I mean, it doesn't. Everything evaporates pretty quickly. So
Frank Rockefeller says England are entertainers first and foremost. Steve Chilton thinks India needs to drop 3 players in the test.
Oh, come on, not that bad.
Yeah. I'm not sure we've had some of these. We might have done.
We might well have done.
Murugan Cannon, India lost the plot in the last hour or so. Negative cricket would do that.
Yeah, I did that.
We said that, yeah.
Sorry. Jeremy Henderson, we know who he is. He talks about the possibility of rain tomorrow.
There you go. That's the resident weatherman, guerrilla weatherman.
Go right down to
Mercedes weather care.
Just keep winding up. The little arrow tells you that. There you go.
It's a long way down.
Wokes around the wicket to Jadeja. Can't get it anywhere. It just drops down in front of him, and there is no run. I mean,
he's unable to time the ball, Jadeja. He's struggling to even hit it hard on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to, move forward to the second test, would you make changes, Ajit?
I think Bumrah will still play the second test, unless otherwise the only change I would do is to bring in Arshdeep in place of Bumrah for now.
Okay. That's a slower ball by Wokes. Clipped out towards deep square leg now. Don't think they've taken a single.
No. It's too early in the over yet. And that's a gimme.
So you give the batting order the same?
I think they have not really let themselves down the top order. It's the middle order. Shardul Thakur might be one player who might be really in fear of his place or really looking. But then whom would you replace him with? Nitish Kumar Reddy is a like-for-like replacement India have. Unless you want to go with 4 full fast bowlers, which I don't think they will. So there you go. Shardul might be the one player who might be a little worried.
Round the wicket. Clipped. Sweetly.
In the air. Not taken.
Not quite taken. I think it was on a half volley down at Duckett, the deep square leg. They didn't end up not taking a single.
Did they even run one?
No, they didn't even run one.
I don't think so.
No, they didn't. Sorry, who would you swap for Shardul Thakur?
Nitish Kumar Reddy.
He can bat.
Also around. He can bat.
What does he do bowling wise then?
Medium pace.
Okay.
About late 70s, early 80s sort of medium pace. But we've heard a lot that he's grown into his role very well as a bowler.
Okay, I think he's a better batsman, isn't he, than Shardul?
Of course, he has 100. He has a test 100.
Yeah, I'd say.
Shardul is more gritty somehow. Somehow it's not clicked for him this test.
Wokes in, and there's the single.
Agreed single.
Up to mid-on, yeah, exactly. Giving Krishna 2 balls to face in this over.
I mean, having seen how Jadeja is operating, I'm curious to see that they didn't bring up the field already by the 3rd ball, because you don't want to. You can take a risk of giving him a boundary, but he's hitting nothing. He's not able to get the ball off the square, I think.
Yeah.
Or give him a chance to hit the bag. Yeah, go on, have a go and hit one.
Exactly, miss it.
Maybe it goes straight up in the air.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they got 3 slips and a gully in for Prashi Krishna.
Yeah.
I don't think he gives a toss. He'll be looking to just block every ball.
Yeah, well, Krishna will, exactly that. I mean, he'll see his job purely is to keep the ball from hitting his stumps or getting caught, won't he? But
I think Wokes will be good that way. He'll be looking to get him to, he has the pace to entice him out.
Well, he defends that one. He wants a run.
It was actually Jadeja who was running.
Jadeja says no.
Then he remembered.
You're going to end up with a duck, mate, or not out, one or the other.
It feels cruel to deny
the
tail ender.
I definitely want a run against my name.
Exactly.
Number 11.
Yeah, I mean, you can always hit this ball for a 4, right?
Sure, it could do.
As long as you don't get out.
Not sure
Nobody's stopping Krishna from backing it through covers for a 4.
Wonder how many genuine 4s he scored in first-class cricket.
Don't know. Either a Vatican slice or a slash over.
Well, I was thinking of genuine 4s, yes.
Wow, he thought of it there.
Leaves that one wide of the off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Right. Kartik says in your scorecard, Josh Tung's bowling figure is 2 for 5 in 15 overs. Ravi Natrajan, what's the outlook for this match from here on? The draw is 3 for 50 too much to chase. Well, that's what we've been discussing, I guess. Yeah. Headingley's back in this big time. Kartik, lower order can't bat. Frank Rockefeller, wish you were here witnessing this. Eric J, Tongue against the tail. These runs are nothing. Double ton Duckett, says Lucky 6. Paul Stratton, it's now very obvious Tongue does not bowl until at least 5 wickets down. He's cannon fodder bowling at top 5. Richard Harman tells me to be steady. Bumrah bowled while trying to
story of
Tongue.
this session. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
19 overs, 54 runs. It's not a lot.
54 for 5. Yeah, there you go.
Which is, Jadeja's going to face up. Tongue is going to continue. Sorry, Stokes.
Now let's see if the battle is joined.
Stokes is going to bring himself on for Wokes short. You've got to think they've had, 14 overs? So Wokes must have bowled virtually 7 overs with the new ball. Jadeja cuts it down the third man, but he won't take the single.
Quite hard to explain this passage of play to an American who hasn't seen much cricket.
What do you mean he's not running? He's actually hit it into the gap.
Exactly.
I mean, what do you mean you can hit and not run? You actually have that choice? Yes, believe it or not. You do.
Well, of course, if you hit it in baseball, you've got to run, haven't you?
Is that right?
if it makes contact with the bat, you have to run.
Yeah, unless it's a foul ball or whatever. Well, he's picked that one up, and he's going to get 6.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, Jadeja gets hold of one. That'll make him feel better. One of these. Moves on to 19.
He's shown me. I was teasing him he can't get the ball off the square. Which one, he asks.
How long do you think Jadeja continues his career as a Test player?
I think until into the next year. I'm thinking it'll basically depend a lot on how he goes through the Indian winter right now. If he does well, I think he'll play one more year. Otherwise, I'm also thinking it might be this winter.
Short again, pulled hard. He's going to get 4 more. Suddenly, it's all happening.
All right.
One of these. Short on tongue, pulled down behind square.
Yeah, short arm jab, I would say, even almost a hook.
Yeah, definitely.
That was well done.
It was into the body.
That was a hook.
It was going down there anyway. Just kind of helped it on its way.
Yeah, he did well to bisect the 2 fielders who
Yes.
down there.
It's very difficult to explain that. Your eyes sort of see them, and your body sort of knows how much exactly to execute.
Yeah, it's instinct,
it's very
isn't it? We all know when you played, it's totally instinct.
You only get a third of a second. So.
Yeah.
One more short ball now?
No, that one's a better length ball on off stump.
One thing, I was talking about this with Gary earlier, that England have not resorted to all day, is the shorter ball barrage, which, from a spectator point of view, thank goodness, it is a rather tedious passage of play. And I think maybe he's just he's just wary of exhausting his bowlers in the first test of the summer, maybe as well.
Well, they've got a good 10 days off before the next test. Plenty of recovery time, which is why edged, but through a vacant gully down towards third man. 4th ball, so it probably takes a single, and does indeed.
Come on.
It's the 5th one, but yes. He's still happy.
If Tongue gets 4 for here, they've ended up with 8.
8 wickets for the match. Most undeserved 8 wickets for the match.
Come on.
In Test history, I think.
But very useful for England, exactly as we said earlier. The fact that England have struggled to take tail end wickets for.
Yeah, and it's, as I say,
I can remember.
Just being a bit facetious, it is a skill to remove the tail, one which England have failed to apply many times over the years.
Can he polish India's tail off? 1 ball he has, and 1 is all he needs.
Well, famously in that series against India, when it ended up 2-2, I can't remember which test it was, but it's fucking Bumrah and Shami put on 100, didn't they?
They did. Everyone was laughing
to the offside, and there is no run. I mean, that was just
crazy,
painful.
Bumrah made a 50 plus. I even think was that one of the practice games, but I could be wrong. But Bumrah got a 50. That was nice to see.
I don't know if he got it. Yeah, well, I think he did in that test.
He started that series with an average of 2, and everyone said, well, he's not going to have a problem with him. Mark Arnold says, did I hear someone say feed him the lettuce? Sid, quadruple. I haven't heard that word in a long time. That's why I like boomers. Oh, thanks, Sid. Frank Rockefeller, Tongue earning his stripes. Lucky 6, here comes a record last wicket stand. Frank Rockefeller, if Crawley can pull his finger out and redeem himself. Warwick Allen, friend of many a podcast. At the end of the day, we'll be either 120 for none or 50 for 4. That's probably right.
That's probably about right, yeah.
Lucky 6, can you feel the doom tonight? Eric J in Australia. Frank Rockefeller, statistics don't mean shit. Some grifter at the gambling house. I fell asleep. Oh, my bombs are back in this, says Dan De Castro. Yay, Ajit, says Eric J. You've got a fan. Mayank, if you need me to hop on in case someone needs a break, just let me know. We're probably all right.
Well, you're on for the last session in 10 minutes anyway.
Yeah. Lucky 6, who wants to go on a road trip from Brisbane to Perth with Marnus?
Oh dear God, he's been dropped. He will be dropped from that.
Well, I'd go on a road trip from Brisbane to Perth, but I don't think I want to do it on Marnus.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Exactly.
We're back to the...
I had plans before what happened to Vivian, which is horrible.
Hello.
Sweep, toe end, goes off towards third man.
Well,
and weirdly, if the slip
if
hadn't
the slip
moved,
hadn't moved, he'd have caught that.
He might have gone around to catch that.
I think he thought he was going to start a sweep, a fine sweep.
I mean, you can't blame him
Started changing
because
sides.
everyone would have given him a pat on the back if he'd have anticipated correctly. Because it turned out he should have just stayed where he was.
Well, he didn't count on inside.
Well, of course, it's Bashir back into the attack. I haven't said that. Like, throws that one up wide.
I was about to say that.
Tempting Jadeja. But he is not
Very
tempted.
interesting move and a good one. I think if he gets a wicket here, Bashir, it'll help his confidence quite a lot. He got knocked around a little by once. It'll be good if he can get this wicket.
Pant bashes everyone around. That one turns but from well long wide outside the off stump. Yeah, no, we had a plan for the Ashes. We were going to try and raise money yet again and try and get over to Australia yet again, which has failed every time we tried. But we were going to drive from Perth to Adelaide and then get a flight to Brisbane for the second test. That was part of the plan. That one is just knocked out square on the offside, and it's the third ball of the over. So I guess
it was the fourth ball, right?
Trust Krishna against the. Was it? It was a fourth ball. But I guess
he probably trusts him a little bit more. But you never know, right?
Oh, I'm sure he's quite happy to face Bashir.
Can you get the ball above the island?
Yeah, exactly. If it was me, if I was Bashir now, I'd be giving it a big fucking loopy one.
Pitch the ball in the crease. Toss it all the way up.
All the way up. Very high.
Absolute donkey drop.
Pretty slow as well. So like a bomb.
Ensure that if the batsman misses, the ball will hit the stumps.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
A loopy, slow, straight ball. That's all you need. Maybe two of those, right?
They probably do range hitting and probably go into the stands, but I'll give it a go.
I think so. Here's Krishna's chance to get off the duck. Get a red anchor.
Into the stands, big six. No, beats the outside edge as he props forward, and there is no run.
Beautiful forward defensive, except it was the wrong line. It's playing that. He looked so accomplished, just that the ball was nowhere near the ball.
Well, you know.
It's just like waiting for a bus that doesn't come, isn't it? So frustrating trying to get a last wicket.
Oh, yeah. We even experienced it sometimes in limited overs games that we play. A stubborn 8, 9, 10 who just field the remaining overs. We are lost, but we don't care.
Tosses that one up, and it's gone straight up in the air. Is it going to go all the way?
Is there anyone
out there?
It?
There is, and it's caught.
And I think he's caught.
And that is the end.
Catch.
Bashir gets the last wicket. It's Josh Tongue out in the deep, I believe.
Denied himself an 8th wicket.
He did indeed, but it's a good catch out in the deep.
It was.
It was at full stretch. He was out there for that, but he has given it, hung it up there. Said, Krishna, can you get off the mark? And Krishna can't. He's tried. But he's
got more height on it than distance, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a lot of top spin on that ball, actually. I think he's practicing for Australia already, isn't he, with that top spin ball?
So we're at 10-6. What's the
10-minute turnover? So
10-minute turnover. So the protocols are that they will come back out on a
Yeah.
Okay, I might just zip through a few massages. Frank J. Rockefeller points out the extra 6 runs could come in handy, and that number 11's are delightfully clueless. Messi points out the draw remains very much in play because of the possibility of rain.
Very much so.
And
interesting to see what the bookies say, actually.
Rain often goes round Headingley, says rain often goes round Headingley, says Frank Rockefeller. Lucky 6, interesting observation. Ajit has a massive hand. He's the antithesis of Donald Trump. So there we are.
Oh dear gods! Wow.
Well, the antithesis of Donald Trump.
Right?
That's what you'd want to be.
A big hand means a big something else, I'm told, or is that a big foot? I'll take it. I'll say it's the hand.
We're looking 80% chance rain between 8 and 10, 70% between 11 and 1. That's quite a lot of rain. Eric J. Ducks are notoriously short-sighted. Mr. P. There's no shame drinking red wine out of a champagne white wine glass. I fear most of my comments are alcohol-related or bacon sarnie. Lucky 6, I call ducks pond eagles. Mr. Pete, what are you today, Messi? Where are you today, Messi? He's in Perth. Lucky 6, best way to drink red wine is straight from a 5-litre goon sack. There speaks an Aussie. Messi, back in the weather cave in Perth, currently 5.6 degrees centigrade outside. Really? Woo.
Balmy, 5.6 degrees. Yeah.
A goon sack attached to a Hills hoist, says Chief Wardo. Those are two of Australia's major contributions, along with the Ugg boot.
What is a goon sack and what is a hill? What is that again?
A goon sack is a plastic, sack out of which you drink cheap wine. And a Hills hoist is a washing line that rotates circularly from a central pole.
A what?
Good God.
You know those central poles, and they've got, it spins round, and you put your clothes on it. That's a Hills hoist. That's an Australian invention. Messi.
Holy cow.
The GPL looks safe.
I'm just picturing it in my head.
Well, you get them in other countries. It's a great export from.
Oh no, a cheap bottle of wine or a cheap flask of wine or cheap bag of wine hung on. Yeah,
admittedly, these are not earth-shattering or perhaps even earth-changing inventions, but they are benign. I will say that. It's not like inventing gunpowder or something. Messi, the GPL looks safer today, but tomorrow could be fascinating with a pot of £209. So get on tomorrow, everyone.
Wow.
Oh, well, Messi will be back.
He's back
he'd
now.
He'd have done the first day in the UK and the last day from Perth.
That's nice.
Isn't that great?
Well done, him. Well, that will only emphasize the point to those of us who think a test match is actually too long. Or some people. All right, yeah.
I emigrated to Australia halfway through the 2005 Ashes.
Really?
The last one I was in England for was the famous Edgbaston test, and then I was in Australia for the last three. Leah, nothing like 10 scoreless extra innings. Pre-rules changing meaning this regular season games in baseball. Jay Grover. Sadly, 5 glasses of wine is a light breakfast. Marion Brown. Yes. Marion Brown, Dutty England going lost this test match. Not quite sure about that one. Mr. P. Burr, Messi, it's proper boiling here in England. That's why nobody wants to go to Australia, because he has shit weather. Lucky 6J, yay. Marion Brown, 450 runs. India must give England to win. Well, they haven't.
Wow. They are about 90 runs short, aren't they?
Then, by contrast, Dan De Castro thinks India don't need any more runs. Well, we're about to find out.
Well, I mean, in a lot of senses.
One statistic. I'm sorry to interrupt there. One statistic that I was going to add is that England will need to make the second highest chase on this ground to win.
Yeah.
So the highest was 404.
Yes, it was.
The second highest was 362, which they'll have to top today.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the point. I mean, it is still a lot of runs. I mean, we all think that England have got a chance, and we do. The way they play, they've definitely got a chance. But the fact is that chasing that many runs.
Well, Dan De Castro makes his very point. He says, realistically, England will need to go at 6 overs a day if they have to get 60 overs in. That is, even by Bazballian standards, a lot. Does this mean the day's play is over, or do they still play the extra?
No.
That was the question I was asking.
No, they still play.
Right.
If like yesterday, the rain came down at 6 o'clock, and so they left the pitch
and
after the official end of play, so they didn't come out, and they wouldn't come out again.
Right.
But today, it's just a change of innings, and the day carries on,
so
and 90 overs supposedly have to be bowled.
Passage of play. Okay. Dan De Castro, 1, draw still favourite. 2, Bumrah wickets lead India to win. 3, rain never gets serious, epic chase, England win. So it could be anything, in other words.
Yep.
Pavan Kumar, quite understand that one. Eric J. Tung had a rather pleasant afternoon. Ravi Natarajan, can we get details on your trip to Aussie for the Perth test, Australia?
Well, you know, we've planned it. I think this is about the 3rd time we've tried, and it's going to fail again. But obviously, trying to do the Ashes from England is a fucking pain in the arse, because we're all up all night.
Yeah,
and then the worst bit is the Adelaide test, which is now the day-night test, which is actually the test that starts at the earliest time in England, because they're half an hour ahead of Melbourne and Sydney. So it usually starts at 11:30, which is still pretty shit. But it means you get an extra half hour sleep in the morning. Now it's a day-night test, which means it starts at 2:30 in the morning or something like that. And the ones that start at Perth is the same. It starts at 2 in the morning. And they are the worst. At least in India, when you start at 4 in the morning, you go, okay, I'm going to go to bed at 10, and I'll get 6 hours sleep, and I'll get up, and I can manage that. If they start at 2:30 in the morning, it's like, well, I can't go to bed at 8 in the evening. I'm not asleep. But if I go to bed at 10 or 11, I'm going to get literally 2 hours sleep and I have to get up, and that's not enough. So they are real killers, and it makes life difficult. And they obviously go over Christmas and Boxing Day test. It's always a bit of fun on the first day, you get really hammered, but then the next 4 days are quite difficult.
Dan Nicrasio says 30 minutes left after the innings break. Pavan Kumar says, good to see you, Ajit.
There you go. Hello to Pavan. He actually pointed a very interesting stat to me on a personal message, that in that innings where Bumrah got his 50, he hit Broad for a world record 35 runs in that innings. He hit it himself. So another thing I wanted to bring in, if you are India, I think you're really worried. First innings 7 for 41, second innings 6 for 31. It's actually getting worse.
It's trouble. It is trouble. Going forward in the series, you got to think, well, if your top order don't score any runs, we're in serious shit.
Yeah, and it makes your top order
play. You have 4-0-0-0 from the last 4. You can't have that in these conditions. That's terrible.
No.
Shardul Thakur down. The last 3 were ducks. 8, 9 and Jack. No, 9, 10 and Jack were literally ducks. But look, they may have enough. You would want to not give the opposition that satisfaction as well as that control, that confidence as the innings ends, right? So they've done that twice now, and you cannot always expect 200s or 300s from the top 5.
Exactly that, and not only that, having been in the positions that they've been in throughout. I mean, actually, India have been in charge of this test pretty much the whole way through, right? Having got that score in the first innings, they have basically been running the test. If they were to end up losing this test, it would be pretty fucking painful. I would say.
It would be quite a turnaround if you're England.
Yeah. But England will feel confident. They always feel confident. That's the question. The question will be, will Crawley get any runs? I mean, we will, and is it going to be? We got 9 wickets to get 360, whatever.
Well, I suppose one interesting thing is, I can't think of a time in which during the Bazball era England have tried to play out for a draw. Will they even bother doing that?
No,
have we?
I don't see it.
If it gets impossible.
No, they tend to give up. To be fair,
they go down in. They just go down in the heat. Don't
they?
They
do tend to.
Here's a revolutionary thought.
I mean, the other thing is, I guess tonight. This is it. I mean, if there is rain around tomorrow, it will be perfect bowling conditions as well. I mean, if they do get out and it's overcast and pretty nasty. I mean, tonight it looks good for batting. To be fair, the sun is out.
Yeah, it is.
Beating down, all looks good.
India would still feel confident, right?
They should do.
India
should feel confident.
Yeah. Exactly, and the revolutionary thought I was about to express is that I think in this innings, Siraj and Prasidh will be more important than Bumrah.
Well,
I get a feeling.
Well, they have to be, to a certain degree, because you can't hang everything on Bumrah, right?
That would be ridiculous.
Absolutely. No,
I mean Prasidh did get 3 wickets in the first half. I mean, they were kind of gifted to him in a certain way. But I mean, he bowled for them. I mean, getting Harry Brook out, it was short ball theory, it was leg theory to a certain degree. And they got him that way. And there was another one was on the hook, wasn't it? It was Jamie Smith was on the hook as well.
Smith as well, yeah. Out hitting into the leg, indeed.
Who was his third wicket? I can't even remember whose third wicket was.
I can check it quickly. Is it a time for a switcheroo as well?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Mayank is supposed to come on.
What's the last lineup?
Brooks,
us two,
Ollie Pope.
and Mayank.
Right.
Ollie Pope.
Third,
yeah. That was
so he got 3 big wickets.
Yeah, and that was a pretty loose shot at the beginning of the day, wasn't it? Third over the day or second over the day. Mayank, you're back.
Thank you, Ajit. Fantastic stuff.
Thank you very much.
See you later. How you feeling, Mayank?
Well, I'm interested in seeing. We only have 30 minutes. So you would expect maybe 5-6 overs. What do we do? Do they go for it, or do they just?
I can't imagine they won't. It's not in England's style. I mean, Duckett can't just stay there. Let's be honest. And I think England will want to put a little bit of pressure immediately onto the Indian bowlers. India have got a chance here. They could get a couple of easy wickets tonight.
They'll fancy themselves to get to. Fancy themselves to get 50 without loss at the close, won't they? No, in England, yeah.
So then you have 2 options, really. Do you want to go for the 50 without loss but end up with 42 for 2?
Yeah.
Or do you want to go for 20 without loss, but then again, you could be 20 for 1?
Well, I think one thing
this is that irritating, tricky 5 or 6 overs.
I think we're pretty sure what England will go for, because they always do now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the ball's there to be hit, I think England players will try and hit it.
I wonder what Bumrah's going to do, because he's going to have 2, maybe 3 really good fast overs. Put all of his, he doesn't need to conserve energy.
It's ideal for him in a way. We're having a look at the WinViz stats, and quite rightly, because their stats, England 17%, India 78%, but that doesn't take into account recency, the dependence on Bumrah. It doesn't take into account rain, because it's got the draw at 5%.
You're doing ball by ball.
I am. Yes.
I'm going to be taking over from you.
Righto. So it's a beautiful scene. Headingley, as the shadows begin to lengthen, and we just passed the longest day of the year, so there's no doubt that light won't be a problem. What is a problem?
I did get an email earlier from Nigel Henderson, and he said, "Yeah, you sent an email just an hour and a half ago, and you said England could be bowled out tonight as the gloom descends, the lights come on, and Bumrah hoops it around corners. You think they could be bowled out in 5 overs?"
Okay. Yes. Well,
somebody said
that. That's Hendo's mindset.
Tony said that. Somebody said that. I don't know who said that. But
that's an
email like out.
We'll see. It's. I remember going to a test at the MCG a few years ago when Scott Boland got on one, and he got about 5 late wickets, and England always do terribly in Australia anyway. But
well, that was just. I think that's just an anomaly. That was one of those days where he could do nothing wrong.
He couldn't. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, well, first ball of the England innings. Bumrah into Zach Crawley. You must be feeling a little more nervous than usual, perhaps. And he lets that one sail past.
Shall we have some jingles? We haven't had any for a while. Well, Mark earlier played a super chat so we could get Ben Duckett to his latest jingle.
Okay.
Don't give in, don't just say fuck it. They have professionals for this. Don't give him the ball, not at all. Don't give it to Ben Duckett.
Thank you, Mog.
And this man.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
And Bumrah fires that one in. Crawley fighting to survive. It clearly was going down leg side and probably too high as well, but there's some arms are thrown up, but nothing doing.
And this is the bowler.
Yeah, that was well done the leg side.
Now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Very nice. From the first Arctic Monkeys album to Jasprit Bumrah. It's a good album too. Thunders in. Oh, that's a good ball. That's a good ball. Just left Crawley. And well played for Crawley, not tempted to nibble at it. Just left him.
Like I said, it's that weird time. Do you go for the shots, or do you just want to wait it out? You've only got 25 minutes between now and
you want to
stumps.
Be there in the morning, yeah.
And you don't want to be the one who falls to Bumrah. So I feel maybe they'll just see out Bumrah, and then whoever's on the other end, either Siraj or maybe Tucker, because I know Siraj has had some issue with the finger. Maybe go after him instead.
Yeah, be a little more expensive. And Crawley whips that nicely to deep square leg. He's off the mark. He'll be happy about that. All batsmen like to be off the mark.
We've been talking about, the 5-day test, and people have been pushing on the 4-day test. I had read the ICC gives the green light that in the next test championship in 2027 to 2029, 4-day test matches would count. So if 2 teams say we want to do a 4-day test and we want it in the WTC format, that's allowed. Do you think teams will do that? Or is this a hypothetical?
We'll get that back to that after this ball. Bumrah into Crawley, who actually took 2 off that ball. comes through for a third, so it'll be Duckett to face. I don't think the big three, if I can put it that way, I'll probably go for 4-day tests.
5-day tests. Yeah, I mean, they will go
So
for 5 days. Yeah,
they'll
it'll be
stay at
interesting.
5, yeah.
There'll be some test series where they go, well, we think we'll batter these guys in 4 days every time, and they
freeze
will
up a day in the calendar.
Yeah, and I think maybe some of the, certainly the West Indies and you know, the Sri Lankans maybe may go, you know what, well, I mean, it'd be interesting because some series,
Well, imagine
some
if
series
you had a
that'll be
situation-
2-day tests. 2 test series could become 3 test series if you have 4-day tests. So they,
I think that's what I read, that it has to be a 3-test series if you're doing 4 days. If I've read it correctly, or maybe that was an op-ed. I'm not sure, but you know, I'd find it hilarious if you then have Sri Lanka versus West Indies in the final because they played 4-day test matches and somehow did well.
Well, South Africa did slightly. I mean, I have to choose my words carefully because they got there legitimately, but you know, I don't think even
They
most
also did win the final, so they
won the
did earn
final
their win.
100%. So, you know, don't take anything away from them. But
I think it would have been one thing if they had reached the final the way they did and then were battered by an innings.
Yes,
but,
that wouldn't have been a good
They ended
look.
up
Yeah,
proving everybody wrong.
Yeah,
took a win. But you know, that's the thing. I was looking at the schedule for this World Test Championship, and I my 2 dark horses. I don't know if you would agree, but if you look at the schedule, I think Sri Lanka and Pakistan could make the final because they don't play any real major teams.
Oh, okay,
Except for, I think Pakistan takes on England in England, and Sri Lanka plays New Zealand. Other than those 3 tests or 2 test series, they have a pretty easy pathway to the final in theory.
feels a bit more like the FA Cup, you know, where Cardiff can end up playing West Ham or something in the final.
Well, yeah, because India, Australia, and England play each other every time.
Couple of balls there, both left alone by Crawley, both fairly wide.
And that's
So then
now
what ends up happening is you'll have India, England, Australia play each other every single time, which means, you know, they may not win matches, which on paper looks like they're not as good as Pakistan or Sri Lanka, who battered the West Indies and take on Bangladesh, and then, you know, suddenly they have a 67% win record compared to India's 50 or England's 42, and now you have a weird final that doesn't really make sense.
Siraj into Crawley, who plays it nicely with a fairly dead bat out to point.
Just give him a jingle,
Yeah,
shall
give him
we?
a jingle, yeah.
It's like this.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can save us now. Where's Muhammad Siraj?
I'm very jealous of how nice and cool it looks because you can see Crawley's got a jumper on, the sun's out, so it must not be too warm.
Are you sweltering a bit there?
It is 36 Celsius today,
my goodness gracious.
38 tomorrow. That's 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
And
It
that's
will
in
be
a
the first-
city, yeah?
Wow.
Well, that's in New York City, but it's not just New York because my parents live in the suburbs in Delaware, and tomorrow is going to be 97, which is 35, 36.
That's brutal.
It'll be the first triple-digit day in New York City history in June, either ever or at least since like 1937.
That's fine. Just keep burning that fossil fuel.
In
We're gonna
comes
die. It's
Siraj
gonna be
again, and that's defended by Crawley quite nicely.
But on your point on the 4-day test, I think that's exactly it, and the schedule. I mean, that's it. I mean, if England and India and Australia constantly playing each other, home and away, you know, one of them's going to fuck up because Australia are shit in India. India, well, they've done pretty well in Australia recently, but
Well, they might end the series 2-2 or 2-1.
Yeah, exactly.
Versus Bangladesh versus West Indies, and then West Indies are 3-0.
Yeah, exactly that. Interesting, isn't it?
Siraj in again, 5th ball of the over. That came back a bit, but Crawley did well, defended it.
Which is why I'm a huge proponent that everyone has to play each other in a 3-test series. Now, series like this or the Ashes, if you want to do a 5-test series, the first 3 count for the WTC. The 4th and 5th test match.
I think you should
play
be
at
able to
your own
choose.
risk.
If the 3 tests we win count, that's fine.
Go for it. Well, as long as there's continuity and everyone's got a fair shot and everyone plays, and if you want to make it a 4-year situation so that you have enough time for everybody to play home and away, I'd rather have that than have this.
In comes Siraj again, defended again by Crawley. Thing is, by the time you go through a 4-year cycle, the team's not going to be the same at the end of that cycle as it was at the beginning.
That's part of the joy of cricket, isn't it, really? You know.
End of the second over, England 3 without loss.
Pavan Kumar says, lower middle order is not contributing. England can take lots of positives despite playing catch-up for most of this test. And I think that's the point, isn't it? I mean, England put India in expecting something to happen. It didn't. And they have been behind for the whole test, pretty much. They've been playing catch-up virtually the whole test. If they were... if it rains tomorrow, they end up with a draw, all well and good. But I think England will, if they lose, I think India will feel cock-a-hoop and they'll feel justified, and that's good for them. But, I mean, there are definitely worries there about their bottom order.
Well, that's the thing in the Indian media. I was talking about it yesterday or the day before as well. The Indian media is bringing up the fact that you can't just rely that just because we had a good first innings because 2 batters can do really well doesn't make up for the fact that a lot of failures have happened.
So, Bumrah into Duckett, who leaves it well alone.
And so the issue is now that you have players that are not contributing in that middle order. You had the 71 for or 41 for 7 in that first innings. You had another collapse in the second innings. There's going to be a time when people like Gill, Rahul, Pant don't score a century.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have a situation where you're 150 all out.
Yeah.
And England will pounce. And that's when you start to lose big.
Duckett, determined, clips it off his toes down to long leg, comes through for the single. Probably happy to be off strike. But best place to face Bumrah's from the other end.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, they'll probably want to just see him off, make sure they don't take any expansive shots on him today.
Yeah.
Maybe against Siraj, go a little bit bigger. They'll probably feel more confident, at least, against Siraj. But with Bumrah, it's all about just letting him bowl. You know you only got a couple more overs left anyway, so just surviving the day now.
Exactly right. Bumrah, this unique shuffle to the wicket, looks like a man who's forgotten where he's put something, and then suddenly this explosion at the crease. Defended by Crawley, dot ball. No alarms so far for England, and to be honest, no sign of any either movement, seam or swing, or any up and down movement either.
Well, that's the thing,
so far.
This wicket's been like that for this whole test. It's very. This is
it.
English wickets generally aren't like this. I mean, this is what I mean. I think it's just been an unusual beginning of the year. It's been so hot for the last 3 months in general. Very little rain. Very little rain. I mean, they're talking about droughts here, and we're a fucking island.
Bumrah in again, defended nicely by Crawley, but he's trusting his eye. There's no deviation, so he should be playing these balls, countering them successfully, which he is.
I think that's the interesting thing is it feels like it's becoming more and more common, though. I remember last summer, maybe a couple summers back as well, it was dry, it was warm, it was sunny. So in England, at least, you were seeing that you're getting more kind of like that North American summer.
Yeah.
Dry, hot.
Maybe we'll get some spinners.
Well, I was going to say, would you not expect though the wicket to deteriorate a bit more with in comes Bumrah again? Oh, and that's the first false shot. Really, I think he meant to leave that one, and he didn't quite get the bat out of the way, but he just deflects it on the bounce to the slips. Crawley. Yeah, I would expect with a very warm, hot session, I'd expect those plates to be opening up a bit more, to be honest.
Yeah, I would too, to be fair. But
well, I know that before the test started, there was a story I read about how the curator and everybody who's working on the ground had to make totally different changes to the way they prepare the wickets because they didn't have any water, they didn't really have any rain. So maybe that's why they've still kept it like a traditional England wicket by making some changes here and there.
And that one did deviate, but it started wide and went wider. So at the end of the wicket, England still intact.
Dan de Castro says Roberto and Markham deserve stadium statues. I love this. Romadoy Op says
Thanks, time. Australia going to ducked up. He also thinks remove Australia from the world.
Hang on a minute. It's quite nice down in Australia.
Yeah,
you know, I live there.
Ravi Natarajan says to Mayank, move to Southern California. Great weather. Occasional earthquakes and wildfires, but 95% of the year, great weather.
Yeah, except for 95% of my paycheck would go to my rent in LA, where my best friend lives in Long Beach, and he's getting absolutely pummeled by the cost of living. California is, I mean, I'm in Manhattan, and New York is expensive, but every time I go to LA or San Diego, ooh, I don't see any money left.
Where's a reasonable place to live in the States?
Middle of butt-fuck nowhere, I imagine.
Oh, no, but that's not a reasonable place, is it? DC's good. I'm very biased. I'm from Philadelphia. I'm from Delaware, so
okay.
I'm a big fan of those areas. It's a lot cheaper, and you're so close to New York.
Siraj into Duckett, and he manages to cut it to the man, the sweeper on the boundary, come through for a single.
It's kind of like if somebody from Melbourne, but they grew up in Geelong or something like that, so they're close enough to Melbourne, but they don't pay the prices of Melbourne. That's kind of my life. So
Okay.
I've always been about an hour and a half from New York or
Yeah.
Philly or DC, so I can be there whenever I needed to, but
Right.
without the insane prices. Or same with London. Instead of living in London, you live in, I don't know.
I don't know if you'd really want to live
What's
in Geelong.
cheaper, Essex or
Wouldn't
something
really-
like
you
that.
Wouldn't really want to live in Geelong, to be honest with you. In comes Siraj. Oh, a nice expansive drive. Straight to the man in the covers, and for a second, I think everybody thought, has that gone directly into the hands
What, did
of
it
the
or
man in the
didn't it?
covers?
Or did it just get a good stop?
Did he spill it, or did we'll have to wait to see
I
on the
thought it was
replay.
a drop catch, just the way he reacted when he got up.
I mean, Siraj always looks super angry anyway, so you can't tell from that.
No, it's just short.
It's just bounced in front of him by the look of it, which of course can break a finger as well. Hasn't done on this occasion.
Hit that sweetly. I thought it was
Oh,
going
yeah.
all the way to the boundary for
Yeah.
four.
He just
Good-
managed
yeah,
to
it's a good stop.
pick out a yard either side of him. He probably got full, but he didn't. And that's clipped by Crawley, and that probably will be four.
Plays that shot very
Plays
well.
that very nicely.
It's one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Well, we were 4 for 1 last time, so we're 9 for none
Yeah,
this time.
big improvement. That's good. Just to the wide of the man's left hand at mid wicket.
I'd be interested in seeing what the odds are for the UK bet makers.
Well,
for England.
just at the start of the innings, there
I
was
shall give them to
17%, 78%, 5%. But
right.
And it's an English
But then the
bookmakers.
odds makers are always doing the opposite.
That was Wim Viz, sorry. Oh, that's a huge wahey at the ball, but Crawley. But he freed his arms. He might have felt that it was a bit of a shot to nothing because there's no third man. Even a miss hit, which that might have been. Not sure he meant to get it quite that fine. Gets it down to the third man boundary for 8-4.
Well, interestingly, we'll play this one.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for. To get
Obviously,
funky on the dance floor.
for the odds over here, England are 21 to 10, just over 2 to 1. India are 11 to 10, just over evens. The draw is 11 to 4 with weather around tomorrow.
That's a good bet.
I think I'm gonna put a 5.
Pile
on.
on.
The draw. Yeah.
Comes Siraj for the fifth ball. The over. Ooh. Throws his arms up, but clearly that's going over the top of the stumps. Although Crawley didn't quite manage to negotiate how he would have wanted. He's moved into double figures now, which will make Crawley happy.
I hope, Fourth, that you're watching the way that Bear uses the machine.
Yeah,
so that
he's very
next
good
time
at
when
it. Yeah, I was
Well,
left
make sure that-
exposed.
yeah.
I didn't even know there was a mouse to
You
use.
see, the beautiful thing is it's an optic mouse, so you can use it on the arm of the chair, so you
Wow.
can just sit back here with
Oh.
a long lead and you don't have to move
Well,
anywhere.
now I know, but unfortunately, you rather
Yeah.
threw me.
Are you back in tomorrow? Or are you off?
No, I'm going to Scotland tomorrow.
That's right, you told me.
Yeah, to Berwick, and that's left by Crawley. Dot ball.
Right, let's have some
Under
of
the
this.
fourth, England 13
Lockie
with that loss.
6, sitting under a tarp draped over the Hills hoist hoist, knocking off a goon sack while
Yeah.
the creepy Crawley chunters away cleaning the pool is bliss. I don't know what the hell you're on about.
Those are three
Lockie 6.
Australian trademark
Goon
iconic
sack,
things.
Goon sack sounds disgusting.
Goonsack is that
I have no
plastic
idea what it
bladder that you drink cheap wine out of. The Hillsoist is the washing line, and the Creepy Crawly is the thing that automatically cleans the pool.
Oh, right, okay. I used one of them in France last year. They were quite fun.
Yeah.
I used to get up in the morning and do my pool cleaning duties.
Yes.
Ramadoy Oip says, news, Indian players are being provided with British girls in their hotel rooms. Yeah, right, I'm sure. Funny enough, I watched the Nora last night, which reminds me of that. Have you
That's
seen
good
that?
film. Yes, I have.
it
It's
is
a really good film.
Yeah.
Yeah, most enjoyable.
I'm sure a few of the Indian players have some British girls in their rooms once in a while. I don't know if they're being provided, but when you've got fame and you've got money, things can happen.
The Sun,
I'm sure
the Sun used to provide girls for Warney back in the day, didn't they? Oh, sorry, it's me. That's Bumrah starting over round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who manages to sort of squat down on it is the best description, but prevents it hitting the stump, stop ball.
Frank Rockefeller was just naming places, I don't know why, but in America. So Austin, Texas, Las Vegas and Tennessee. Places to live?
Places to live, maybe.
No, they're shitholes. Don't live there.
Yeah, I went to Las Vegas once.
Vegas is just
Terrible
so dry, hot. It's like a furnace, and Austin is about the same. So every day is about 42 Celsius in the summer.
And Duckett got a bit tucked up by that one. He got a thick inside edge, but just at his feet. Shubman Gill smiles encouragingly. The rather looks as if it might have taken a little bit of his inside the leg or something at the same time.
Yeah, my brother lives in Brisbane, near Ipswich, and he says in the summer you just stay inside and have the aircon on because it's like 42 degrees.
Yeah, funnily enough, we went to Vegas and it was the first time it had rained for 2 years.
Yeah,
and
it's so rare.
They'd forgotten how to drive in the rain, so they were just driving.
The same in LA. I've spent a lot of time in Los Angeles and San Diego, and it rains more frequently than just once every 2 years. But the day that you get a sprinkle and a light shower, people literally stop work.
Yeah.
And the whole city shuts down almost. It's the same in Texas with snow. Because I go to Houston so often, and in the winter now they're getting snow here and there, and people just act like it's Armageddon, and I'm like, it's sleet. We'll be okay, guys. Let's
there's never been any rain in central California, really, is there? It's always Los Angeles.
It's completely dried out.
Yeah. That's left well alone by Duckett. Watches it slightly suspiciously all the way past his bat, but doesn't do anything really.
To be fair, these days when people ask me where's a good place to live in America, I say Canada.
Yeah.
Toronto's good this time of year.
I know there are lots of lovely Americans, and America's a beautiful country. I don't really want to visit it at any time in the next 3 years. I will reassess.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The idea of going to America right now just isn't appealing.
Yeah. In comes Bumrah, bowling round the wicket to Duckett. That's a fuller ball, which is negotiated nicely. Not only that, his prod has eluded Siraj at mid-off, and they'll come back for a couple of runs, which is welcome. Duckett's on 4.
I think what I had said in the beginning. Sorry for the cut you off.
No,
I think
problem.
what I said. 6 overs. They'll would they go for 50 without loss, or would they go for 20? I think they'll be happy with the 20. That's what it's looked like so far in these first 4 overs or so.
Yeah.
They're totally fine with not Baz balling today. Just see it out.
Yeah.
Let the ball get a little bit softer. Let the Indians just kind of go through the motions.
Get the ball a bit older.
Yeah, well, last thing you want to,
Yeah.
you don't want to lose it. When you lose the match tonight, if you lose 2 or 3 wickets in a hurry, that is a not great bit of fielding from Siraj, who does a full-length dive, but if anything, pushes it a bit further towards the boundary. I'll come back for a couple, no doubt. 3 actually. Duckett moves on to 7.
They're going at 4 and over near enough, aren't they?
Yep, 18 without loss. I mean, you will always get some runs in these circumstances because the field's obviously well up. There's no difference.
And actually, if they do get a full day tomorrow, 4 and over is just fine.
If they do,
yeah.
which is looking unlikely.
Which is looking unlikely.
Well, let's say even if we do get 2/3 of a day, it's going to be overcast. It's going to be wet. Is that going to affect? Do you think that this pitch is worn enough, or do you think those elements can cause a lot of swing and issue for?
Well, more to do with swing and aerial conditions. I'm not sure, because the pitch will be covered and it'll be dry still, so I'm not sure it'll affect the pitch as much as it will do movement in the air.
I mean, cloudy is one thing, which is great for bowling. And if the water gets into the seam, then that's no good.
Yeah, that's true as well.
If it's a wet outfield.
I mean, the rain doesn't look massive tomorrow. I mean, we haven't had a lot of rain.
In comes Bumrah to Crawley. For the last ball of the over, it goes sails harmlessly down the leg side, and at the end of the 5th over, England are so far so good, 18 without loss.
Probably last over the day. Right. Well, Messi says, Warnie girls, who knew? To which Leah replies, who do we think a down on her luck Liz Hurley was provided to Leary man Warnie by her brother, of her creditor. He just happened to be a pimp that's into cricket. Not so much.
Is this got any factual basis, or
Of course
is this
it doesn't.
wild speculation?
It's wild speculation.
Well, now that he's passed away, I don't think we can talk ill about Warnie either.
No. I must admit, when he went,
outstanding gentleman.
When he went, I felt a genuine pang of sadness, which lasted.
Well, he was only 50.
He was only 55, 52.
But he was, by the end, I'd forgiven him all his nonsense, and he just turned into sort of guy you'd want round for your barbecue.
Indeed.
In the end, he was a good guy.
Dan De Castro says, I hope upon all hope rain doesn't kill this fascinating contest. 60 overs draw, 70 overs India might win, 80 overs will allow a chance of an epic chase. I'd go along with that, and it, if they get 70, 80 overs, there's a chance of all results still.
Well, it's Jadeja time. He's in for his first ball of the innings and possibly the last over of today. Another fascinating day in this test and no doubt series.
Well, we've got about 2.5 minutes before the end of the day.
Well, if anyone could create another over, it's Jadeja.
I think that's why he's in, is just to give Bumrah one more chance. I think Crawley and Duckett are suddenly going to be doing a lot of guarding.
I would think if they got anything about them, there'll be some mid-wicket conferences, some shoelace action.
They've been watching a lot of BBC Two, perhaps.
Where shall we eat tonight? Okay, Crawley facing up to the second ball today's over. He's round the wicket to the right-handed Crawley, and he pushes it out to deep point, and they come through for a single.
Well, if they can pitch a couple of singles, that'll probably eat up a minute
probably
or two.
Do it.
That should do it. Yeah, especially because now they're going to retake the strike things, and you've got the right-hand,
left-hand, right-hand thing. Paul Rifle we've seen sprinting, well, not sprinting, but jogging. I mean, what difference does it make, I always think, if an umpire stands at point or square leg? I'm never quite sure about that. That's paddled by Duckett round the corner. And they think about a second, down to the man at long leg, but it's decided against. So,
interesting.
Once again, they have to
interesting
switch
paddle sweep in the last over.
Yes.
I suppose it was outside off stumps, pretty safe shot. Really,
pretty safe, yeah.
You talk about square leg versus whatever the position that the umpire's in. I mean, rules are rules, just like the Black Sox fiasco.
The Black Sox. But there's no rule that an umpire has to stand at square leg. He can stand at point if he gets a better view, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, Kartik, please explain. He says, have you guys heard the news about Qatar? The World War began before the finish of this test. Please don't tell me that Iran has launched missiles at some fucking American base in Qatar.
I'd rather just see the end of this test before we get that news.
They've blockaded the Strait of Hormuz, which means about 25% of your oil exports are unable to leave, which means we'll be seeing triple prices, quadruple prices for a barrel of oil by the end of next week.
Well, that's on that cheery news. That's the end of the 6th over. That's the end of Jadeja's first over. It's 21 without loss at the end of the 6th. Will we get another over? I don't think we will. That looks like it's the end of proceedings for today.
Yeah, we called it.
And Crawley and Duckett have mission accomplished. They've managed to get to what Mayank was suggesting is the 21 for none option, which I think is the right thing to do. And they will go off perfectly satisfied with their job, and they'll need to resume in the morning. Another fascinating day's test cricket.
Well,
but perhaps the in some ways the least fascinating of all the days, but still had its moment.
It's another setup day, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, England wanted to come in today and get quick wickets and chase down a reasonably small score, but now they've got a score they can chase down. Thanks, mate. I mean, again, it's India are amazing. They've scored shitloads of runs at the top and failed dismally from that point on. And it's kind of every time it's moved the game on in unexpectedly quick time.
Yeah.
When you think, oh, this game's dead, and then all of a sudden they fuck it up and the game's alive again. And this game is very much alive if there is enough overs tomorrow.
Yes.
All results are possible.
Well, you say that, but I'm looking at the Met Office and the Weather Channel, and they're showing, Met Office, for example, is showing 90% chance of rain from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m., and then 60% chance from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., and then another 70% chance from 6. Now,
it looks like the BBC.
It doesn't look heavy.
Well, I'm going to go with the BBC. They're slightly different. I mean, there is a 50% chance of rain, but it doesn't look like heavy rain, so it could be on, off, on, off, on, off. But I mean, it does look like the draw is probably favourite. So
it's a shame.
Funny enough,
It's
11
the
to
off,
4.
it's the off and on that's the most irritating, isn't it? Because the off and on, you don't know whether you need to come back on. You don't know exactly how you want to attack. If you know there's potential that you're going to be off again in 40 minutes, and then you're going to be back on in 20 minutes, and then you're going to have an early tea. How the hell does that work in the psyche for the
exactly? And then the game could go on to 7:30. Blah 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 blah.
And it just peters out into a useless draw that nobody wanted.
I mean, if it favours anyone, it probably favours India, because you can't get. There's not enough overs to get the runs. But if India, you only have to. It only takes 10 balls to take 10 wickets, so you never know.
You never know, indeed. A fun day's cricket. A really good day's cricket, and a fascinating first test. I think it's moved. I mean, it's not been an English, a sort of typical English test. In fact, the wicket's been pretty flat for the whole test, really. And hence, looking at a draw, this could be a funny old summer. It could be a fair few draws, considering we had none last year, and we could get 3 or 4 in this series just because everything's so flat.
We only got one the year before, didn't we?
I mean, India will have their worries about the fact that their bottom order can't score any runs and keep getting rolled really, really cheap. England will fancy that,
but you know, it's a marathon, not a race. So there is still plenty of time for India to tweak things. You'll probably could get Mark Wood back for the 3rd, 4th, maybe 5th test.
Well, I'm hoping Jofra for the 2nd.
That would be amazing.
I think that's a fanciful wish that he'll come back at all.
Everyone says that. I keep telling everyone that's bollocks, mate. That's bollocks.
He's bowling.
He might come in
right now.
If he does come, I don't see him coming before the 3rd.
Well, he's bowling in a county game right now. If he comes through that, he's in the 2nd test, as far as I can see.
True. I'm not sure he's the Messiah that we.
No, he's not the Messiah.
From 2019. I think he's a very good fast bowler.
He's a very good fast bowler. And the thing he offers is height.
Yeah.
And his length.
He'd definitely get in ahead of.
He'd get in ahead of most of
Josh
these guys,
Dunk,
wouldn't he? Yeah. So he'd get in ahead of Wokes either, wouldn't he?
Probably ahead of Wokes as well.
So, and seeing him with a red ball with a bunch of slips would be fucking great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
and I'm sure he'd G himself out in front of the TV cameras again. He want to show. He want to prove a point.
You'd say so.
Except for in case he has another injury on his elbow or his hamstring or this or that in the first session of a test match, then you're going to be like, well, I should have waited one more for him.
Well, no, but I mean, that argument doesn't have any. For me, that argument doesn't wash because. Fucking every bowler.
I don't have it. I'm just giving you the other side as a devil's
advocate. But every England bowler, Josh Tongue's been out with stress fracture of the back and shit for the last 2 years. He's back in the test side.
Saqib Mahmood's been gone for a long time.
Saqib Mahmood's had several stress fractures of the back. Fucking everyone's had stress fractures of the back. I mean, Ollie Stone has had 3 stress fractures of the back and still comes back and plays for England when he's fit. Why shouldn't Jofra do it? It's like he's an anomaly and he'll never play test matches again because he's had the same injuries that everyone else has had who's come back and played test cricket. It's like bollocks. Jasprit Bumrah, I mean, how many fucking he's had 2 stress fractures of the back. He's back playing fucking test cricket now. They have to manage him and they will manage Archer. But, I just, everyone thinks he's different to everyone else. So I think that's bollocks.
I think it's also a thing that I've seen and heard is that people don't trust the management because ECB didn't manage him well in 2009.
Well, that was actually, I'd say that was down to the captaincy and Root.
Yeah,
Root was the man who overbowled him in New Zealand.
He was so overbowled and so overworked.
Exactly, which is crazy, and it was unnecessary.
Yeah,
and I don't think that'll happen again. I mean, Root
if they're sensible, they'll bowl and give them 5 over spells. If you've got 4, I mean, the thing is now that Stokes is back bowling, you've got 4 genuine pacers.
Yeah.
You can rotate. I mean, a session is only 2 hours, and it's only 30 overs. If Bashir bowls 5 overs in a session, everyone else only has to bowl 6 overs each, right? And then you have a break.
It's never even 30 overs. It's like 25 on average.
Exactly, 26, 27, 24s. 28, well, even. You know, exactly that. So you bowled him once in a session at 5 overs, and then he has 2 hours off. I mean, you see what they've done with Wokes here and Cars. Sometimes had 2-3 hours off before they bowled again.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, I don't see that as much of an issue. Anyway, look, we had a last super chat from Lockie6 who says,
That's nice.
all the best everyone everywhere except Knuts.
Okay.
Harsh.
Which normally I would say, but you know, it is the one word that we say
we
don't
draw the
say.
line somewhere.
Occasionally
and
it slips out of my mouth, but not today. Agree, Bear. Root bowled Archer into the ground. That says Eric J. I'll get my whites on Kartik. It says Mr. P. Cheers, Lockie. And that's it. We're out. We'll be back tomorrow morning, hopefully for a full day's play, which could be fantastic. Messi will be back.
Fingers crossed for that.
And are you back tomorrow, Mike?
I am. I've got a couple of sessions with you guys, so not
Sweet.
too much, but I'll definitely do my best to make it entertaining, regardless whether we have rain or not.
I'll be listening in on my way to Scotland.
So everyone,
enjoy your trip up there. It's
beautiful.
thanks,
Mike.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. Cheers.
Everyone have a good night. Have a good night's sleep, and hope for the best for tomorrow.
Right.
Until then, we say goodbye.
Take care, guys.
Good night.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize